Section 13 of History of Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 1, From the Beginning Until the Death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon Dubnov, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 6, The Inner Life of Polish Jewry During the Period of Decline, Part 2. 3. The Sabbatian Movement. The mystical and sectarian tendencies which were in vogue among the masses of Polish Jewry were the outcome of the Messianic movement, which, originated by Dyerzhvin in 1648, spread like wildfire throughout the whole Jewish world. The movement made a particularly deep impression in Poland, where the mystical frame of mind of the Polish Jewish masses offered a favorable soil for it. It was more than a mere coincidence that one and the same year, 1648, was marked by the wholesale murder of the Jews of the Ukraine and the first public appearance of Dyerzhvin in Smyrna. The thousands of Jewish captives who, in the summer of that terrible year, had been carried to Turkey by the Tatar allies of Khmelnytsky and ransomed there by their co-religionists, conveyed to the minds of the Oriental Jews an appalling impression of the destruction of the great Jewish center in Poland. There can be no doubt that the descriptions of this catastrophe deeply affected the impressionable mind of Sabbatai and prepared the soil for the success of the propaganda he carried on during his wanderings in Turkey, Palestine, and Egypt. When, in the year 1666, the whole Jewish world resounded with the fame of Dyerzhvin as the messianic liberator of the Jewish people, the Jews of Poland responded with particularly keen, almost morbid sensitiveness. The Jews, says the contemporary Ukrainian writer Galatovsky, triumphed. Some abandoned their houses and property, refusing to do any work and claiming that the Messiah would soon arrive and carry them on a cloud to Jerusalem. Others fasted for days, denying food even to their little ones, and during that severe winter bathed in ice holes, at the same time reciting a recently composed prayer. Faint-hearted and destitute Christians, hearing the stories of the miracles performed by the false Messiah and beholding the boundless arrogance of the Jews, began to doubt Christ. From the south, the Sabbatian agitation penetrated to the north, to distant White Russia. We are informed by a contemporary monastic chronicler that, on the walls of the churches in Mogilev on the Dnieper, mysterious inscriptions appeared, proclaiming the Jewish Messiah Sapsai. In the course of the eventful year in which the whole Jewish world raved about the coming of the Messiah, and deputations arrived from all over the Jewish world at the Castle of Splendor, Sabbatai's residence in Abydos, near Constantinople, a delegation was also dispatched by the Jews of Poland. In this delegation were included Isaiah, the son of David Halavi, the famous rabbi of Lemberg, author of the Taz, and the grandson of another celebrity, Joel Sirikis. The Polish delegates were sent, as it were, on a scouting expedition, being instructed to investigate on the spot the correctness of the rumors concerning the messianic claims of Sabbatai. When, in the summer of 1666, they were presented to Sabbatai at Abydos, they were deeply impressed by the sight of the thousands of enthusiastic admirers who had come from all possible countries to render homage to him. Sabbatai handed the Polish delegates an enigmatic letter addressed to the rabbi of Lemberg. On the sixth day after the resuscitation of my spirit and light, on the 22nd of Tammuz, I herewith send the gift to the man of faith, the venerable old man, Rabbi David of the house of Levi, the author of Ture Zahab. May he flourish in his old age in strength and freshness. Soon will I avenge you and comfort you, even as a mother comforted her son, and recompense you 100-fold for the sufferings endured by you. The day of revenge is in my heart, and the year of redemption hath arrived. Thus speaketh David, the son of Jesse, the head of all the king of the earth, the Messiah of the God of Jacob, the lion of the mountain recesses, Sabbatai Zevi. The gift referred to in the letter consisted of a shirt, which Sabbatai handed over to Rabbi David's son, with the instruction to put it on his aged and feeble father, and recite at the same time the words, "May thy youth be renewed like that of the eagle." Having learned from delegates that a Kabbalistic propagandist by the name of Nehemiah Cohen, who predicted the coming of Messiah, had appeared in Poland, Sabbatai added a postscript to his letter, in which he asked that this prophet, being the forerunner of Messiah, be sent to him speedily. The omniscient Messiah failed to foresee that this invitation spelled ruin for him. It is generally conceded that the interview between Nehemiah, the Kabbalistic fanatic, and Sabbatai was one of the causes that accelerated the downfall of the Messiah. After a Kabbalistic argument with Sabbatai, which lasted 3 days, Nehemiah refused to acknowledge him as the expected Messiah. While in Adrianople, he revealed Sabbatai's plan to the Turkish authorities, and this led to the arrest of the pseudo-Messiah and his feigned conversion to Islam. The news of the hideous desertion of Judaism by the Redeemer of Jewish people was slow in reaching the Jews of Poland, and when it did reach them, only a part of his adherents felt it their duty to abandon him. The more credulous rank and file remained steadfast in their loyalty, hoping for further miracles to be performed by the mysterious savior of Judaism, who had put on the turban temporarily in order to gain the confidence of the Sultan and afterwards to dethrone him. When Sabbatai died, Poland witnessed the same transformation of political into mystical messianism which was taking place at the time in Western Europe. The proximity to Turkey and to the city of Saloniki, the headquarters of the Sabbatian sect, lent particular intensity to the sectarian movement in Poland, fomenting a spiritual agitation in the Jewish masses from the end of the 17th down to the end of the 18th century. The main center of the movement came to be in Podolia, part of which had been annexed by Turkey after the Polish-Turkish War of 1672 and was returned to Poland only in 1699 by the peace treaty of Karlowitz. The agitators and originators of these sects were recruited partly from among the obscure masses, partly from among the Kabbalists whose minds were befogged. At the end of the 17th century, a Lithuanian Jew by the name of Zadok, a plain, ignorant man who had been an innkeeper, began to prophesy that the Messiah would appear in 1695. About the same time, a more serious propagandist of the messianic idea appeared, in the person of Kabbalist Chaim Malak. Having resided in Turkey, where he had been in contact with the Sabbatian circle in Saloniki, Malak returned to Poland and began to muddle the heads of the Jews. He secretly preached that Sabbatai Zevi was the Messiah, and that, like Moses, who had kept the Israelites in the desert for 40 years before bringing them to the borders of the Promised Land, he would rise from the dead and redeem the Jewish people in 1706, 40 years after his conversion. Malak's propaganda proved successful, particularly among the ignorant masses of Podolia and Galicia. Malak was soon joined by another agitator, Judah Hasid, from Sidulovitz or Shedlets. Having studied practical Kabbalah in Italy, Judah Hasid returned to his native land and began to initiate the studious Polish youth into this hidden wisdom. The circles of his pupils and adherents grew larger and larger and became consolidated in a special sect, which called itself the Pious, or Hasidim. The members of this sect engaged in ascetic exercises. In anticipation of the Messiah, they made public confession of their sins and inserted mystical prayers in their liturgy. Haim Malak joined the circle of Judah Hasid and brought over to it his Sabbatian followers. The numbers of the pious grew so large that the Orthodox rabbis became alarmed and began to persecute them. Under the effect of these persecutions, the leaders of the sect started a propaganda for a mass emigration to Palestine, there to welcome in triumph the approaching Messiah. Many Jews were carried away by this propaganda. In the beginning of 1700, a troop of 120 pilgrims started on their way under the joint leadership of Judah Hasid and Haim Malak. The emigrants traveled in groups by way of Germany, Austria, and Italy, stopping in various cities where their leaders, dressed after the manner of penitent sinners in white shrouds, delivered fiery exhortations in which they announced the speedy arrival of the Messiah. The lower classes and the women were particularly impressed by the speeches of rigorously ascetic Judah Hasid. On the road, Polish wanderers were joined by other groups of Jews desirous of visiting the Holy Lands, so that the number of the travelers reached 1,300 souls. One party of emigrants, led by Haim Malak, was dispatched with the help of charitable Jews of Vienna from that city to Constantinople. Another party, headed by Judah Hasid, traveled to Palestine by way of Venice. After much suffering and many losses on the journey, during which several hundred died or remained behind, 1,000 reached Jerusalem. On arriving at their destination, the newcomers experienced severe disappointment. One of the leaders, Judah Hasid, died shortly after their arrival in the holy city. His adherents were cooped up in some courtyard and depended on the gifts of charitable Jews. The destitute inhabitants of Jerusalem, themselves living on the charity of their European brethren, were not in a position to support the pilgrims, who soon found themselves without means of subsistence. Disillusioned and discouraged, the sectarians rapidly dispersed in all directions. Some joined the ranks of the Turkish Sabbatians, who posed as Mohammedans. Others returned to Western Europe and Poland, mystifying credulous people with all kinds of wild tales. Still, others in their despair let themselves be persuaded by German missionaries to embrace Christianity. Haim Malak, the second leader of the pilgrim, remained in Jerusalem for some time with a handful of his adherents. In this circle, symbolic services, patterned after the ritual of the Sabbatians, were secretly held, and as rumor had it, the sectarians performed dances before a wooden image of Sabbatai Zevi. Having been forced to leave Jerusalem, the dangerous heretic traveled about in Turkey, where he maintained relations with sectarian circles. After being banished from Constantinople by the rabbis, Haim Malak returned to his native country and renewed his propaganda in Podolia and Galicia. He died about 1720. The ill success of the Hasidim failed to check the spread of sectarianism in Poland. In Galicia and Podolia, the conventicles of secret Sabbatians, dubbed by the people Shapsitsvikines, from the name of Sabbatai Zevi, or in abbreviated form Shepsen, continued as before. These Sabbatians neglected many ceremonies, among them the fast of 9th of Ab, which, because of its being the birthday of Sabbatai, had been transformed by them from a day of mourning into a festival. Their cult contained elements both of asceticism and libertinism. While some gave themselves over to repentance, self-torture, and mourning for Zion, others indulged in debauchery and excesses of all kinds. Alarmed by this dangerous heresy, the rabbis at last resorted to energetic measures. In the summer of 1722, a number of rabbis coming from various communities assembled in Lemberg and with solemn ceremonies proclaimed the herem, excommunication against all Sabbatians who should fail to renounce their errors and return to the path of orthodoxy within a given time. The measure was partly successful. Many sectarians publicly confessed their sins and submitted to severe penances. In most cases, however, the Shepsen clung stubbornly to their heresy, and in 1725 the rabbis were forced to launch a second herem against them. By the new act of excommunication, every Orthodox Jew was called upon to report the rabbinical authorities all the secret sectarians known to him. The act of excommunication was sent out to many communities and publicly recited in the synagogues. But even these persecutions failed to wipe out the heresy. Secret Sabbatianism continued to linger in the nooks and corners of Podolia and Galicia, and finally degenerated into the dangerous movement known as Frankism. 4. The Frankish Sect. Jacob Frank was born about 1726 in a town of Podolia. His father, Judah Leib, belonged to the low Jewish clergy, among whom all kinds of perverted mystical notions were particularly in vogue. Judah Leib fell under suspicion as an adherent of Sabbatianism and was expelled from the community which he had served as rabbi or preacher. He settled in Wallachia, where little Jacob grew up in an atmosphere filled with mystic and messianic fancies and marked by superstition and moral laxity. From his early youth, he showed repugnance to study and remained, as he later called himself, an ignoramus. While living with his parents in Wallachia, he first served as clerk in a shop and afterwards became traveling salesman, peddling jewelry and notions through the towns and villages. Occasionally, young Jacob traveled with his goods to adjoining Turkey, where he lived for some time in Saloniki and Smyrna, the centers of the Sabbatian sect. Here, it seems, Jacob received his nickname Frank or Frank, a designation applied in the East to all Europeans. Between 1752 and 1755, he lived alternately in Smyrna and Saloniki, and came in contact with the Sabbatians, participating in their symbolic semi-Mohammedan cult. It was then and there that Jacob Frank was struck by the idea of returning to Poland and playing the role of prophet and leader among the local secret Sabbatians who were oppressed and disorganized. It was selfish ambition and the spirit of adventure rather than mystical enthusiasm that pushed him in that direction. In 1755, Frank made his appearance in Podolia and, joining hands with the leaders of the local Shepsen, began to initiate them into the doctrines he had imported from Turkey. The sectarians arranged secret meetings at which the religious mysteries centering around the Sabbatian Trinity, God, the Messiah, and the female hypostasis of God, the Shekinah, were enunciated. Frank was evidently regarded as the second person of the Trinity and as a reincarnation of Sabbatai Zevi, being designated as SS, i.e. Santo Senior, the Holy Lord. One of these assemblies ended in a scandal and turned the attention of the rabbis to this new agitation. During the fair held in Landskrona, Frank and 20 of his followers, consisting of men and women, had assembled in an inn to hold their mystical services. They sang their hymns, exciting themselves to the point of ecstasy by merrymaking and dancing. Inquisitive outsiders managed to catch a glimpse of the assembly, and afterwards related that the sectarians danced around the nude woman, who may possibly have represented the Shekinah or Metronita, the third person of the Trinity. The Orthodox Jews on the marketplace, who were not used to such orgies, were profoundly disgusted by the conduct of the sectarians. They informed the local Polish authorities that a Turkish subject was exciting the people and propagating a new religion. The gay company was arrested. Frank, being a foreigner, was banished to Turkey, and his followers were delivered into the hands of the rabbis and the Kahal authorities. 1756. A conference of rabbis was held in the town of Satanov, and scores of men and women, who had formerly belonged to the Sabbatian sect, presented themselves to confess their sins and to repent. The sectarians owned to having committed acts which were subversive not only of the Jewish religion, but also of the fundamental principles of morality and chastity. The women admitted that they had violated their conjugal fidelity, and told of the sexual excesses in vogue among the sectarians, which were justified by mystical speculations. On the basis of all this evidence, the Conference of Rabbis in Brody, which met during the sessions of the Council of the Four Lands, proclaimed a strict herem against all heretics who had failed to repent, and forbade all contact with them. They also prohibited the study of the Zohar before the age of 30 and of the Kabbalistic writings of Ari, which were circulated during that period in manuscript form, before the age of 40, in order to avoid the snares of mystical heterodoxy. It was then that the excommunicated and persecuted Podolian sectarians, prompted by their leaders, resorted to a council of despair. Their representatives appeared in the city of Kamenets, Podolsk, before the Catholic bishop Dembowski, and declared that the Jewish sect of which they were members rejected the Talmud as a false and harmful work, that they only acknowledged the Zohar, the sacred book of the Kabbalah, and believed that the God was one in three persons, of whom the Messianic Redeemer was one. This declaration aroused in Bishop Dembowski the hope of converting the sectarians to Christianity, notwithstanding the fact that by the Messianic Redeemer they understood Sabbatai Zevi, or his reincarnation, Jacob Frank. The bishop ordered the publication of the ambiguous confession of the faith of the Contra-Talmudists, or Zoharists, as the sectarian designated themselves, and decided to arrange a religious disputation between the Frankists and the rabbis. The Podolian rabbis received a strict order from the bishop to send delegates from their midst to participate in the proposed disputation. Their failure to appear was to be punished by fines and the burning of the Talmud. After considerable preparations, the disputation between the leaders of the Contra-Talmudists and a number of rabbis took place in Kamenets in the summer of 1757, in the presence of Bishop Dembowski and representatives of the Catholic clergy. The contest lasted 7 days. The discussion centered around certain peculiar utterances in the Talmudic Haggadah, which the Frankists cited as evidence of blasphemous character of the Talmud. The rabbis retorted feebly, hampered by their inadequate mastery of the Polish language. Moreover, when the dispute turned on the fundamental dogmas of Judaism, they refused to discuss them in the presence of Catholic priests. The bishop received the impression that the Talmudists had been defeated. In the autumn of 1757, he issued a rescript imposing a fine upon the Talmudists to be paid out to their opponents for having insulted them at the fair of Landskrona, and ordering that all Talmud copies found in the Diocese of Podolia be taken away from their owners and delivered to the flames. The revolting scenes of the time of Louis IX of France and Pope Paul IV were reenacted. Thousands of Talmud copies were taken away from the Jews and carried to Kamenets, where they were publicly burned on the marketplace. The sectarians witnessed their revenge on their persecutors and triumphed. It is difficult to say how this triumph would have ended had not Bishop Dembowski suddenly died in November 1757. The sectarians were deprived of their mainstay and became again the target of the Kahal authorities. In 1758, they finally succeeded in obtaining a safe conduct from King Augustus III, but even this could not rescue them from the uncomfortable position peculiar to those who, having forfeited the sympathies of their own, have not yet been able to gain the confidence of strangers. At that critical juncture, the sectarians decided to recall Jacob Frank, their leader from Turkey. The latter immediately appeared in Podolia with a new plan, which he hoped would at once rid him and his adherents of all opponents. In the discourses delivered before his followers, Frank dwelt a great deal on his exalted mission and on the divine revelation which commanded him to follow in the footsteps of Sabbatai Zevi. Just as Sabbatai had been compelled to embrace the Mohammedan faith temporarily, so he and his adherents were predestined from above to adopt the Christian religion as a mere disguise and as a stepping stone to the faith of the true Messiah. Filled with thirst for revenge, the sectarians hit upon the fiendish thought of lending the weight of their testimony to the hideous ritual murder accusation which was agitating the whole of Poland at that time, claiming many a victim in the Jewish ranks. In 1759, the Frankish were busily engaged in negotiations with the highest representatives of the Polish Church concerning their proposed conversion to Christianity. They requested at the same time that they be allowed to hold a public disputation with the rabbis, whom they hoped to expose before the non-Jews. The primate of the Polish Church, Lubinsky, and the papal nuncio, Serra, received the advances of the Frankists with considerable skepticism. But the temporary administrator of the Diocese of Lemberg, Canon Mikolski, insisted that their request be complied with. A second religious disputation between the Talmudists and the Frankists, presided over by Mikolski, was held in Lemberg and took up 11 sessions, July-August 1759. At this disputation, the Orthodox Jews were represented by a number of Talmudists, headed by the Rabbi of Lemberg, Chaim Rappaport, while the cause of the sectarians were championed by Solomon Shaw and Leib Krisa, the principal associates of Frank, as well as several learned Catholic theologians. The sectarians advanced 7 theses as a basis for discussion. 6 dealt with the Messianic belief and the dogma of the Trinity, the latter having been practically adopted by them in its Christian formulation. The 7th asserted that the Talmud considers the use of Christian blood obligatory. The discussion about the first 6 clauses were rather tame and conventional, largely owing to the fact that the rabbis, who were afraid of offending the religious susceptibilities of the Christians, declined in many cases to state their views. Only when it came to the last point, the malicious accusation of ritual murder, were the rabbis energetic in refuting it, protesting vehemently against the Frankists, who openly appeared as the enemies of their people. When the disputation was over, the sectarians were called upon to prove their devotion to Christianity by immediate action. The conversion of the Frankists began. The baptismal ceremony was performed with great solemnity in the churches of Lemberg, members of the Polish nobility acting as sponsors. The neophytes assumed the family names and titles of their godfathers, and in this way received admission into the ranks of the Polish nobility. In Lemberg alone, 514 men and women, among them Leib Krisa, Solomon Shaw, and the other fellow workers of Frank, were converted in the course of 1759 and 1760. Frank entered Lemberg with great pomp, riding in a carriage drawn by 6 horses and surrounded by a large bodyguard. Here he submitted to a preliminary baptism, desiring to complete the ceremony with greater solemnity in Warsaw. Having arrived in Polish capital, Frank petitioned King Augustus III to act as his godfather. The king consented, and the conversion of the sectarianship to Catholicism took place in November 1759 with extraordinary splendor in the presence of the royal family and the court dignitaries. At his baptism, Jacob Frank assumed the name Joseph. However, the attitude of the Polish clergy toward the newly converted sectarians remained as skeptical as theretofore. Frank's obscure past, his strange manner of living, the reverence accorded to him by his followers, who styled him the Holy Lord, all this was bound to arouse the suspicion of the ecclesiastic authorities. The indiscretion of some Frankists, or perhaps a secret denunciation, confirmed the clergy in their suspicions. They learned that the conversion of the sectarians had been an act of hypocrisy, that Frank continued to pose among them as Messiah and Holy Lord, and that the Trinity professed by them had very little in common with the corresponding Christian dogma. They decided to investigate the matter, and in case their suspicion should prove true, to indict the leaders of the sect before the ecclesiastic courts. In January 1760, Frank was arrested in Warsaw by order of the highest church authorities and subjected to a searching cross-examination. With all his astuteness, the chief of the Frankists failed to convince the judges of his Christian orthodoxy. Many of the depositions made by his disciples or by himself only strengthened the case against him. The ecclesiastic court, having previously ascertained the attitude of Rome through the papal nuncio, sentenced Frank to imprisonment in the citadel of Częstochow and to detention in the local monastery, so as to prevent all contact with his followers. 13 years, 1760 to 1772, Frank remained in the citadel, but the Catholic clergy failed in its purpose. The Frankists continued their relations with the Holy Lord, who, as a suffering Messiah, was now surrounded in their eyes with a new halo. They even managed to penetrate into Częstochow itself and settled in large numbers on the outskirts of the town, which, in accordance with old Messianic notions, they designated as the gates of Rome. They beheld in Frank's fate a repetition of the destiny of Sabbatai Zevi, who had been equally kept prisoner in the castle of Abydos near the capital of Turkey. They were inspired by Frankish mystical discourses and epistles, the gist of which was that their only salvation lay in the holy religion of Edom, a term by which he understood a strange medley of Christian and Sabbatian ideas. The new religion was devoid of any true religious or moral elements, and the same applies to the life of Frank, who cynically expressed himself to his followers: "I have come to rid the world of all the laws and statutes which have been in existence hitherto." There was nothing reminding one of an apostle around the conduct of the Holy Lord, based as it was on mystification and on the endeavor to accommodate oneself to the environment. The first partition of Poland put an end to Frankish imprisonment in the monastery. He was released by the commander of the Russian troops, which occupied Częstochow toward the end of 1772. After a brief stay in Warsaw, where he managed to re-establish direct relations with the sectarians, Frank, accompanied by his family and a large retinue, left the boundaries of Poland and settled in Brünn, in Moravia, 1773. The further exploits of this adventurer were performed in a new field in Western Europe. In Catholic Austria, Frank assumed the role of a Christian missionary among the Jews, and even succeeded in gaining the favor of the court in Vienna. However, his past soon became known, and he had to leave Austria. Frank settled in Germany, in Offenbach, where he arrogated to himself the title of Baron of Offenbach. In his new place of residence, Frank, assisted by his daughter Eve, or the Holy Lady, stood at the head of a secret circle of sectarians, and supported by his Polish and Moravian partisans, led a life of ease and luxury. After the death of Frank, which occurred in 1791, his sect began to disintegrate, and the flow of gifts for the benefit of the Offenbach Society gradually ceased. After unsuccessful endeavors to attract sectarians, Frank's successor, Eve, found herself entangled in debts and, pursued by her creditors, died in 1816 in Offenbach. The Frankists, who had stayed in Poland, though outwardly Catholics, remained loyal to the Holy Lord down to the day of his death. For a long time they intermarried among themselves and were known in Poland under the name of neophytes. But by and by they were merged with the Catholic population, gradually losing the character of a sect, and were at last completely absorbed by their Polish environment. End of section 13. Section 14 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 1. From the Beginning Until the Death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon Dubnow. Translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 6. The Inner Life of Polish Jewry During the Period of Decline. Part 3. 5. The Rise of Hasidism and Israel Baal Shem Tov. Frankism proved the grave of Sabbatianism by turning its dreamy mysticism into mystification, and its lofty messianism into the selfish desire to escape Jewish suffering through disloyalty to Judaism. It was a grossly negative, materialistic movement which disregarded the noblest strivings and the most genuine longings of the Jewish soul. The need for a deepened religious consciousness, which the formalities of Rabbinism had failed to satisfy, remained as alive as ever among the Jewish masses. This need was bound to give rise to a positive religious movement, which was in harmony with the traditional ideas of the Jewish people. In the spiritual life of Polish Jewry, the distinction between its two ethnographic groups, the Northwestern, the Lithuanian and White Russian, and the Southwestern, the Polish and Ukrainian, became more and more accentuated. In the Northwest, rabbinic scholasticism reigned supreme, and the caste of scholars, petrified in the ideals of Talmudic Babylonia, was the determining factor in public life. Talmudic scholarship, remarks a contemporary Lithuanian Jew, the subsequently famous philosopher Solomon Maimon, constitutes the principal object of education among us. Wealth, physical attractions, or endowments of any kind, though appreciated by the people, do not in its estimation compare with the dignity of a good Talmudist. The Talmudist has the first claim on all offices and honorary posts in the community. Whenever he appears at an assembly, all rise before him and conduct him to the foremost place. He is the confidant, the counselor, the legislator, and the judge of the plain man. Matters, however, were different in Podolia, Galicia, and Volhynia, and in the whole southwestern region in general. Here, the Jewish masses were much further removed from the sources of rabbinic learning, having emancipated themselves from the influence of the Talmudic scholar. While in Lithuania, dry book learning was inseparable from a godly life, in Podolia and Volhynia, it failed to satisfy the religious cravings of the common man. The latter was in need of beliefs, easier of understanding and making appeal to the heart rather than to the mind. He found these beliefs in the Kabbalah, in mystic and messianic doctrines, in Sabbatianism. He even let himself be carried away by teachings which ultimately proved heterodox and subversive of the spirit of Judaism. With the downfall of secret Sabbatianism, which had been utterly compromised by the Frankists, disappeared the last will-o'-the-wisp of Messianism, which had beckoned to the groping Jewish masses. It was necessary to fill the mental void thus created and provide new food for the unsatisfied religious longings. This task was undertaken by the new Hasidism, doctrine of piety, originated by Besht, a product of obscure Podolian Jewry. Israel Baal Shem Tov, in abbreviated form Besht, was born about 1700 on the borderline of Podolia and Wallachia of a poor Jewish family. Having lost his parents at an early age, he was cared for by some charitable townsmen of his who sent him to a Jewish school or heder to study the Talmud. The heder learning did not attract the boy, endowed as he was with an impressionable and dreamy disposition. Israel frequently played the truant and was more than once discovered in the neighboring forest lost in thoughts. The boy was finally given up as a bad case and expelled from school. At the age of 12, Israel, confronted by the necessity of earning a livelihood, became a behelfer, an assistant teacher, and a little later obtained the post of a synagogue beadle. In his new dignity, Besht conducted himself rather oddly. In daytime he slept, or pretended to sleep, but at night, when all alone in the synagogue, he prayed fervently or read soul-saving books. Those around him looked upon him as an eccentric or maniac. He nevertheless persisted in his course. He delved more and more deeply in the mysteries of the practical Kabbalah, studied the Ari manuscript, which were circulated from hand to hand, and acquainted himself with the art of performing miracles by means of Kabbalistic incantations. When about 20 years of age, Israel settled in Brody, one of the principal cities of Galicia, and married the sister of the well-known rabbi and Kabbalist of the town, Gershon Kutover. Kutover at first tried to interest his brother-in-law in the study of the Talmud, but finding him entirely indifferent to this kind of mental occupation, the proud rabbi, abashed by his relationship with such an ignoramus, advised Israel to leave Brody. Besht followed the advice and removed with his wife to a village between the towns of Kuti and Kosovo. He frequently retired to the neighboring Carpathian mountains, where, in strict solitude, he fasted, prayed, and lost himself in religious speculation. He eked out an existence for himself and his wife by digging clay in the mountains, which his wife carried into the city for sale. According to the Hasidic legend, Israel Besht led this kind of life for 7 years. It was a period of preparation for his subsequent calling. At the end of his mystical exploits in the Carpathian mountains, Besht lived in the Galician town of Tulusta, where he occupied minor ecclesiastic positions, acting in succession as melamed, shohet, and cantor of a synagogue. He was universally regarded as an ignoramus, no one being aware of his innermost cravings. At last, after reaching the age of 36, Besht decided, by inspiration from above, as the Hasidim believe, that the time had come to reveal himself to the world. He began to practice as Baal Shem, i.e., as a magician and Kabbalist, and to cure diseases by means of sacred incantations, amulets, kameot, and medicinal herbs. The figure of a wandering Baal Shem was not unusual among the Polish Jews of the time, and Besht chose this career, for it subsequently proved a convenient medium for his religious propaganda. He traveled about the towns and villages of Volhynia and Podolia, curing with his herbs and incantations not only Jews, but also peasants and even pans, who had great faith in magic remedies. He won the reputation of a miracle worker and was nicknamed the Good Baal Shem, in Hebrew, Baal Shem Tov. The Jewish masses felt that he was not the ordinary type of conjurer, but a man of righteousness and saintliness. Besht was frequently called upon to foretell the future, and opening at random the Zohar before him, made predictions as suggested by the Holy Book. In curing the sick, he resorted not only to herbs and incantations, but also to prayer. While praying, he often fell into ecstasy and gesticulated violently. Besht became the favorite of the masses. Warm-hearted and simple in disposition, he managed to get close to the people and find out their spiritual wants. Originally a healer of the body, he imperceptibly grew to be a teacher of religion. He taught that the true salvation lies not in Talmudic learning, but in wholehearted devotion to God, in unsophisticated faith and fervent prayer. When he encountered men of learning, Besht endeavored to convince them of the correctness of his views by arguments from the Kabbalah, but he did not recognize that ascetic form of Kabbalah which enjoined upon the Jew to foster a mournful frame of mind, to kill the flesh, and to strive after the expiation of sin in order to accelerate the coming of the Messiah. He rather had in mind that Kabbalah, which seeks to establish an intimate communion between man and God, cheering the human soul by the belief in the goodness of God, encouraging and comforting the poor, the persecuted, and the suffering. Besht preached that the plain man, imbued with naive faith and able to pray fervently and wholeheartedly, was dearer and nearer to God than the learned formalist, spending his whole life in the study of the Talmud. Not to speculate in religious matters, but to believe blindly and devotedly, such was the motto of Besht. This simplified formula of Judaism appealed to the Jewish masses and to those democratically inclined scholars who were satisfied neither with rabbinic scholasticism nor with the ascetic Kabbalah of the school of Ari. About 1740, Besht chose for his permanent residence the small Podolian town of Medzhibozh. The role of sorcerer and miracle worker gradually moved to the background, and Besht emerged as a full-fledged teacher of religion. He placed himself at the head of his large circle of disciples and followers, who were initiated by him into the mysteries of the new doctrine, not by way of systematic exposition, but rather in the form of sayings and parables. These sayings have been preserved by his nearest disciples, Besht himself having left nothing in writing. Two ideas lie at the bottom of the doctrine of piety, or the Hasidism, of Besht: the idea of pantheism, of the omnipresence of God, and the idea of the interaction of the lower and upper worlds. The former may be approximately defined by the following utterance of Besht: "It is necessary for man constantly to bear in mind that God is with him always and everywhere, that he is, so to speak, the finest kind of matter, which is poured out everywhere, that he is the master of all that happens in the universe. Let man realize that when he looks at things material, he beholds in reality the divine countenance, which is present everywhere. Keeping this in mind, man will find it possible to serve the Lord at all times, even in trifles." The second fundamental idea is borrowed from the Kabbalah and signifies that there is a constant interaction between the world of the divine and the human world, so that not only does the deity influence human actions, but the latter exert a similar influence on the will and the disposition of the deity. The further elements of the Beshit doctrine follow logically from these premises. Communion with God is and must be the principal endeavor of every truly religious man. This communion may be attained by concentrating one's thoughts upon God and attributing to Him all happenings in life. The essence of faith lies in the emotions, not in the intellect. The more profound the emotions, the nearer man is to God. Prayer is the most important medium through which man can attain communion with God. To render this communion perfect, prayer must be ecstatic and fervent, so that he who prays may, as it were, throw off his material film. To attain to this ecstatic condition, recourse may be had to mechanical contrivances such as violent motions of the body, shouts, shaking, and so on. The study of Jewish religious legislation is of secondary importance and is useful only when it succeeds in arousing an exalted religious disposition. From this point of view, the reading of ethical books is preferable to the study of Talmudic history and rabbinical folios. Contrary to the fundamental precept of the practical Kabbalah, Beshit insists that excessive fasting, the killing of the flesh, and ascetic exercises in general are injurious and sinful, and that a lively and cheerful disposition is more acceptable to God. What is most important in religion is the frame of mind, and not the external ceremonies. Excessive minuteness of religious observance is harmful. The pious, or Hasid, should serve God not only by observing the established ceremonies, but also in his everyday affairs and even in his thoughts. By means of constant spiritual communion with God, man may attain to the gift of clairvoyance, prophecy, and miracle working. The righteous, or tzaddik, is he who lives up to the precepts of Hasidism in the highest measure attainable, and is, on account of it, nearer and dearer to God than anyone else. The function of the tzaddik is to serve as mediator between God and the common people. The tzaddik enables man to attain to perfect purity of soul and to every earthly and heavenly blessing. The tzaddik ought to be revered and looked up to as God's messenger and favorite. In this way, the doctrine preached by Beshit undermined not only scholastic and ceremonial rabbinism, but also the ascetic Kabbalah, emphasizing in their stead the principle of blind faith in providence, of fervent and inspiring prayer, and last but not least, the dogma of attaining salvation through the medium of the miracle-working tzaddik. The last mentioned article of faith was of immense consequence for the further development of Hasidism, and subsequently overshadowed the cardinal principles of the new movement. As a matter of fact, the personality of Beshit as the first tzaddik impressed the people far more than his doctrine, which could be fully grasped only by his nearest associates and disciples. Among these, the following were particularly prominent: Jacob Joseph Cohen, who occupied the post of rabbi successively in Shagorod, Niemirov, and Polonoye; Bear of Mezarich, a Volhynian preacher and Kabbalist; Naaman of Horodno, Naaman of Kosovo, Phineas of Koretz, all of whom frequently visited Beshit in Medzhibozh. Even the former rabbi of Brody, Gershon Kutover, who had once looked down on his brother-in-law as an Amharetz, acknowledged his religious mission. About 1750, Beshit sent to his brother-in-law, Kutover, who had in the meantime settled in the Holy Land, a kind of prophetic manifesto, telling of his miraculous vision or revelation. In it, Beshit asserted that on the day of Jewish New Year, his soul had been lifted up to heaven, where he beheld the Messiah and many souls of the dead. In reply to the petition of Beshit, "Let me know, my master, when thou wilt appear on earth," the Messiah said, This shall be a sign unto thee, when thy doctrine shall become known, and the fountains of thy wisdom shall be poured forth, when all other men shall have the power of performing the same mysteries as thyself, then shall disappear all the hosts of impurity, and the time of great favor and salvation shall arrive. Revelations of this kind were greatly in vogue at the time, and had a profound effect upon mystically inclined minds. The notion spread that Bereshit was in contact with the prophet Elijah, and that his teacher was the biblical seer Ahijah of Shiloh. As far as the common people are concerned, they believed in Bereshit as a miracle worker, and loved him as a religious teacher who made no distinction between the educated and the ordinary Jew. The scholars and Kabbalists were fascinated by his wise discourses and parables, in which the most abstract tenets of Kabbalah were concretely illustrated, reduced to popular language, and applied to the experience of everyday life. Bereshit's circle in Mezbos grew constantly in number. Shortly before his death, Bereshit witnessed the agitation conducted by the Frankists in Podolia and their subsequent wholesale baptism. The Polish rabbis rejoiced in the conversion of the sectarians to the Catholicism, since it rid the Jewish people of dangerous heretics. But when Bereshit learned of the fact, he exclaimed, "I heard the Lord cry and say, as long as diseased limb is joined to the body, there is hope that it may be cured in time. But when it has been cut off, it is lost forever." There is reason to believe that Bereshit was one of the rabbis who had been invited to participate in the Frankish disputation in Lemberg in 1759. In the spring of the following year, Bereshit breathed his last, surrounded by his disciples. 6. The Hasidic propaganda and the growth of Tzaddikism. At the time of Bereshit's death, his doctrine had gained a considerable number of adherents in Podolia, Galicia, and Volhynia, who assumed the name of Hasidim. But the systematic propaganda of Hasidism began only after the death of Bereshit and was carried on by his successors and apostles. His first successor was the preacher Baer of Mezerich, referred to previously, under whom the little town of Mezerich became the headquarters of Hasidism in Volhynia, just as Mezibot had been in Podolia. In point of originality and depth of sentiment, Baer was vastly inferior to his master, but he surpassed him in erudition. His scholarship ensured the success of the Hasidic propaganda among the learned class, and also enabled him to become one of the main exponents of the theory of Hasidism. In the course of 12 years, 1760 to 1772, Baer managed to surround himself with a large number of prominent Talmudists who had become enthusiastic converts to Hasidism. Some of them came from arch-rabbinical Lithuania and White Russia. Baer developed the doctrine of Bereshit, laying particular stress upon the principle of Tzaddikism. He trained the step of apostles, who eventually became the founders of the Tzaddik dynasties in various parts of Poland and Lithuania. Tzaddikism served as a bait for the common people, who, instead of a rational belief in certain religious truths, preferred to put their blind faith in the human exponents of these truths, in the tzaddiks. The same tendency characterized the activity of another apostle of Bereshit, Jacob Joseph Cohen, who paid for his devotion to Hasidism by having to endure the persecutions of his rabbinical colleagues. Having lost the post of rabbi in Shagorod, Cohen, with the aid of Bereshit, accepted the position of preacher in Niemirov, and after the death of his master, acted as preacher in Polonoye. Everywhere he was zealously engaged in propagating the Hasidic doctrine by means of the spoken and written word. Jacob Joseph Cohen was the first to attempt a literary exposition of the fundamental principles of Hasidism. In 1780, he published a collection of sermons under the title Toldos Jacob Yosef, reproducing numerous sayings which he had heard from the lips of Beshit. While exalting the importance of the tzaddiks, who were solicitous about the salvation of the common people, Jacob Joseph bitterly assails the arrogant Talmudists or pseudo-scholars whose whole religion is limited to book learning and whose attitude towards the masses is one of contempt. Jacob Joseph's book laid the foundation of Hasidic literature, which differs both in content and form, not only from rabbinical but also from the earlier Kabbalistic literature. In the last decades of the 18th century, Hasidism spread with incredible rapidity among the Jewish masses of Poland and partly even of Lithuania. Numerous communities saw the rise of Hasidic congregations and the establishment of separate houses of prayer in which services characterized by boundless ecstasy, violent shouts and gestures were held in accordance with Beshit's prescriptions. The Hasidim adopted the Kabbalistic prayer book of Ari, which differed from the accepted liturgy by numerous textual alterations and transpositions. They neglected the traditional time limit for morning prayers, changed the ritual of slaughtering animals, and some of them were in the habit of dressing themselves in white on the Sabbath. They were fond of whiling away their time in noisy assemblies and frequently indulged in merry drinking bouts to foster, in accordance with Beshit's precept, a cheerful disposition. The most characteristic trait of the Hasidism, however, was their boundless veneration for the holy tzaddiks. Though logically the outcome of Hasidism, in practice Tzaddikism was in many cases its forerunner. The appearance of some miracle-working tzaddik in a certain neighborhood frequently resulted in wholesale conversions to Hasidism. The tzaddik's home was overrun by crowds of men and women who, in their credulity, hoped to obtain a cure for diseases or a remedy for sterility for their women, or who asked for a blessing for predictions for the future, or sought advice in practical matters. If, in one case out of many, the tzaddik succeeded in helping one of his clients, or if one of his guesses or predictions proved to be correct, his fame as a miracle worker was firmly established, and the population of the neighborhood was sure to be won over to Hasidism. The number of Hasidic partisans grew in proportion to the number of tzaddiks, of whom there were a great many in the last 2 decades of the 18th century. The most authoritative tzaddiks came from the circle of Beer of Mezerich. Every one of them either laid his own individual impress upon the doctrine preached by him, or endeavored to adapt himself to the habits of the population of his district. As a result, the Hasidic doctrine branched out rapidly, falling into different varieties. The principal branches of Hasidism were 2, that of Poland and Ukraine, and that of Lithuania and White Russia. The former was represented by Elimelech of Lizno in Galicia, Levi Itzhok of Berdichev, Nohum of Chernobyl, and Boruk of Tulchin, a grandson of Beshit. Elimelech of Lizno, who died in 1786, carried the doctrine of practical tzaddikism to its radical conclusions. He preached that the first duty of Hasid consists in reverence for the tzaddik. The tzaddik is a middleman between Israel and God. Through his intercession, God bestows upon the faithful all earthly blessings, life, children, and sustenance. If the tzaddik wills otherwise, the flow of blessings is stopped. The Hasid is therefore obliged to have a blind faith in the tzaddik, to look upon him as his benefactor, and to give him of his means. the tzaddik should be supported by donations in cash and in kind, so that he may devote himself wholly to the service of God and thereby prove a blessing to mankind. This commercial theory of an exchange of services accomplished its purpose. The people brought their last pennies to the tzaddik, and the tzaddik, in turn, was indefatigable in bestowing blessings, pouring forth divine favors upon earth, healing the cripples, curing the sterility of women, and so on. The profitable calling of tzaddik became hereditary, passing from father to son and grandson. Everywhere, petty dynasties of tzaddik sprang up, which multiplied rapidly and endeavored to wrest the supremacy from one another. Such was the fate of the cult of righteous taught by Beshit, which now assumed gross materialistic forms. It's fair to add, however, that not everywhere did tzaddikism sink to such low depths. There were tzaddiks who were idealists, lovers of mankind, and saintly men, however strange the forms in which these virtues often manifested themselves. One of these men, to quote one instance, was Levi Itzhok of Berdichev, who in his youth had been cruelly persecuted by the Lithuanian rabbis for his devotion to Hasidism. Towards the end of the 18th century, he settled in Berdichev as tzaddik and became tremendously popular in his new calling on account of his saintly life and his fatherly love for the common people. Speaking generally, however, the Ukrainian, Podolian, and Galician tzaddiks had one tendency in common, that of inculcating in their followers a blind faith in the truth of Hasidism and shunning all speculation as injurious to religious sentiment. The development of Hasidism in Lithuania and White Russia was altogether different. Whereas in the south, Hasidism captured entire communities at one stroke, meeting with feeble resistance from the dry as dust representatives of Rabbinism. In the north, it was forced to engage in a bitter struggle for existence with powerful Rabbinism as represented by the Kahal organization. At the same time, it received a special coloring there. The Hasidism of Beshit, having been carried to the north by the disciples of Beer of Mezerich, Aaron of Kalin, Mender of Vitebsk, and Zalman of Ladi, could not help absorbing many elements of the dominant doctrine of Rabbinism. The principal exponent of this new teaching in the north, Zalman Schneersohn, died 1813 of Lozno and later of Ladi, both in the government of Mogilev, succeeded in creating a remarkable system of thought, which may well be designated as rational Hasidism. He summed up his theory in the words, wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. While, in the main, adopting the doctrine of Beshitz, Zalman injected into it the method of religious and philosophic investigation. Speculation in matters of faith, within certain limits, of course, was, in his opinion, not only permissible but even obligatory. He demanded that the tzaddik be not a miracle worker, but a religious teacher. He purged Hasidism of numerous vulgar superstitions, robbing it at the same time of the childlike naivety which characterized the original doctrine of Beshit. Zalman's own theory was adapted to the comparatively high intellectual level of the Jewish population in the northwest. In the south, it was never able to gain adherents. 7. Rabbinism, Hasidism, and the forerunners of Enlightenment. Rabbinism had long been scenting a dangerous enemy in Hasidism. The principle proclaimed by Beshit, that man is saved by faith and not by religious knowledge, was in violent contradiction with the fundamental dogma of Rabbinism, which measured the religious worth of a man by the extent of his Talmudic learning. The rabbi looked upon the tzaddik as a dangerous rival, as a new type of popular priest who, feeding on the superstition of the masses, rapidly gained their confidence. The lower Jewish classes abandoned the uninspiring Talmudists, whose subtleties they failed to comprehend, and flocked to the miracle-working tzaddik, who offered them not only his practical advice, but also his blessing, thus saving soul and body at one and the same time. However, completely defeated by Hasidism in the south, Rabbinism still reigned supreme in the north, and finally declared war of extermination against its rival. During the period under discussion, in the latter part of the 18th century, the leader of the Lithuanian rabbis was Elijah of Vilna, 1720 to 1797, who received the ancient high-sounding title of Gaon. He was the incarnation of that power of intellect, which was the product of subtle Talmudic reasoning. Early in his childhood, Elijah displayed phenomenal ability. At the age of 6, he managed to read the Talmudic text without the aid of a teacher. At the age of 10, he participated in difficult Talmudic discussions, amazing old rabbis by his erudition. His mind rapidly absorbed everything that came within his range. Elijah was familiar with the Kabbalah, and incidentally picked up enough of mathematics, astronomy, and physics to be able to follow certain discussions in the Talmud. He lived in Vilna as recluse, leading the life of an ascet and burying himself entirely in his books. He took little nourishment, slept 2 hours a day, rarely conversed about secular affairs, his contact with the outside world being practically limited to the Talmudic lectures, which he delivered before his pupils. Elijah avoided the method of pilpul, which was meant to exercise the mind by inventing artificial contradictions in the Talmudic text and subsequently removing them. Knowing by heart almost the entire Talmudic and rabbinic literature, he had no difficulty in solving the most complicated questions of Jewish law, and, guided by subtle critical observations, occasionally allowed himself to amend the text of the Talmud. Elijah Gaon wrote commentaries and all sorts of annotations to biblical, Talmudic, and Kabbalistic books, but his style was, as a rule, careless, consisting of hints, references, and abbreviations, intelligible only to the learned reader. In his spare moments, he occasionally wrote about Hebrew grammar and mathematical sciences. Rabbinical learning was his native element, embodying for him the whole meaning of religion. In questions of religious ceremonialism, he was a rigorist, adding here and there new restrictions to the multifarious injunctions of Shulchan Aruch. He was the idol of all the learned rabbis of Lithuania and other countries, but the masses understood him as little as he understood them. A spiritual aristocrat, he was bound to condemn severely the plebeian doctrine of Hasidism. The latter offended in him equally the learned Talmudist, the rigorous ascet, and the strict guardian of ceremonial Judaism, of which certain minutiae had been modified by the Hasidim after their own fashion. As far back as 1772, when the first Hasidic societies were secretly organized in Lithuania, and several of their leaders were discovered in Vilna, the rabbinical Kahal court of that city pronounced, with the permission of Elijah Gaon, the herem against the sectarians. From Vilna, circulars were sent out to the rabbis of other communities, calling upon them to wage war against the godless sect. In many towns of Lithuania, the Hasidim became the object of persecution. The rabbis of Galicia, having been forewarned from Vilna, followed suit, and at a meeting held in Brody during the local fair, issued a most rigorous herem against every Jew following the Hasidic liturgy, dressing in white on Saturdays and holidays, and in general participating in the conventicles of Hasidim. We have already had occasion to refer to the work of the Hasidic apostle Jacob Joseph Cohen, Toldot Yaakov Yosef, which for the first time reproduced the sayings of Beshet and by way of comment indulged in attacks upon the scholastic pseudo-wisdom of the rabbis. Cohen's work, which appeared in 1780, once more stirred the rabbinical world. From Vilna, the signal was given for a new campaign against the Hasidim. The rabbis of Lithuania, assembling in 1781 at the fair of Zelva in the government of Grodno, issued appeals to all Jewish communities demanding the severest possible penalties for the dishonorable followers of Beshet, the destroyer of Israel. All Orthodox Jews were called upon to ostracize the Hasidim socially, to regard them as infidels, to shun all contacts and avoid intermarriage with them, and to refrain from burying their dead. The opponents of Hasidim called themselves mitnagdim, Protestants, and persecuted them everywhere as dangerous schismatics. The formation of important Hasidic societies in White Russia, under the leadership of Zalman Sneerson, increased the agitation of mitnagdim. At the rabbinical conferences held in Mogilev and Shuklov, severe measures were adopted against the Hasidim, and their leader was proclaimed a heretic. In vain did Zalman defend himself and, in his epistles to rabbis, demonstrate his orthodoxy. In vain did he travel to Vilna to obtain a personal interview with Elijah Gaon and remove the stain of heresy from himself and his followers. The stern Gaon refused even to see the exponent of heterodoxy. At the very end of the 18th century, the strife of parties in Russian Jewry became more and more accentuated, and finally led, as we shall see later, to the interference of the Russian government. While warring with one another, Rabbinism and Hasidism found a point of contact in their common hatred of the new Enlightenment, which proceeded from the Mendelssohn Circle in Berlin. If Rabbinism opposed secular knowledge actively, looking upon it as a competitor who contested its own spiritual monopoly, Hasidism opposed it passively with its whole being, prompted by an irresistible leaning towards mental drowsiness and pious fraud. Hasidism and its inseparable companion Tzaddikism, the products of a mystical outlook on life, were powerless against cold logical reasoning. It stands to reason that the tzaddiks were even more hostile toward secular learning than the rabbis. True, Rabbinism had immersed the Jewish mind in the stagnant waters of scholasticism, but Hasidism, in its further development, endeavored altogether to lull rational thinking to sleep and to cultivate to an excessive degree the religious imagination at its expense. The new cultural movement which had arisen among the Jews of Germany had no chance of penetrating into this dark realm, which was guarded on the one hand by scholasticism and on the other by mysticism. The few isolated individuals in Polish Jewry who manifested a leaning toward secular culture were forced to go abroad, primarily to Berlin. One of these rare fugitives from the realm of darkness was Solomon Maimon, 1754 to 1800. He was born the son of a village arendar in Lithuania, near Dyerzhvin, in the government of Minsk, where he received a Talmudic education, and where, having scarcely reached the age of 12, he was married off by his old-fashioned parents. However, unlike thousands of other Jewish lads, he managed to escape spiritual death in the mire of everyday life. Endowed with a searching mind, Solomon Maimon was driven constantly onward in his mental development. From the Talmud he passed to the Kabbalah, in which at one time he was completely absorbed. From the Kabbalah he made a certain leap to the religious philosophy of Maimonides and other medieval Jewish rationalists. His youthful intellect was eager for new impressions, and these his immediate surroundings failed to give him. In 1777, Maimon left home and family and went to Germany to acquire secular culture. He found himself first in Königsberg and then proceeded to Berlin, Posen, Hamburg, and Breslau, enduring all kinds of suffering and tasting to the full the bitterness of a wondrous life in a strange land. In Berlin, he came in contact with Mendelssohn and his circle, rapidly acquired a knowledge of German literature and science, and made a deep study of philosophy, particularly of the system of Kant. The sudden transition from rabbinic scholasticism to the critical philosophy of Germany, and from the primitive existence of a Lithuanian Jew to the free life of an educated European, destroyed Maimon's mental equilibrium. He fell a prey to skepticism and unbelief, denying the foundations of all religion and morality, and led a disorderly life which made his best friend turn from him. In his philosophic criticism, Maimon went much further than Kant. In 1790, he published in German a tentative investigation of transcendental philosophy, and this book was followed by a number of writings dealing with metaphysics and logic. Kant, on reading his first book, made the remark, "No one among my opponents has grasped the essence of my system as profoundly as Maimon, nor are there altogether many men endowed with so refined and penetrating a mind in questions so abstract and complex." In 1792, Solomon Maimon published his autobiography, Lebensgeschichte, a remarkable book in which he vividly describes the conditions of life and the ideas prevalent among Polish-Lithuanian Jews, as well as his own sad odyssey. The autobiography made a profound impression upon educated Christians, among others on Goethe and Schiller. The last years of his life, Maimon spent in Silesia, on the estate of his friend Count Kalkreuth, where he continued his philosophic studies. He died in 1800 and was buried in Glogau. During the last years of his life, Maimon was completely estranged from Judaism. He contributed next to nothing to the enlightenment of his fellow Jews, the only work written by him in Hebrew being an uncompleted commentary of Maimonides' Guide on the Perplexed. Having escaped the realm of darkness, he no more returned thither, nor perhaps was he able to do so without risking the same fate as Uriel Acosta. The time for cultural rejuvenation had not yet arrived for the Jews of Poland and Lithuania. Least of all could such a rejuvenation have been stimulated by the change in the external political situation. The transfer of the bulk of the Jewish population from the power of disintegrating Poland to that of Russia, a country even less civilized and built upon the foundations of autocracy and serfdom. End of section 14. Section 15 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 1, From the Beginning Until the Death of Alexander I, 1825, by Szymon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 7, The Russian Quarantine Against Jews, till 1772. 1. The anti-Jewish attitude of Muscovy during the 16th and 17th centuries. The Empire of Muscovy, shut off from Western Europe by a Chinese, or more correctly, Byzantine wall, maintained during the 16th century its attitude of utmost prejudice toward the Jews and refused to admit them into its borders. This prejudice was part of the general disfavor with which the Russian people of that period, imbued as it was with the traditions of Tataric Byzantine culture, looked upon foreigners or infidels. But the prejudice against the Jews was fed, in addition, from a specific source. The recollection of the Judaizing heresy, which had struck terror to the hearts of the pious Muscovites at the end of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th century, had not yet died out. The Jews were regarded as dangerous magicians and seducers, superstitious rumors ascribing all possible crimes to them. The ambassador of the Muscovites, Grand Duke Basil III, at Rome, observed in 1526 to the Italian scholar Paolo Giovio, "The Muscovite people dread no one more than the Jews and do not admit them into their borders." Jewish merchants of Poland and Lithuania visited occasionally in connection with their business affairs the border city Smolensk, but they had no permanent residence there. From time to time, they would carry their goods even into the capital Moscow, although such daring did not always pass unpunished. About 1545, the goods imported by Jewish merchants from Brest-Litovsk to Moscow were burned there, on each occasion the Muscovite ambassador called the attention of the Polish government to the fact that the Jews had imported forbidden merchandise to Russia, though they had not even the right to travel thither. In 1550, the Polish king Sigismund Augustus addressed a charter to Tsar Ivan the Terrible, Ivan IV, demanding the admission of Lithuanian Jews into Russia for business purposes by virtue of the former commercial treaties between the two countries. Ivan IV rejected this demand in resolute terms. It is not convenient to allow Jews to come with their goods to Russia, since many evils result from them. For they import poisonous herbs, medicines into our realm, and lead astray the Russians from Christianity. Therefore he, the Polish king, should no more write about these Jews. Ivan the Terrible soon had occasion to demonstrate concretely that he was not inclined to tolerate Jews in his domains. When, in 1563, the Russian troops occupied the Polish border city Polotsk, the Tsar gave orders to have all local Jews converted to the Greek Orthodox faith, and those who refused baptism drowned in the Dvina. His attitude towards the Poles was more indulgent. He contented himself, in their case, with taking them captive and demolishing their churches. Fortunately, a few years later, in 1579, Polotsk was restored to Poland through the bravery of Stephen Batory, the protector of the Jews. These primitive forms of denominational politics continued for a long time to prevail in Muscovy. The Jews of Poland and Lithuania managed, though illegally, to visit the capital in the interest of their business. With the influx of Poles into Moscow during the so-called period of unrest, the interregnum preceding the establishment of the Romanov dynasty in 1613, a goodly number of Jews penetrated into Russia. The Muscovite became alarmed, and their apprehensions found expression in 1610, when the noblemen of Moscow were conducting negotiations with Poland, looking to the election of Polish Crown Prince Vladislav to the Russian throne. An agreement was concluded, consisting of 20 clauses, setting forth the conditions on which the noblemen were willing to vote for Vladislav. The fourth clause of this agreement runs as follows: "No churches or temples of the Latin or any other faith shall be allowed in Russia. No one shall be induced to adopt the Roman or any other religion, and the Jews shall not be allowed to enter Muscovite Empire, either on business or in connection with any other affairs." In these circumstances, the Jews were deprived of all opportunity to develop commercial life in the reactionary empire. 40 years later, this same empire pushed its way into the territories of Poland and Lithuania, which were populated by Jews, and the policy of Muscovy was destined to reveal its creative genius in the domain of the Jewish question. The first contact of the Muscovite Empire with large Jewish masses took place when the province of Little Russia was annexed by Tsar Alexis Mikhailovich in 1654. When the Russian troops, allied with the Cossacks, overran White Russia, Lithuania, and Ukraine, they were struck by the undreamed-of spectacles of cities in which entire quarters were populated by Jews, a strange people about which the unenlightened Muscovites knew nothing except that once upon a time they had crucified Christ and for this reason were not allowed to enter pious Greek Orthodox Russia. Alexis Mikhailovich and his military commanders began, after their own fashion, to play the masters in the temporarily occupied Polish provinces. In Vilna and Mogilev, the Jews were murdered and those who survived were expelled. In Vitebsk, the Jews were made prisoners of war, while in other cities they were assaulted and plundered. As a result, the Muscovite Empire soon found within its precincts a strangely composed Jewish population consisting of prisoners of war who had been carried up principally from the border towns of the government of Mogilev and had been deported to the central provinces of Russia, and in some cases even as far as Siberia. By the Peace of Andrusovo, concluded in 1667 between Russia and Poland, the prisoners of war of both countries were given their freedom, but the captive Jews were allowed to remain in Muscovy. These Jews formed the nucleus of a small Jewish colony in Moscow, which grew up gradually and in which occasionally even converts were to be found. It seems that with the aid of these legal Jewish residents, other illegal Jews from the neighboring regions of Lithuania and White Russia managed to penetrate to Moscow. A few Jewish merchants, particularly those trading in cloth, succeeded in obtaining an official permit, the so-called red ticket, to visit the capital. However, in 1676, the prohibition against Jews entering Moscow was renewed. Only in the portion of the Ukraine which had been annexed by Russia, in the provinces of Chernigov and Poltava, and the part of the province of Kiev, there could still be found small groups of Jews who had survived the Cossack massacres of 1648. Moreover, from the Polish section of the Ukraine, Jews occasionally came on business into these Cossack districts, notwithstanding the fact that, according to Russian law, Jews were barred from residing within the borders of Little Russia. 2. The Jews under Peter I and his successors. This treatment of the Jews did not improve even in the New Russia, in which Peter the Great, the Tsar reformer, had broken through a window into Europe. True, Peter's reforms effected a change for the better in the attitude of the isolated, unenlightened empire towards foreigners, but this change did not extend to the Jews. We know of no laws enacted during his reign which might illustrate the views of the new government on the Jewish question. There is reason to believe that the Tsar, in allowing the former enactments against the admission of Jews into Russia to remain in force, took into account the primitive habits and prejudices of his people. A contemporary witness narrates that in 1698, during Peter's stay in Holland, the Jews of Amsterdam requested the burgomaster Witzen to petition the Tsar concerning the admission of their co-religionists into Russia. After listening to the convincing arguments of Witzen, with whom he was on a very friendly footing, Peter replied, "My dear Witzen, you know the Jews, and you know their character and habits. You also know the Russians. I know both, and believe me, the time has not yet come to unite the two nationalities. Tell the Jews that I am obliged to them for their proposition, and that I realize how advantageous their services would be to me, but that I should have to pity them were they to live in the midst of the Russians. Discounting the elements of anecdote in this story, we may reasonably assume that Peter did not think it entirely harmless for the Jewish immigrants to settle among the benighted Russian masses, which had been accustomed to look upon the Jews as some kind of sea monster and as an infidel and Christ killer. It is possible that Peter was prompted by similar considerations when he refused to admit the Jews into the central provinces of Russia. However, from another source, we learn that the reformer of Russia was not free from anti-Jewish prejudices, though they were not always of a religious nature. While inviting skillful foreigners from all over, says the Russian historian Yoselovich, Peter made the permanent exception but for one people, the Jews. I prefer, he was wont to say, to see in our midst nations professing Mohammedanism and paganism rather than Jews. They are rogues and cheats. It is my endeavor to eradicate evil and not to multiply it. They shall not be allowed either to live or to trade in Russia, whatever efforts they may make and however much they may try to bribe those near me. Of course, only a goodly dose of anti-Semitic bias could prompt a view which regards in this light the economic activity of the Jews among the Russian merchants, those same merchants who have of yore given expression to their commercial principles in the well-known Russian dictum, "If you don't cheat, you don't sell." It is possible that Peter was not unfamiliar with anti-Jewish prejudices of a more objectionable kind. In 1702, reports were received in Moscow from Little Russia that in the town of Gorodinya, near Chernigov, the Jews had tortured a Christian to death and had sent his blood to a number of Jews in Little Russian towns. The descendants of Khmelnytsky had evidently succeeded in importing into Russia what was at that time a fashionable article in Poland, the charge of ritual murder, and these obscure rumors may have affected injuriously the attitude of the Russian Tsar toward the Jews. On the other hand, we are informed that during the Russo-Swedish War, when the Russian army was operating on the Polish border territory, populated by Jews, Peter the Great refrained from repeating the pogrom experiment of his father, Alexis Mikhailovich. In August 1708, shortly before the celebrated battle at Lesnaya in White Russia, he checked a military riot against the Jews which had been started in Mstislavl. A brief Hebrew entry in the local Kahal journal, or Pinkes, runs as follows. On the 28th of Elul, in the year 5468, there came the Caesar, who is called the Tsar of Muscovy, by the name of Peter, the son of Alexis, with his whole suite, an immense, numberless host. Robbers and murderers from among his people fell upon us, without his knowledge, and it almost came to bloodshed. And if the Lord Almighty had not put it into the heart of the Tsar to enter our synagogue in his own person, blood would certainly have been shed. It was only with the help of God that the Tsar saved us and took revenge for us by giving orders that 13 men from among them, the rioters, be immediately hanged, and the land became quiet. During the last years of his reign, Peter began to admit Jewish financial agents to his new capital, St. Petersburg. One of the most energetic financial agents at that time was the court Jew Lipman Levy, a banker from Courland who attained to particular prominence under Peter's successors. Under the immediate successors of Peter the Great, the defensive policy toward the Jews gradually became an offensive one. The magnates at the Russian court, who dominated Russia under the label of the Supreme Secret Council, called attention to the unnecessary proximity of the Jewish colony in Smolensk to the center of the empire. The district of Smolensk, bordering on Poland, harbored a group of White Russian Jews who earned a livelihood by a trade profitable at that time, the lease of excise and customs duties. One of these big tax farmers, a certain Boruk Leibov, son of Leib, even had the courage to build a synagogue for the few Jews of the village of Zverovich. This aroused the ire of the local Greek Orthodox priest, who in his naivety was convinced that the establishment of a synagogue would result in diverting his flock from the church and converting it to the Judaism. The inhabitants began to bombard St. Petersburg with their protests. The elders of the Holy Synod became alarmed. The specter of the Judaizing heresy once more flitted across their vision, and as a result, Empress Catherine I issued in March 1727 a new case through the Supreme Secret Council that Boruk and his associates be removed from their office in connection with the excise and customs duties and be deported immediately from Russia beyond the border. A month later, another even stricter ukase was promulgated by the empress through the Supreme Secret Council, which affected all Jews in the border provinces, particularly those residing in Little Russia. The ukase decreed that the Jews, both of the male and the female sex, who have settled in the Ukraine and in other Russian cities, be deported immediately from Russia beyond the border, and in no circumstances be admitted into Russia, of which fact they shall in all places be strictly forewarned. The exiles were forbidden to carry gold and silver coins abroad into Polish dominions. They were ordered to exchange them for copper money prior to their expulsion. This ukase was a gross violation not only of the ancient rights of the Jews who had been left in Little Russia after its annexation by Muscovy, but also of the autonomy of the province and its elective authorities, the hetmans, to whom the right of initiative belonged in such cases. The arbitrariness of the central government called forth the protest of the Little Russian Cossacks, who were otherwise far from friendly to the Jews. In the name of the Zaporozhian army on the both sides of the Dnieper, Hetman Daniel Apostol addressed the petition to St. Petersburg, pleading for the admission of traveling Jewish salesmen to the Little Russian fairs in view of their commercial usefulness. A reply to this petition may be found in a new case, which the Supreme Secret Council issued in 1728 in the name of Emperor Peter II, the latter still being a minor. One of its clauses runs thus: the Jews are permitted to visit temporarily the fairs of Little Russia for commercial purposes, but they are only allowed to sell their goods wholesale and not retail, by ells and in pounds. The money taken in from the sale of these goods shall be used to buy another goods. In no circumstances shall they be allowed to carry gold and silver money from Little Russia abroad. The permanent residence of the Jews in Little Russia is forbidden by virtue of the ukase of the previous year, 1727. In this way, the Jews who had been illegally deported were now graciously granted the right of temporary visits to the fairs. Moreover, even the right was hedged against by severe restrictions, such as the prohibition of retail business and the compulsion of leaving in the country the money taken in for the goods for the purpose of equalizing imports and exports. In 1731, this act of grace was extended to the government of Smolensk, and 3 years later another concession was wrested from the authorities. The representatives of border province of Sloboda, the present government of Kharkov, petitioned the Russian ruler to grant permission to the Jews visiting the fairs to sell their goods, not only wholesale but also retail, by ells and in pounds. In view of the fact that in the Sloboda regiment there are few businessmen and their trade is unsatisfactory, Empress Anna complied with the request in 1774. In the same year, the privilege concerning the retail trade of Jews at the fairs was extended to the whole of Little Russia in compliance with petitions of its Christian inhabitants. But this avalanche of favor and privileges, the partial restoration of rights which had been grossly trampled upon, suddenly stopped and was followed by a series of cruel repressions. The change was prompted by the Muscovite fear of Jews, the traditional dread felt by the Russian people of the specter of Jewish seduction. An occurrence had taken place which was enough to strike a terror to the hearts of people with old Muscovite notions. The above-mentioned tax farmer of Smolensk, Boruk Leibov, who, even after his expulsion, continued to cross the forbidden Polish-Russian frontier, had occasion, during his stay in Moscow, to come in close contact with Alexander Voznitsin, a retired captain of the navy, and seduced him. Voznitsin, who was wont to speculate about religious matters, studied the Bible under the guidance of his Jewish friend, and his eyes were opened. He realized that the biblical doctrine of one God was incompatible with the dogma of the Greek Church and with the cult of icons in which he had been brought up. Voznitsin became convinced of the truth of Judaism, and having made up his mind to embrace the Jewish religion, he decided to brave the difficulties and dangers which such a step implied. He went to the little town of Dubrovna in the government of Mogilev, near Smolensk, where the son of Boruk Leibov resided, to undergo there the ceremony of circumcision and accept the principles and practice of Judaism. Voznitsin's conversion became known, and the captain, together with his teacher Boruk, were brought to justice. They were conveyed to St. Petersburg and turned over to the awe-inspiring Chancellery for Secret Inquisitorial Affairs. The accused were put on the rack and confessed their crimes. Voznitsin admitted having embraced the Jewish law and having uttered blasphemous words against the Holy Church, while Boruk Leibov owned that he had seduced Voznitsin from the path of Greek Orthodoxy. In addition, Boruk was accused of having, together with other Jews, predisposed the common people in Smolensk in favor of the Jewish religion, and of having insulted, by words and deed, the local Russian Pope Abramius in connection with the establishment of the Jewish synagogue in the village of Zverovich. The latter crimes, however, were not investigated further in view of the fact that the conversion of Voznitsin was sufficient to inflict the death penalty on Boruk. The inquisitorial court hastened to announce its verdict, basing it upon the statute of Tsar Alexis Mikhailovich. The reports of the Senate elicited in 1738 an imperial resolution decreeing that both of them, Voznitsin and Boruk, shall be executed and burned, in order that other ignorant and godless people, witnessing this, shall not turn away from the Christian law, and such seducers as the above-mentioned Jew Boruk shall not dare to lead them astray from the Christian law and convert them to their own laws. The Autoda fair took place in St. Petersburg on a public square, in the presence of a large crowd of spectators on July 15, 1738. This one isolated incident was sufficient to rekindle, in the government circles of St. Petersburg, the inveterate Muscovite hatred against unbaptized Jews, and to justify further violence against them. It had come to the knowledge of the authorities that, contrary to the ukase of 1727, numerous Jews were still residing in Little Russia, being employed on the estates of the Russian landowners as arendars and innkeepers. It had also been ascertained that the Jews who came from the Polish part of the Ukraine, to visit the fairs, in many cases settled permanently in Little Russia. The government found such a state of affairs unendurable. In 1739, the Senate decreed the expulsion of the Jews from Little Russia, whither in recent years they had penetrated from the other side of the Dnieper. In reply to this senatorial rescript, the military chancellery of Little Russia reported that an immediate expulsion of the Jews was fraught with danger on account of the war with Turkey, which was going on at that time, since their present expulsion might be accompanied by spying. The cabinets of ministers, acting upon the representation of the Senate, passed the resolution that the expulsion of the Jews shall be postponed until the termination of the present Turkish war. When the war was over, Empress Anna issued an ukase in 1740, ordering the execution of the postponed expulsion. The number of Jews liable to expulsion was found to be 292 of the male sex and 281 of the female sex, who resided on 130 manorial estates, altogether a handful of 573 Jewish souls who had obtained shelter on the outskirts of Russia. 3. Elizabeth Petrovna and the first years of Catherine II. The policy of religious intolerance was practiced assiduously during the reign of Elizabeth Petrovna, 1741 to 1761. During the reign of this empress, who divided her time between church services and court balls, the persecutions of the adherents of other faiths were intensified. By order of the Holy Synod and the Senate, Greek Orthodoxy began to disseminate among the pagan nationalities of the East, while those of them who, under the influence of the Tatars, had embraced Mohammedanism were subjected to fines unless they adopted the religion of the state. In the hope of suppressing the Mohammedan propaganda, orders were given to demolish the mosques in many villages of government of Kazan and Astrakhan. The destruction of the mosques was stopped only by the fear of Turkish reprisals, in order that this rumor shall not reach those countries in which adherents of the Greek Orthodox persuasion live in the midst of Mohammedans, and that the churches existing there shall not suffer oppression. The Jews living in the border provinces were subjected to similar treatment. They were expelled with one hand and pushed into the doors of the church with the other. Towards the end of 1741, Elizabeth Petrovna issued a remarkable ukase. Referring to the decree of 1727 concerning the expulsion of Jews, the Empress states that it has now come to our knowledge that some Jews in our empire, and particularly in Little Russia, continue to live there under all kinds of pretense, being engaged in business or in keeping inns and taverns, from which circumstance no benefit of any kind, but coming from such haters of the name of our Savior Christ, only extreme injury can accrue to our faithful subjects. Hence, the Empress most graciously commands that, from our whole empire, both from the Great Russian and Little Russian cities, villages, and hamlets, all Jews of the male and female sex, of whatever calling and dignity they may be, shall, at the publication of this our ukase, be immediately deported with all their property abroad, and shall henceforward, under no pretext, be admitted into our empire for any purpose, unless they shall be willing to accept the Christian religion of the Greek persuasion. Such Jews, having been baptized, shall be allowed to live in our empire, but they shall not be permitted to go outside the country. The ukase was to be printed and promulgated in the whole empire, so as to gain wide circulation among the people and to inculcate in the Russian masses the proper sentiments towards the haters of the name of our Savior Christ. However, the Empress and her exalted prompters calculated wrongly. The cruel expulsion decree did not draw a single Jew into the fold of the Greek Orthodox Church, while the reason given in the UKs for the expulsion, the extreme injury inflicted by the enemies of Christ upon our faithful subjects, failed to carry conviction to the letter. The UKs had been designed in particular to benefit the inhabitants of the two border provinces of Little Russia and Livonia by eliminating the Jews from their midst. These inhabitants, however, speaking through their local representatives, declared that such beneficence would only result in ruining them. From Little Russia, the Greek contractors of the custom duties complained to the Senate that the repressions against the Jews, which hampered their commercial visit to Poland, had caused great losses to the state's revenue by lowering the income from imported goods, that a sudden expulsion of Jews who were bound up with the Christian merchants by business interest and monetary obligations would ruin both sides, and it was therefore necessary to allow the Jews to retain their former right of free admission into Little Russia for business purposes. Even more energetic representations were sent to the Senate from the Baltic province of Livonia. The gubernatorial administration of the province and the magistracy of the city of Riga stated that, in accordance with the promulgated ukase, the Jews living in the suburb of Riga and in the surrounding district had been ordered to leave within 6 weeks, but that this expulsion was bound to cause great injury to the exchequer and to spell ruin for the whole mercantile class. For the Polish pans and merchants who had their Jewish brokers in Riga would stop buying their goods there and would prefer to import them with the aid of their expelled Jewish middlemen from Germany, so that the trade in Riga would fall off and commerce might be destroyed entirely. The Russian merchants finding themselves unable to secure customers for the goods imported by the sea. The Livonians therefore pleaded to grant the Jews free admission into Riga for carrying on business, though it be only in the capacity of temporary residence. Impressed by these representations, the Senate submitted a report to the Empress, in which it endeavored to convince her that for the sake of promoting commerce, increasing the revenues of the exchequer, and guarding the interests of the Christian population in the border localities, it was necessary to comply with the petitions of the Ukrainians and Livonians and grant the Jews free admission to both provinces and to other localities on the frontier, so that they may carry on temporary business during the time of the fairs. This privilege having been exercised by them in Little Russia since 1728 by virtue of earlier imperial decrees. Elizabeth Petrovna read these convincing arguments of the Senate, but blinded by religious fanaticism, refused to pay attention to them. On the reports submitted by the Senate, she put down in December 1743 the following laconic resolution: "From the enemies of Christ I desire neither gain nor profit." The Senate could do nothing but submit to the despotic will of the Empress. A month later, in January 1744, a new case was issued demanding that immediate steps be taken to detect the Jews in Little Russia, Livonia, and other places, and expel all except those who were willing to be baptized. Henceforward, the senatorial decree runs, "The above Jews shall not by any means, under any conditions, and for any purpose whatsoever be admitted into Russia, though it be for the fairs or for short time only, nor shall any representations concerning their admission be further addressed to the Senate, and the Senate shall be duly informed when all the above Jews shall have been expelled." In this manner, Elizabeth Petrovna cleared these provinces of their Jewish population, where, for better or for worse, it had lived long before their annexation by Russia. A contemporary historian calculates that up to his time, 1753, some 35,000 Jews had been banished from Russia. The fanatical empress searched with the vigilance of an inquisitor for the slightest trace of Judaism in her empire. Since 1731, there had lived in St. Petersburg a learned physician by the name of Antonio Sanchez, evidently a Sephardic Marrano, who professed Judaism in secret. Originally invited from Holland, Sanchez occupied in St. Petersburg the post of body physician at the court of Anna Johanovna and her successors, and he was at the same time in charge of the medical department of the army. He subsequently became a member of the Academy of Sciences and wrote a number of medical works which drew the attention of the scientific world to him. In 1749, Sanchez was suddenly dismissed from the Academy of Sciences and compelled to transfer his abode to Paris. It seems that Empress Elizabeth had found out the secret crime of a body physician, which was none other than his loyalty to Judaism. As far as I am aware, the president of the Academy, Razumovsky, wrote to Sanchez, "You had not been guilty of any wrongdoing against the imperial majesty or against any of her interests, but she finds it contrary to her conscience to tolerate in the Academy a man who had deserted the banner of Christ and has joined the ranks of those who fight under the banner of Moses and the Old Testament's prophets." When the famous mathematician Euler heard of Sanchez's expulsion, he wrote, "I doubt whether amazing actions of this kind will contribute towards the reputation of the Russian Academy of Sciences." There is no one, perhaps, in the contemporary government circles of Russia who was so ready to condemn this malicious policy, inspired by Byzantine clericalism, as that cultured Westerner, Empress Catherine II, 1762 to 1796. Nevertheless, in the first years of her reign, she found herself unable to change a policy which had already been hallowed by tradition and was regarded as national and truly Russian. Catherine II, in endeavoring to justify the dethronement of her husband, the Prussophile Peter III, was bound, in the first years of her reign, to act against her own convictions and pose as a national ruler, anxious to follow in the footsteps of her Orthodox predecessors. We derive our knowledge of this fact from her own memoirs, in which, speaking of herself in the third person, she makes these confessions. On the 5th or 6th day after accession to the throne, Catherine II arrived at the Senate. It happened that on the agenda of that session was the question of the admission of Jews into Russia. The senators unanimously declared that their admission was useful, but Catherine, in view of the circumstances at the time, found it difficult to give assent. The senator Count Odoevsky came to her aid. He rose up and said, "Before making a decision, perhaps your Imperial Majesty will consent to see the autograph decision, which on a similar occasion was rendered by Empress Elizabeth." Catherine ordered the documents to be brought, and she found that Empress Elizabeth, prompted by piety, had written on the margin, "From the enemies of Christ, I desire neither gain nor profit." It is necessary to observe that less than a week had passed since Catherine's accession to the throne. She had been placed on it for the defense of the Greek Orthodox faith. She had to deal with the pious people and with the clergy, to which its estates had not yet been returned, and which, in consequence of this ill-fitting measure, had nothing to live on. The minds, as is always the case after such a great upheaval, the violent death of Peter III, were in a state of great excitement. To begin her reign by the admission of Jews would not at all have helped to pacify their minds. To declare it as injurious was also impossible. Catherine acted simply when the Procurator General collected the votes and approached her for her decision. She said to him, "I desire that this matter be postponed for another time." Thus, it often happens that it is not enough to be enlightened to have a good intention and even the power to realize them. In this way, in spite of the unanimous opinion of the Senate that the admission of Jews was beneficial to Russia, and in spite of her own liberal frame of mind, Catherine II left Jewish question in its former state, being afraid of arousing against the resentment of the reactionary elements of the Russian people. In the very same year, on December 4, 1762, the Empress, in issuing manifesto permitting all foreigners to travel and to settle in Russia, added the fatal formula, "Kromye Zdov," except the Jews. 2 years later, in 1764, Catherine II received a petition from the Little Russian nobles and elders, who, together with the hetman, pleaded for restoration of the autonomous ancient rights of Little Russia, which had been grossly violated by the Russian government. Out of the 20 clauses of the documents, one refers to the Jews. The representatives of the Little Russian people declare that the law barring Jews from entering their province had inflicted great damage on the local trade because the Jews, being inhabitants of a neighboring state, take a very large part in Little Russian commerce, buying the goods of Little Russia at a much larger price and the foreign goods at a smaller price as compared with that now prevailing. The petition concludes with these words, that the above-mentioned Jews be granted domicile in Little Russia. With this we dare not trouble your imperial majesty. All we do is to plead most humbly that for the sake of promoting Little Russian commerce, the Jews be allowed to visit Little Russia for free commercial transactions. The petition was not granted, for even Catherine II dared not repeal the inquisitorial resolution of Elizabeth Petrovna against the enemies of Christ. It was amidst conditions such as these that the events which marks a critical juncture in the history of the Jewish people took place. Starting with the year 1772, Russia began to acquire the inheritance of disintegrating Poland. The country, which had stood in fear of a few thousand Jews, was now forced to accept them at one stroke by the tens of thousands, and shortly afterwards by the hundreds of thousands. Subsequent history will show in what way Russia endeavored to solve this conflict between her anti-Jewish traditions and the necessity of harboring in her dominions the greatest center of the Jewish diaspora. End of section 15. Section 16 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 1, from the beginning until the death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon Dubnov. Translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 8, Polish Jewry during the period of partitions. Part 1. 1. The Jews of Poland after the first partition. On the eve of the great crisis which overtook the Jews of Western Europe in the wake of the French Revolution, the vast Jewish center in Eastern Europe was in a state of political and social disintegration. We refer to the position of Polish Jewry during the interval between the first partition of Poland and the second, 1772 to 1793. The first vivisection had just been performed on the deceased organism of the Polish Republic. Russia had chopped off one flank, the province of White Russia. Austria had seized Galicia, and Prussia had helped herself to Pomerania and a part of the province of Posen. Correspondingly, the compact organism of Polish Jewry was divided among the three powers. One section of this huge mass, which lived in a secluded and thoroughly original life of its own, suddenly became the object of reformatory experiments in the laboratory of Joseph II. Another section found itself in the role of a tolerated population in the royal barracks of Frederick II, who would fain have acquired the Polish provinces minus their Jewish inhabitants. A third portion came under the sway of Russia, a country which had not yet become reconciled to the presence of a handful of Jews on the border of her empire in the province of Little Russia. What was left of Polish Jewry after the surgical operation of 1772 experienced, after its own fashion, all the premortal agonies of the doomed Commonwealth, which was destined to undergo two more partitions. Dying Poland was tossing about restlessly, endeavoring to prolong its existence by the enactment of the Permanent Council or by the reforms of the Quadrennial Diet, 1788 to 1791. In connection with the general reforms of the country, the need was felt of curing the old specific ailment of Poland, the Jewish problem. The Finance Committee of the Quadrennial Diet gathered all available information concerning the number of Jews in the reduced kingdom and their economic and cultural status. The following is a result of this official investigation as embodied in the report of one of the members of the committee, the well-known historian Tadeusz Rzecki, who made a special study of the Jewish problem. Officially, the number of Jews residing in Poland and Lithuania about the year 1788 was computed at 617,032. Rzecki, fortified by an array of additional data, rightly points out that owing to the fact that fiscal considerations caused the people to evade the official census, the actual number of Jews mounted up to at least 900,000 souls of both sexes. This computation agrees substantially with the authoritative statement of Yoselovich, a member of the Jewish Commission appointed by the Quadrennial Diet. For, according to this statement, the Jews of Poland formed an eighth of the whole population, the latter numbering 8,790,000 souls. The Jewish population, thus amounting to practically 1 million, multiplied rapidly owing to the custom of early marriages then in vogue. The same custom, on the other hand, was responsible for increased mortality among Jewish children and for an ever-growing physical deterioration of the adolescent generation. The school training received by Jewish children was limited to the study of the religious literature of Judaism, particularly the Talmud. As regards commerce, the Jews figured in it in the following proportions: 75% of the whole export trade of Poland and 10% of the imports lay in their hands. The living expenses of the Jewish businessman were half as large as those of his Christian fellow merchant, which fact enabled the Jews to sell his goods at a much lower figure. Bankruptcy was more frequent among Jewish businessmen than among Christians. In the provinces outside the Great Poland, half of all the artisans were Jews. Shoemakers, tailors, furriers, goldsmiths, carpenters, stone cutters, and barbers were particularly numerous among them. In the whole country, only 14 Jewish families were found to engage in agriculture. Wealth among Jews were but very seldom retained for several successive generations within the same family, owing to frequent bankruptcy and to a propensity towards risky speculations. A 12th part of the Jewish population was made up of idlers, that is, people without a definite occupation. A 6th part consists of beggars. To these deductions based on official findings, as well as on outside observation, the important fact must be added that one of the main pursuits of the Jews at that time was the liquor traffic, that is, the keeping of taverns in the towns and villages. As far as the manorial estates were concerned, the sale of liquors was closely connected with the land leasing and innkeeping. In leasing from the noble landowner the various items of agrarian wealth, such as dairies, pastures, timber, etc., the Jew farmed at the same time the propination, the right of distilling and selling spirits in the taverns and inns. These pursuits often resulted in a clash between the Jew and the peasant, that outlawed serf who was driven to the tavern not by opulence, but by extreme poverty and suffering, brought upon him by the heavy hand of the aristocratic landlord. The final stage in the economic breakdown of the peasant was reached at the door of the tavern, and the Jewish liquor dealer was in consequence looked upon as the despoiler of the peasant. This accusation against the Jews was brought forward by the slave-holding magnates, who were the real cause of the impoverishment of their peasant serfs, and pocketed the proceeds of the propination which they let out to the Jews. As for the Jews themselves, there is no doubt that the traffic in liquor had a demoralizing effect upon them. The position of the Jewish arendar, sandwiched between the spendthrifty and eccentric pan on the one hand and the downtrodden klop on the other, was far from enviable. In the eyes of the landowner, the arendar was nothing but a servant who received no better treatment at his hands than the klop. If perchance the roads or bridges on the estate were found in bad condition, the arendar would sometimes be subjected to corporal punishment for it. When the pan engaged in one of his frequent orgies, the first victims of his recklessness was the arendar and his family. A good illustration is afforded by an entry in the diary of a Volhynian country squire from the year 1774. The arendar Hershko has remained 91 thaler in arrears from last term. I was forced to attach his goods. According to the clause of the contract, I have the right, in case of non-payment, to keep him with his wife and children in prison as long as I like, until he pays up. I gave orders to have him put in chains and locked up in the pigsty together with the swine. The wife and the bahuls, young sons, I left in the inn, except for the youngest son, Lazarus. The latter I took to the manor, and I had him instructed in the Catholic catechism and the prayers. The boy in question was forced to make the sign of the cross and to eat pork. Only the arrival of Jews from Berdichev, who remitted the debts of the arendar, saved the father from imprisonment and the son from the enforced conversion. It is interesting to inquire into the causes which drove the Jewish populace into the unenviable pursuits of land leasing and rural liquor dealing. Although forming but 1/8 of the population of Poland, the Jews furnished 50% of the whole number of artisans in the realm, and 75% of those engaged in export trade. The export, be noted, of agricultural products such as timber, flax, skins, and all kinds of raw material. All these occupations were obviously insufficient for their maintenance. In Poland, no less than in Western Europe, neither the mercantile guilds nor the trade unions, which to a considerable extent were made up of Germans, admitted Jewish artisans and merchants into their corporations, and as a result, the sphere of Jewish activity was extremely limited. The same burghers and businessmen were also the predominating element in the composition of the magistracies, and in the majority of cities it lay in their power to grant or refuse licenses to their Jewish competitors for pursuing commerce or handicrafts. The clause in the Polish Parliamentary Constitution of 1768, which placed the economic activity of the Jews in the cities under the control of the magistracies, might have been literally dictated by the latter. It ran as follows: whereas the Jews inflict intolerable damage upon the cities and the burghers, and rob them of their means of subsistence, be it resolved that in all towns and townlets in which the Jews have no special constitutionally guaranteed privileges, they be forced to conduct themselves according to the agreements entered into with municipalities, and be forbidden, on pain of severe fines, to arrogate to themselves any further rights. It goes without saying that these agreements with the Christian businessmen consisted, as a rule, in nothing else than the prohibition or limitation of local Jewish competition. In this manner, the originators of the parliamentary constitution, the landed proprietors and townspeople, were those who forced the Jews out of the cities and drove them into land leasing and liquor dealing. The parliamentary constitution of 1775, which was promulgated after the first partition of Poland, and instituted a supreme administrative body, the Permanent Council, increased the Jewish per capita tax from 2 gulden to 3, to be levied on both male and female, and including the newborn. It also made the attempt, though not after the cruel pattern of Western Europe, to place certain restrictions on Jewish marriages. The rabbis were interdicted from performing the marriage service for the Jews who were not engaged in one of the legitimate occupations, such as handicrafts, commerce, agriculture, or manual labor, or who were unable to indicate their sources of livelihood. Parenthetically, it may be remarked that this law was never applied in practice. Ancient Poland never had the Pale of Settlement, the Jews being merely barred from residing in several so-called privileged towns. One of these forbidden places was the capital, Warsaw. The Jews had long been refused the right of permanent settlement in their city. They were only allowed to sojourn there temporarily during the sessions of the various diets, simultaneously with which the commercial fairs were generally timed to take place. The parliamentary constitution of 1768, in sanctioning these ancient customs of admitting the Jews temporarily into Warsaw, gave as its reason the common welfare and necessity of reducing the high cost of merchandise, this high cost resulting invariably from the absence of Jewish competition. In the capital, the following procedures became customary. 2 weeks prior to the opening of the Diet, the Crown Marshal informed the inhabitants of Warsaw by trumpet blast that visiting Jews were permitted to engage in commerce and handicrafts, and 2 weeks after the conclusion of the session of the Diet, trumpet blast again heralded the fact that it was time for the Jews to take to their heels. Those who were slow in leaving the city were expelled by the police. As a rule, however, the exiles managed, under all sorts of pretexts, to return the day after their expulsion in the capacity of new arrivals, and they continued to reside in the city for several weeks by persuading the inspectors of the marshal. As a result, Crown Marshal Lubomirski established the system of tickets for visiting Jews, each ticket costing a silver groschen, which granted the right of a 5-day sojourn in the capital. Without such a ticket, no Jew dared show himself on the street. The collection from these tickets netted an annual income of some 200,000 gulden for the marshal's treasury. When some of the high Polish dignitaries who owned entire districts in Warsaw made the discovery that it was possible to convert Jewish rightlessness into cash, they began, for a definite consideration, to accord permission to the Jews to settle on their estates, which lay beyond the city ramparts. In this way, there gradually came into being a settlement known under the name of New Jerusalem. The Christian burghers of Warsaw raised a terrible outcry, demanding the literal application of the law which barred the Jews from settling permanently in the capital. Thereupon, Lubomirski adopted the stringent measures against the Jews, notwithstanding the protest of the highly placed house owners and regardless even of the intervention of the king. On January 22, 1775, the Jews were expelled from Warsaw. Their homes in New Jerusalem were demolished, and all their goods were transferred to the armory or the barracks, where they were sold at public auction. This was a severe blow to the mercantile Jewish population, which was now cut off from the political and industrial center of the country. The Jews had to content themselves again with temporary visits during the short term of parliamentary sessions. In the course of time, the former evasion of the law came into vogue again. In 1784, the administration, appealed to by the magistracy, once more undertook to clear the capital of Jews. The situation was modified somewhat towards the end of 1788, when the Quadrennial Diet began its sessions. The Jews were inclined to assume that inasmuch as the Diet was sitting permanently, their right of residence in the capital was no longer subject to a time limit. Accordingly, the Jews began to flock to Warsaw, and several thousands of them were soon huddled together in the center of the city. This, of course, aroused the ire of the burghers and the magistracy against the newcomers, resulting subsequently in a sanguinary conflict. In this manner, law and life were constantly at odds, life turning law into fiction whenever in opposition to its demands, and laws retaliating by dealing occasional blows at life. The million Jews pressed their way into the 8 millions of the native population like a wedge, which, once having entered, could not be displaced. For by occupying the originally empty place of the mercantile estate, the Jews had for many centuries served, so to speak, as a tie between the bipartite nation of nobles and serfs. Now, a new wedge, the Christian middle class, was endeavoring to displace the Jewish elements, but it failed in its efforts. For the Jewish population had become inextricably entwined with the economic organism of Poland, though remaining a stranger to its national and spiritual aspirations. This was the tragic aspect of the Jewish question in Poland in the period of the Partitions. Deeply stirred by the catastrophe of 1772, Poland fell to making reforms as a means of salvation. She was anxious to expiate her old sins and turn over a new leaf. Here she found herself face to face with the Jewish problem. A huge and compact population of different birth and creed, with autonomous communal life, with a separate language, and with customs and manners of its own, was scattered all over the realm and interwoven with all branches of economic endeavor. This secluded population, which Polish legislation, no less than the arrogance of nobility and the intolerance of the Church, had estranged from political and civil life, survived as a relic of the old order, which was now tottering to its fall. The ruling class, which has brought about this state of things, was naturally loath to acknowledge its responsibility for the decomposition of Poland, and so the guilt was thrown on the shoulders of the Jews, in spite of the fact that their position was merely the product of the general caste structure of the nation. And when, in a fit of repentance, Poland began to dig down into her past, she discovered that one of her sins was the Jewish question, and she was bent on solving it. Two solutions presented themselves at that moment. The one was of a repressive character, permeated with the old spirit of the nobility and clergy. The other was of a comparatively liberal character, and bore the impress of the policy of compulsory enlightenment pursued by the Austrian Emperor Joseph II. The former found its expression in the parliamentary project of Zamoyski, 1778 to 1780. The latter was represented by the proposal of Butrymovich and Chesky, who submitted them to the liberally inclined Quadrennial Diet in 1789. One of the Polish historians rightly observes that the celebrated ex-chancellor Andreas Zamoyski drafted this law more for the purpose of getting rid of the Jews than of bringing about their amalgamation with the national organism of Poland. Zamoyski's project is semi-clerical and semi-bureaucratic in character. The Jews are to be granted the right of residence in those towns into which they had been admitted by virtue of former agreements with the municipalities, while other places are to be open to them only for temporary visits to attend markets and fairs. In the cities, the Jews are to settle in separate streets away from the Christians. Every Jewish adult is to present himself before the local administration and produce a certificate to the effect that he is either a tradesman owning a property of the minimum value of 1,000 gulden, or an artisan, renter, or agriculturist. Those who can prove that they belong to one of those four categories shall be obliged to leave the country within a year. In case they refuse to leave voluntarily, they are to be placed under arrest and sent to penitentiary. Moreover, the author of the project, repeating old ecclesiastic regulations, proposed to bar the Jews from those financial and economic functions such as the leasing of crown lands, public contracts, and collection of revenues in which they might exercise some form of control over Christians. For the same reason, the Jews are to be interdicted from keeping Christian help, and so forth. Compulsory conversion of Jews is to be discountenanced, yet those already converted are to be removed from the old environment and not to be allowed even to see their former co-religionists except in the presence of Christians. The Catholic clergy was so well pleased with Zamoyski's project that the Archbishop of Plotzk attached his signature to it. Having fortified himself by ecclesiastic and police safeguards, Zamoyski was at liberty to pay a scant tribute to the spirit of the age by including in his project the principle of the inviolability of the person and property of the Jew. After binding the Jew hand and foot by these draconian regulations, there was indeed no necessity for further insulting him. An entirely different position is taken by the anonymous author of a Polish pamphlet which appeared in Warsaw in 1782 under the title "On the Necessity of Jewish Reforms in the Lands of the Polish Crown." The writer, who disguises his identity under the pseudonym "A Nameless Citizen," is opposed to retrogressive measures and favors legislation of an utilitarian and enlightened character. As far as the Jewish religion is concerned, he is willing to let the Jews keep their dogmas, but deems it necessary to combat their harmful religious customs, such as the large number of festivals, the dietary laws, and so forth. It is important, in his opinion, to curtail their communal autonomy by confining it to religious matters so that the Jews shall not form a state within a state. In order to stimulate the amalgamation of the Jews with the Polish nation, they are to be compelled to adopt the Polish language in their business dealings, to abandon the Yiddish vernacular, and to be interdicted from printing Hebrew books or importing them from abroad. On the economic side, the Jews are to be barred from keeping inns and selling liquor in them, only handicrafts, honest business, and agriculture being left open to them. In this way, the project of the nameless citizens seeks to render the Jews innocuous by compulsory amalgamation, just as the preceding project of Zamoyski endeavored to attain the same end by compulsory isolation. After having been rendered innocuous, the Jews may be found worthy of receiving equal rights with its Christian fellow citizens. It is not difficult to discern in this project the influence of Joseph II's policy, which similarly sought to effect the improvement of the Jew through compulsory enlightenment and his amalgamation with the native population, as a preliminary for his attainment of equal rights. It seems that the project met with friendly reception in the progressive circles of Polish society, which was animated by the ideas of the 18th century. The anonymous pamphlet appeared in a second edition in 1785, and a third edition was published in 1789 by Butrimovich, a deputy of the Quadrennial Diet, who added comments of his own. A year later, Butrimovich extracted from his edition the project of Jewish reform and laid it before the committee of the Diet, which was then meeting amidst the uproar of the Great French Revolution. As for the inner life of this Jewish mass of 1,000,000 souls, it displays the same saddening spectacle of disintegration. The social rottenness of the environment, the poison of the decaying body of Poland, worked its way into Jewish life and began to undermine its foundations, once so firmly grounded. The communal autonomy, which had been the mainstay of public Jewish life, was unmistakably falling to pieces. In the southwestern region, in Podolia, Volhynia, and Galicia, the last having been annexed by Austria, it had been shattered by the great religious split produced by Hasidism. The Kahal organization was tottering to its fall, either because of the division of the community into two hostile factions, the Hasidim and Mitnagdim, or because of the inertia of the Hasidic majority, which, blindly obeying the dictates of the Tzaddik, and was incapable of social organization. In the northwestern region, in Lithuania and White Russia, the latter having become a Russian province, the rabbinical party, going hand in hand with the Kahal authorities, was superior to the forces of Hasidism. Nevertheless, the Kahal organization was infected by the general process of degeneration, which had seized the country at large in the partition period. The Jewish plutocracy followed the example of the Polish pans in exploiting the poor laboring masses. The rabbinites, like the Polish clergy, catered to the rich. The secular and the ecclesiastic oligarchy, which controlled the Kahal by a shockingly disproportionate assessment of state and communal taxes, throwing the main burden on the impecunious classes, and thus bringing them to the verge of ruin. The Parnasim, or wardens, of the community, as well as the rabbis, were occasionally found guilty of embezzlement, usury, and blackmail. The oppression of the Kahal oligarchy went to such lengths that the suffering masses, unmindful of the traditional prohibition to appeal to the law courts of the Gentile, frequently sought to obtain redress from the Christian administration against these Jewish satraps. In 1782, representatives of the lower classes, principally artisans of the Jewish population of Minsk, lodged a complaint with the Lithuanian Financial Tribunal against the local Kahal administration, which was completely ruining the community of Minsk. They alleged that the Kahal leaders embezzled the receipts from taxation and misappropriated the surplus for their own benefit, that by means of the harem, excommunication, they squeezed all kinds of revenues from the poor and appropriated their hard-earned pennies. The complainants add that for their attempt to lay bare the misdoings of the Kahal before the administration, they had been arrested, imprisoned, and pilloried in the synagogue by order of the Kahal wardens. In Vilna, the capital of Lithuania, celebrated on account of its aristocracy of mind as well as its aristocracy of birth, a split occurred within the ranks of the Kahal oligarchy itself. For nearly 20 years, there was a conflict between the rabbi, a certain Samuel Viktorovich, son of Avigdor, and the Kahal, or more correctly, between the rabbinical party and the Kahal party. The rabbi had been convicted of corruption, drunkenness, biased legal decisions, perjury, and so on. The litigation between the rabbi and the Kahal had, at an earlier stage, been submitted to a court of arbitration as well as to a conference of Lithuanian rabbis. Since the strife and agitation in the city did not subside, both parties appealed in 1785 to Radziwill, the voivoda of Vilna, who decided in favor of the Kahal and dismissed the rabbi from office. The common people, standing between the two belligerent parties, were particularly bitter towards the Kahal, whose abuses and misdeeds exceeded all measure. A little later, between 1786 and 1788, a champion of the people's cause appeared in the person of Simeon Wolfowitz, son of Wolf, who, acting as the spokesman of the Jewish masses of Vilna, had to struggle and suffer on their behalf. To ward off the persecution by the Kahal, Wolfowitz managed to obtain an iron letter from King Stanislav Augustus, guaranteeing inviolability of person and property to himself and to the whole Jewish commonalty, which the tyranny of the Kahal had brought to the verge of ruin. This did not prevent the Kahal authorities from subjecting Simeon to the harem and entering his name in the Black Book, while the voivoda, who sided with the Kahal tyrants, sent the mutinous champion of the people to the prison of Nezviz. 1788. From there, the prisoner addressed his memorandum to the Quadrennial Diet, emphasizing the need of a radical change in the communal organization of the Jews and urging the abolition of the Kahal power, which pressed so heavily upon the people. This struggle between the Kahal, the rabbinate, and the common people shook to its foundations the social organization of the Jews of Lithuania shortly before the incorporation of this country into the Russian Empire. A somber picture of the conduct of the communal oligarchy is supplied by one of the few broad-minded rabbis of the period. The leaders, rabbis and elders, consume the offerings of the people and drink wine for the fines imposed by them. Being in full control of the taxes, they assess and excommunicate their opponents. They remunerate themselves for their public activity by every means at their disposal, both openly and in secret. They make no step without accepting bribes, while the destitute carry the burden. The learned cater to the rich, and as for the rabbis, they had only contempt for one another. The students of the Talmud despise those engaged in mysticism and Kabbalah, while the common people accept the testimony of both and conclude that all scholars are disgrace to their calling. The rich value the favor of Polish pans above the good opinion of the best and noblest among the Jews. The rich Jew does not appreciate the honor shown to him by a scholar, but boasts of having been allowed to enter the mansion of a Polish noble and view his treasures. The rabbi complains in particular that the well-to-do classes are obsessed by a love of show, that the women wear strings of pearls around their necks and array themselves in many-colored fabrics. The education of the young generation in the heders and yeshivas sank to ever lower depths. Instruction in the elements of secular culture was entirely out of the question. The Jewish school bore a purely rabbinical character. True, Talmudic scholasticism succeeded in sharpening the intellect, but failing to supply concrete information, it often confused the mind. Hasidism had wrested a huge piece of territory from the dominion of Rabbinism, but as far as education was concerned, it was powerless to create anything new. The religious and national sentiments of Polish Jewry had undergone a profound transformation at the hands of the Hasidism, but the transformation lured the Jews backward, far into the decades of mystical contemplation and blind faith, both subversive of rational thinking and of any attempt at social reform. In the last 2 decades of the 18th century, when the banner of militant enlightenment was floating over German Jewry, a bitter warfare between the Hasidim and Mitnagdim was raging all along the line in Poland and Lithuania, with the result that the consciousness of the political crisis through which Polish Jewry was then passing was dimmed, and the appeal from the West calling to enlightenment and progress was silenced. The specter of German rationalism, which flitted across the horizon of Polish Jewry, produced horror and consternation in both camps. To be a Berliner was synonymous with being an apostate. A Solomon Maimon was forced to flee to Germany in order to gain access to the world of new ideas which were taboo in Poland. End of section 16. Section 17 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 1, From the Beginning Until the Death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon Dubnow, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 8, Polish Jewry during the period of the Partitions. Part 2. 2. The period of the Quadrennial Diet, 1781 to 1791. The first year of the French Revolution coincided with the first year of Polish reform. In Paris, the État General was transformed under the pressure of the revolutionary movement from a parliament of classes into a national assembly representing the nation as a whole. In Warsaw, the new Reform Diet, styled the Quadrennial or the Great, though essentially a parliament of the Szlachta, and remaining strictly within the old frame of class organization, reflect nevertheless the influence of French ideas in their pre-revolutionary aspect. The third estate, that of the burghers, was knocking at the doors of the Polish chamber, demanding equal rights, and one of the principal parliamentary reforms consisted in equalizing the burghers with the Szlachta in their civil, though not in their political prerogatives. 2 other questions affecting the inner life of Poland claimed the attention of the legislators touched by the spirit of reform: the agrarian and the Jewish question. The former was discussed and brought to a solution which could not be other than favorable to the interests of the slave-holding landowners. As for the Jewish question, it cropped up for a moment at the tumultuous sessions of the Quadrennial Diet, and like an evil spirit, was banished into the farthest corner of the Polish chamber, into a special deputation or commission, where it stuck forever without finding a solution. It would not be fair to ascribe this failure altogether to the conservative trend of mind of the rejuvenators of Poland. There was an additional factor that stood in the way of radical reforms. Over the head of Poland hung the unsheathed sword of Russia, and Russia was averse to the inner regeneration of the country, which, having undergone one partition, was expected to furnish a second and a third dish for the table of the great powers. The Quadrennial Diet was a protest against the oppressive patronage of Russia, which was personified by a resident in Warsaw, and had for its main purpose the preparation of the country for the inevitable struggle with a powerful neighbor. The estates in Parliament assembled had to think of reorganizing the army and filling the war chest rather than of carrying out internal reforms. But outside the walls of the chamber, the current of public opinion was whirling and forming. Side by side with the Legislative Assembly, a literary parliament was holding its deliberations, and the famous pamphlet, Literature of the Quadrennial Diet, reflecting the liberal currents of the 18th century. The Kollontai Smithy alone, which was, so to speak, the publishing house of the reformers, flooded the country with pamphlets and leaflets touching upon all questions connected with the social reorganization of the Polish body politic. Scores of pamphlets dealt partly or wholly with the Jewish question. The discussions on the projects of Jewish reform were conducted with intense passion, taking the place of parliamentary debates. The impulse to the literary discussion of the Jewish question came from a pamphlet previously referred to, which had been published by Butrimovich, a representative of the city of Pinsk in the Diet, who stood out as the principal champion of the renaissance of Polish Jewry. The publication consisted of a reprint of the well-known pamphlet of Nameless Citizen, which had been circulated in two editions. Butrimovich supplied the pamphlet with a new title, a means whereby to transform the Polish Jews into useful citizens of the country, and garnished it with comments of his own. In this way, the popular member of the Diet put the seal of his approval upon the reform project, which was based on the assumption that the Jews in their present state were detrimental to the country, not because of their intrinsic makeup, but on account of their training and mode of life, and that their political and spiritual regeneration had to precede their association with civil life. The proposed reforms reduced themselves to following measures: to promote useful pursuits among the Jews, such as agriculture and handicraft, and to remove them from the obnoxious liquor traffic, to combat their separateness by curtailing their Kahal autonomy, to supersede the Yiddish dialect by Polish language in school and in business, to prohibit the wearing of a distinctive costume and the importation of Hebrew books from abroad. This reform project was supplemented by Butrimovich in one particular. The Jews were not to be admitted to military service in person until enlightenment had transformed them into patriots ready to serve their fatherland. Yet even this project, imbued though it was with the spirit of patronage and compulsory assimilation, was deemed far too liberal by many representatives of advanced Polish society. One of the progressive Polish journals published Reflections Concerning the Jewish Reform proposed by Butrimovich, December 1798. The writer of the Reflections concedes a certain amount of political common sense in the project, but criticizes its author because In his great zeal to preserve the rights of man, he shows too much indulgence towards the defects of the Jews. The anonymous journalist, in turn, demands the complete annihilation of the Kahal and limits the actions of the Jewish communities to the exercise of a purely congregational autonomy. He also considers it necessary to restrict retail trade among the Jews in the cities so that, having been dislodged from commerce, they might be induced to engage in handicrafts and agriculture. Several magazine writers spoke far more harshly of the Jews and adopted a tone bordering on anti-Semitism. The famous prelate Stasic, the author of A Warning to Poland, Warsaw, 1790, who enjoyed the reputation of being a Democrat, styles the Jews a summer and winter locust for the country, and voices the conviction that only in an environment in which idleness is fostered could this host of parasites find shelter, entirely forgetting that these parasites had created the commerce of the country, riven between nobles and serfs. The majority of these vilifiers agreed in one point that the defects of the Jews could be cured only by reforming their life from above. An ancient historic nation, which had for centuries managed its own affairs, was represented as a kind of riffraff whose life could be easily recut after a new pattern. To achieve this end, all that was necessary was to let the Polish language take the place of Yiddish, to substitute the official Polish school for the traditional Jewish school, the magistracy for the Kahal, handicrafts and agriculture for commerce. The authors of the various schemes disagreed merely as to the extent to which the radical and compulsory character of these reforms should be pursued. Some suggested abolishing altogether the communal autonomy of the Jew, Kolontai. Others would merely confine it to definite functions and place the Kahal under the supervision of the government, Butrymovich and others. Still others proposed to shave off the Jews' beards and earlocks, to burn the Talmud, and reduce the number of Jewish religious festivals. Others again were content with prohibiting the traditional Jewish costume and shutting down the Jewish printing presses, proposing at the same time to encourage the translation of Jewish religious literature into the Polish language. The plan of limiting the number of Jewish marriages after the Austro-Prussian model by requiring a special permit of the Polish and a certificate testifying to the ability of the candidate to provide for his family and to his compliance with certain standard of general education appealed to all the reformers. Several writers injected into the discussion of the Jewish question the specific problem of the neo-Christians, the converts from among the Frankish sect, who, having been merged with the Polish gentry and burgher class, were yet treated by them as strangers and stood aloof equally from Christian and Jewish society. The majority of Polish writers endorse the contemptuous attitude of Polish society towards these converts, who, in point of fact, fostered their old sectarian leanings, traveled abroad to do homage to Frank, and supplied him with money. In the Babel of Voices, condemning the entire Jewish population of the country and dooming it to a radical refitting by means of Polish measures, only one solitary Jewish voice made itself heard. Hirsch Yoselovich, son of Joseph, a rabbi of Kelm, published a pamphlet in Polish under the title of Reflections Concerning the Plan of Transforming the Polish Jews into Useful Citizens of the Country. While giving Butrymovich full credit as an enlightened well-wisher of the Jews, the rabbi expresses his amazement that even cultured men indulge in a wholesale condemnation of the Jewish people, and charged the misdeeds of certain individuals among them to the account of the whole nation, which is endowed with so many virtues and is of benefit to the country in so many respects. The author emphatically protests against the proposed abolition of the Kahals and against outside interference in the religious affairs of the Jews, in a word, against the project tending to assimilate the Jews with the Poles, which assimilation was bound to result in the complete destruction of Judaism. As an Orthodox rabbi, he refuses to budge an inch, even in the matter of a change in dress, slyly observing that once the Jews are put in the category of malefactors, it seems preferable to allow them to retain their traditional garb so as to mark them off from the Christians. At that time, Warsaw evidently did not yet possess the type of cultured Mendelssohnians. They appeared in the city shortly thereafter under the Prussian regime, who might have been in a position to engage in a literary discussion of the proposed reforms from the Jewish point of view. Enlightenment was then the exclusive privilege of a small number of Jews who, as agents or as purveyor of the crown, came into contact with the court or the government. The project of one of these advanced Jews, the royal broker Abraham Hirshovich, son of Hirsch, has been preserved in the archives. In this project, which was submitted to King Stanislav Augustus during the sessions of the Great Diet, the author suggests some of the patent remedies of the Polish reformers to induce the Jews to engage in handicrafts and agriculture in the deserted steppes of the Ukraine and to forbid early marriages. With regard to the change in dress, he advises beginning with the prohibition of luxurious articles of wear, such as silk, satin, velvet, pearls, and diamonds, and the chase after finery having a ruinous effect on men of moderate means. Rabbis, in the opinion of Hirshovich, ought to be appointed only in the large cities and not in the smaller towns, for the reason that in these towns, which are generally owned by the squires, the rabbis purchase their office from the latter and then ruin their congregations by all kinds of assessments. The Kahals should be spared, except that the government ought to maintain order in them, since the Jews themselves, on account of their differences of opinion, cannot institute reasonable rules of conduct for themselves. The whole plan reflects the spirit of Frankism, ever obscurely willing to yield to the powers that be in the matter of eradicating the prejudices and misconceptions of an erring people. During the year 1789 and the first half of 1790, the Jewish question did not come up at the sessions of the Quadrennial Diet. In the midst of the passionate debates raging around the supremely important bills involving the whole picture of the body politic, the Diet remained deaf to the repeated reminders of Butrymovich, who demanded the same urgency for the proposed Jewish reform. Neither did the heated literary discussion centering on the Jewish question prompt the popular representative to take it up more speedily. But at this juncture, ominous shouts from the street began to penetrate into the Chamber of Deputies, and the Diet had to bestir itself. The metropolitan mob had made up its mind to solve the Jewish question after its own fashion. To the Christian tradesmen and artisans of Warsaw, the Jewish question was primarily a matter of professional competition. During the first 2 years of the Great Diet, the old law which confined the Jewish right of residence in Warsaw to temporary visits during the brief sittings of the Diet had automatically fallen into disuse. The Diet having prolonged its powers for a number of years, the Jews thought that they too had the right to prolong their term of residence. Accordingly, an ever-growing wave of Jewish tradesmen and artisans in search of a livelihood began to flow from the provinces into the busy commercial emporium, and this new influx could not fail to affect the Christian middle class, inasmuch as the newcomers diverted purchasers and customers from the native tradesmen and artisans who were affiliated with the guilds and trade unions. The privileged burghers, who by that time were on the point of being equalized with the Shlachta in their rights, raised a cry of indignation. In March 1790, a crowd of incorporated artisans, among them a particularly large number of tailors and furriers, surrounded the town hall and vowed to murder all Jews should the magistracy refuse to expel them from Warsaw. John Deckard, a well-known champion of the burgher class, who was mayor at the time, immediately brought this demonstration to the notice of the Diet, and the latter dispatched two of its members to pacify the crowd. When asked by the deputies about the motives of the gathering, the artisans declared that the newly arrived Jews made life intolerable by wresting the last earnings from the Christian tailors and furriers. The deputies promised to look into the matter. Accordingly, on the following day, the Jewish artisans and street vendors were ordered out of the city, and only the merchants who had stores or warehouses were permitted to remain. Penniless and homeless, the exiled Jews could do nothing but return surreptitiously to Warsaw soon afterwards. The agitation among the Christian population commenced anew, and on May 16, 1790, it vented itself in a riot. A certain Fox, a member of the tailors' union, happened that day to meet a Jewish tailor on the street who was carrying a piece of work in his hand. He suddenly attacked him and began to pull the parcel out of his hands. The Jew tore himself away and managed to escape. The shouts of Fox attracted a crowd of Christian artisans. Someone spread the rumor that the Jews had killed the Christian tailor. At once, the cry for vengeance went up, and a riot began. The mob rushed into Tlomatsky Street and was beaten off by the Jews, who had taken shelter behind the fence. In the adjacent streets, however, victory perched on the banners of the mob. They looted private residences as well as stores and warehouses belonging to Jews, carrying off whatever was valuable and throwing the rest into wells. The municipal guards, which came rushing along, were met by a hail of stones and bricks. Only when a detachment of soldiers on foot and on horse appeared was the crowd dispersed and order restored. Stirred by these events, the Diet gave orders to investigate the matter and bring the guilty to justice. Justice in the case of Christian malefactors amounted to the arrest of Fox and the imprisonment of some of his accomplices. As for the Jews, severe administrative measures were adopted. Any peddler or artisan found on the street with goods or orders was to be conveyed to the marshal's guard chamber, punished with rods, and expelled. In such manner were Jewish artisans dealt with at a time when the projects for reform were full of eloquent phrases about the necessity of attracting the Jews to handicrafts in particular and productive forms of labor in general. The agitation in Warsaw led moreover to consequences of a more serious nature. The Diet realized that further delay in considering the Jewish question was impossible now that the Street had begun to solve it by its own simplified method. On June 22, 1790, the Diet appointed a commission for Jewish reform, which was composed of the deputies Butrimovich, Jezierski, the Castellan of Lukov, and others. Jezierski, who soon became the chairman of the commission, was an advocate of radical reforms, and as such came nearer than any of his colleagues to a just estimate of the economic aspect of Jewish problem. In opposition to the current formula of transforming the Jews into useful citizens, he declared in the Diet that, in his opinion, The Jews, as it were useful because for a long time they had constituted the only mercantile element in Poland and had rendered valuable services by exporting abroad the products of the country and thus enriching it. Hence, the favorable financial position of the Jews would be tantamount to a stronger position of the state's finances and an increase by many millions in the circulation of money. The Commission, guided by Dyerzhvin and Butrymovich, labored assiduously. It examined a number of reform projects submitted by Butrymovich, Chetsky, and others. Butrimovich's project was an extract from his own publication referred to previously. Similar in essence was the project of the well-known historian and publicist Tadeusz Chetsky, the guiding spirit of the Finance Committee of the Quadrennial Diet. In the beginning of 1791, the Commission of the Diet finished its labors on the Jewish reform project and submitted it to the Diet for consideration. The project of the Commission, the text of which had not come down to us, was doubtless based on the proposals of Butrymovich and Chetsky. The Diet, completely absorbed in arranging for the promulgation of the Constitution of the 3rd of May, was not in a position to busy itself with the Jewish question. Only after the Constitution had been promulgated in the session of May 24 was the Jewish reform project brought up again by Butrymovich, who claimed urgency for it. But at that juncture, there arose another member of the Jewish Commission by the name of Kolonievsky, a deputy from Bratslav in Podolia, and announced that he considered the project of the Commission with its extension of the commercial rights of the Jews, prejudicial to the interest of Little Poland, and therefore moved to recommend his own proposals to the attention of the House. The Diet was glad of an excuse for postponing the consideration of this vexatious problem. Soon afterwards, in June, the Diet was adjourned and it did not reassemble until September 1791. In this way, the Magna Carta of Polish liberty, the Constitution of May 3, 1791, was promulgated without modifying in the slightest degree the status of the Jews. True, the new Constitution did not in any way alter the former caste system of the Polish Republic itself, the feudalism of the nobility, the servitude of the peasantry, and the privileges of the gentry. Nevertheless, it conferred civil equality on the burgher class and placed the representative institutions on somewhat more democratic basis. Only the Jew, the Cinderella of the realm, was completely cut off in this last will of dying Poland. The sessions of the Diet, which were renewed in the fall of 1791, were surrounded by a particularly disquieting political atmosphere. The opponents of the new constitution fomented an agitation in the country. Civil strife and war with Russia were imminent. Nevertheless, the indefatigable Butrymovich had the courage to remind the Diet once again of the necessity of extending the protection of the government to the unfortunate nationality which is not in a position to effect its own rescue and is not even aware of the direction in which the betterment of its lot may be found. He demanded that the Commission revise the project formally elaborated by it, with a view to submitting it anew to the House with such amendments as were called forth by present-day circumstances. Butrymovich was warmly seconded by Dyerzhvin, who in the same session, December 30, voiced the above-mentioned radical idea that, in his opinion, the Jews were even now useful citizens, and not merely likely to be useful in the future. The Diet adopted the motion, and the Commission once more resumed its labors. The results of these labors were minimal. After protracted deliberations, the Commission arrived at the following conclusion. In order to improve the status of the Jewish population, it is necessary to regulate its mode of life. Such regulation is impossible unless that population is relieved from its Kahal indebtedness, which relief cannot be brought about until the Finance Committee has taken up the question of liquidation. The Commission accordingly felt that before taking up the projected reforms, the government should first point out ways and means of liquidating the Kahal debts. The resolution of the Commission was cheerfully passed in a plenary session of the Diet. A burden had been lifted from its shoulders. There was no more need of bothering about Jewish reform and equality. It was enough to instruct the local courts to fix the extent of the Kahal debts and authorize the Finance Committee to wipe them off with monies taken from the available Kahal funds or other special sources. Thus it came about that, under the pretext of liquidating Jewish debts, Jewish reform itself was liquidated. Having been passed over by the Constitution of May 3rd, the Jews, if we are to believe the accounts of several contemporaries, made an attempt to influence the government and the Diet through the instrumentality of King Stanislav Augustus, approaching the latter with the help of their connections at court. Jewish public leaders are said to have assembled in secret and elected 3 delegates who were to enter into negotiations with the king, looking to the amelioration of the condition of the Jews. The 3 delegates carried out their mandate towards the end of 1791 and the beginning of 1792 with the help of the royal secretary Piatoli as their go-between. Shortly thereafter, they were received by the king in special audience with great solemnity, the king, as the story has it, being seated on his throne during the reception. The Jews pleaded for civil rights as well as for the right of acquiring lands and houses in the cities, the preservation of their communal autonomy, and exemption from the jurisdiction of the magistracies. The story goes that the Jewish delegates held out the promise of a gift of 20 million gulden to pay the royal debts. Several leaders of the Diet, among them Kollontai, a radical, were initiated into the secret. The king, according to this report, endeavored to push the Jewish reform project through the Jewish Commission and the Diet, but failed in his efforts. The problem of ages could not be disposed of at this anxious hour, when the angel of death was hovering over Poland, while the unfortunate land was exhausting its strength in a final dash for inner regeneration and outer independence. End of section 17. Section 18 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 1, From the Beginning Until the Death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 8, Polish Jewry during the period of the Partitions. Part 3, The last 2 partitions and Berek Yoselovich. The death struggle of Poland was approaching. The opponents of the May Constitution among the conservative elements of the country joined hands with the Russian government, which, in its own sphere of influence, had always been a baneful stumbling block in the path of progress. The result was the formation of the Confederacy of Targovica and the outbreak of civil war, summer 1792. Though severed from political life, the Jews nevertheless showed sympathy here and there with the men that fought for the new constitution. The Jewish tailors of Vilna undertook to furnish gratis 200 uniforms for the Army of Liberty. The communities of Sokachev and Pulavy contributed their mite towards the patriotic funds. The Jews of Berdychev took part in the deputation of the local merchant, which went to meet Joseph Poniatowski, the commander-in-chief of the Polish army, and presented him with new instruments for the regimental music band. On many an occasion, the Jewish communities of Volhynia and Podolia were the victims of enforced requisition from both belligerent armies. The community of Ostrog had to undergo the bombardment of the city by the Russian army in July 1792. The year 1793 saw the second partition of Poland between Russia and Prussia. Russia annexed Volhynia with a part of the province of Kiev, Podolia, and the region of Minsk. Prussia, in turn, acquired the other part of Great Poland, Kalisz, Plock, etc., with Danzig and Thorn. Once more, an enormous territory with hundreds of thousands of Jews was cut off from Poland. The unfortunate nation, seized with paroxysm of pain at this new amputation, burst forth against its torturers. The Revolution of 1794 took its course. At the head of the uprising stood Kosciuszko. Having been reared in the atmosphere of two great revolutions, the American and the French, he had the loftier conception of civic and political liberty than the liberalizing host of the Polish Szlachta. He was aware that no free country could exist without first abolishing the serfdom of the peasants and the inequality of the citizens. Even in the heat of his struggle for the salvation of the fatherland, the Polish leader occasionally gave proof of his democratic tendencies, and the oppressed classes could not but feel that this revolution was more than merely an affair of the Szlachta. The enthusiasm for liberty communicated itself to several sections of Polish Jewry. It was manifested during the prolonged Russo-Prussian siege of Warsaw in the summer and autumn of 1794, when the whole population was called to arms to defend the capital. The very same Jews who but a little while ago had been attacked on the streets of Warsaw by the burghers and artisans, and were mercilessly driven from the city by order of the administration, now, in the moment of danger, fought in the trenches, shoulder to shoulder with their persecutors, digging ditches and throwing up earthworks. Frequently, at an alarm signal, the volunteers would rush out to fight back the besiegers. Amidst the whistling of bullets and bursting of shells, they repulsed the enemy's attacks side by side with the other Warsavians, furnishing their quota in wounded and killed, and yet keeping up their courage. Among the Jews defending Warsaw, the plan was conceived of forming a separate Jewish legion to fight for the country. At the head of this patriotic group stood Berek Yoselovich. Born about 1765 in the little town of Krettingen, Berek has traversed the thorny path that led the poor Jewish boy from the Jewish religious school Heder to the post of a Pan's agent. He entered the employ of a high noble, the Bishop of Vilna, by the name of Mazarski, and was thereby launched upon his remarkable career. Mazarski often went abroad, especially to Paris, and always took his Jewish agent with him. During these travels, young Berek early acquired the French language and observed the life of the Parisian salons in which the master moved. The plain Polish Jew perceived a new world, and he could not help scenting the new tendencies floating about in the air of the world's capital on the eve of the Great Revolution. During the years of the Quadrennial Diet, Berek, who had given up his position with Mazarski and had married in the meantime, lived in Praga, a suburb of Warsaw. In the atmosphere of patriotic excitement, the vague impressions which his contact with the Polish nobility and his foreign travels had left upon his mind came to maturity. The heroic figure of Kosciuszko and the siege of Warsaw gave these vague sensations a concrete form. He realized that it was his immediate duty to fight for the freedom of the country, for the salvation of the capital, where Poles and Jews were equally shut up and cooped up by the hand of the enemy. Now was the time to prove that even the stepchildren of the nation knew how to fight in the ranks of her sons, and that they deserved a better lot. Accordingly, in September 1794, at the very height of the siege, Berek Yoselovich, conjoined with Joseph Aronovich, son of Aaron, a fellow Jew of the mind, applied to Kosciuszko, the commander-in-chief, for permission to form a special regiment of light cavalry consisting of Jewish volunteers. Kosciuszko immediately complied with their request, and announced it joyfully in a special army order, dated September 17, extolling the patriotic zeal of the originators of the plan, who remember the land in which they were born, and know that its liberation will bestow upon them, the Jews, the same advantages as upon the others. Berek was appointed commander of the Jewish regiment. An appeal was issued calling for recruits and for contributions towards their equipment. Berek's appeal to his co-religionists was published in the official Gazette of Warsaw on October 1st. It was written in Polish, though couched in the solemn phraseology of the Bible. Listen, ye sons of the tribes of Israel, all ye in whose heart is implanted the image of God Almighty, all that are willing to help in the struggle for the fatherland. Know ye that now the time had come to consecrate to this all our strength. Truly, there are many mighty nobles, children of the Shlachta, and many great minds who are ready to lay down their lives. Why then should we, who are persecuted, not take to arms, seeing that we are the most oppressed people in the world? Why should we not labor to obtain our freedom which has been promised us just as firmly and sincerely as it has been to others? But first we must show that we are worthy of it. I have had the happiness of being placed at the head of the regiment by my superiors. Awake then, and help to rescue oppressed Poland. Faithful brethren, let us fight for our country as long as a drop of blood is left in us. Though we ourselves may not live to see this our freedom, at least our children will live in tranquility and freedom, and will not roam about like wild beasts. Awake then like lions and leopards. Berek's language is crude and naive, and so is his political reasoning. While calling upon the Jews to join the mighty nobles in fighting for liberty, he evidently overlooked the fact that the liberty of the Jews was far from being secured by the liberty of the nobles, among whom men with the humanitarian tendencies of Kosciuszko were few and far between. Berek, however, found solace in the hope that the participation of the Jews in the struggle for Polish independence would bring about a change. He lived at a time when the Jews of Western Europe were eager to display their patriotic sentiments and civic virtues. Before his mind's eye, there probably floated the figures of Jews who, since 1789, had served in the Garde Nationale of Paris. Berek's enthusiasm succeeded in attracting many volunteers. In short time, a regiment of 500 men was made up. The Jewish legion, which was hastily equipped with the scanty means supplied by the revolutionary government and by voluntary contributions, had the checkered appearance of militia. Yet the consciousness of military duty was keen in these men, many of whom carried arms for the first time in their lives. The Jewish regiment displayed its dauntless and self-sacrificing spirit on that fatal November 4th, the day of the terrible onslaught upon Prague by the Russian troops under Suvorov. Among the 15,000 Poles who lost their lives in the entrenchment of Prague, in the streets of Warsaw, or in the waves of the Vistula, was also the regiment of Berek Yoselovich. The bulk of the regiment met its fate at the fortification, being killed by Russian shells or bayonets. Berek himself survived and fled abroad with General Zayonchek, Kosciuszko's comrade in arms, Kosciuszko himself having been made a Russian prisoner somewhat earlier. Berek was at first arrested in Austria, but he managed to escape and reach France, where he found himself among the Polish revolutionary refugees. The Third Partition of Poland, which took place in 1795, transferred to Russia the backbone of the former Jewry of Poland, the dense masses of Lithuania, the provinces of Vilna and Grodno. Prussia absorbed the remainder of Great Poland, including Warsaw and Mazovia, as well as the region of Bialystok. Austria rounded off her possession in Little Poland by adding the provinces of Krakow and Lublin. Henceforward, the fortunes of the Polish Jews are identical with those of their brethren in these three countries and exhibit a tricolored appearance, Austro-Prusso-Russian. However, even the Third Partition of Poland was not final as far as the political distribution of territory is concerned. For a short interval, the ghost of semi-independent Poland dances fitfully about. 12 years after the Third Partition, Napoleon I, in juggling with the political map of Europe and calling mushroom states into being, snatched the province of Great Poland from the grasp of Prussia and turned it into the Duchy of Warsaw, a small Polish commonwealth under the rules of the Saxon king, Frederick Augustus III, a grandson of Augustus II, the last Polish king of the Saxon dynasty. This took place in 1807, after the crushing blow which Prussia had received at the hands of Napoleon and after the conclusion of the Peace of Tilsit. 2 years later, in 1809, when Napoleon had shattered Austria, he tore off a section of her Polish dominions and joined them to the Duchy of Warsaw. 4. The Duchy of Warsaw and the reaction under Napoleon. Warsaw, having been cleared of the Prussians, once more became, after an interval of 12 years, the capital of a separate Polish state, resuscitated under the patronage of Napoleon. The Duchy of Warsaw, which was made up of the 10 departments or districts of Great and Little Poland, received from her French master a fairly liberal constitution, 2 legislative chambers, the Diet and the Senate, and the Code of Napoleon, which had just been introduced in France. The fundamental laws proclaimed the equality of all citizens, serfdom was abolished, and all class privileges were abrogated. The Jews too cherished hopes for a better future. The nimbus of Napoleon as the originator of the Jewish parliament and the Parisian Sanhedrin had not yet faded from the minds of the Jews, and they cherished the hope that the emperor would extend his protection to the Polish Jews as well, but they were grievously disappointed. The first year of the Duchy of Warsaw, 1807 to 1808, coincided with a critical turn in Napoleon's own policy towards the Jews of France. The Great Sanhedrin was disbanded, and its disbandment was followed by the humiliating imperial decree of March 17, 1808, which, for a decade, checked in almost the entire French Empire the operation of the law providing for Jewish emancipation. This reactionary step was grist to the mill of those sinister forces in Poland, which had learned nothing from the violent upheavals their country had undergone, and even now were not able to reconcile themselves to the idea of granting equality to the unloved tribe. In the spring of 1808, the government of the Dutch was forced to pay attention to the Jewish question in consequence of a petition for civil rights presented by the Jews and in connection with the impending elections to the Diet. The Council of Ministers, which had already been informed of Napoleon's decree, clutched at it as an anchor of salvation. A report was submitted to Duke Frederick Augustus in which it was pointed out that a somber future would be in store for the Dutch if the Israelitish nation, which is to be found here in vast numbers, were suddenly to be allowed to enjoy civil rights, the reason being that this people cherishes a national spirit alien to the country and engages in unproductive occupations. The Council of Ministers pointed to Napoleon's decree suspending the Jewish question for a time as a convenient means of evading the clause of the Constitution granting equal rights to all citizens. To make sure of Napoleon's approval in this matter, the government of Warsaw conducted negotiations with its agents in France and with the French minister Champagny, who was a Jew hater. Napoleon's sympathetic attitude towards this anti-Jewish policy having been ascertained, the Duke promulgated on October 17, 1808, a decree to the following effect. The inhabitants of our Varsovian Dutch professing the Mosaic religion shall be barred for 10 years from enjoying the political rights they were about to receive, in the hope that during this interval they may eradicate their distinguishing characteristics which mark them off so strongly from the rest of the population. The foregoing decision, however, will not prevent us from allowing individual members of that persuasion to enjoy political rights even before the expiration of said term, provided they will prove themselves worthy of our high favor and will comply with the conditions which will be set forth by us in a special edict concerning the professors of the Mosaic religion. In this way, the government of Warsaw, in politely couched terms, phrased after the modern French pattern, managed to rob all the professors of the Mosaic religion of the rights of citizenship which the Constitution had granted them. It is true that the decree uses the words political rights, but in reality the Jews were divested by it of their elementary civil rights. In November 1808, they were forbidden to acquire patrimonial estates belonging to the Szlachta. The humiliating restrictions attaching to the right of domicile in Warsaw were restored and were embodied in a decree issued in 1809, which ordered the Jews to remove within 6 months from the main streets of the capital, except a few individuals such as bankers, large merchants, physicians, and artists. There was a general tendency to return to the anti-Jewish traditions of the old Polish and Prussian legislation. The Jewish community became alarmed. By that time, Warsaw already possessed a goodly number of advanced Jews who had acquired the new culture of Berlin and have divested themselves of the distinguishing marks in dress and outward appearance for which the Jews were penalized with the loss of rights. Relying upon the second clause of the ducal decree, which provided for the exceptional treatment of those who shall have eradicated their distinguishing characteristics, a group of 17 Jews of this type made representations to the Minister of Justice in January 1809 to the effect that, having endeavored for a long time, by their moral conduct and modern dress, to come into closer touch with the rest of the population, they are now certain that they have ceased to be unworthy of civil rights. To this Frankish petition, the Minister of Justice, Lubensky, one of the constitutional ministers who managed to promote the interests of despotism under the cloak of liberalism, retorted with coarse sophistry that, constitutional equality before the law did not yet make a man a citizen, for only those could claim to be citizens who were loyal to the sovereign and looked upon this country as their only fatherland. Can those, added Lubensky, who profess the laws of Moses, look upon this country as their fatherland? Do they not wish to return to the land of their fathers? Do they not regard themselves as a separate nation? The mere change of dress is not yet sufficient. The Polish minister had, it would seem, made a thorough study of Napoleon's catechism on the Jews. Aside from the representatives of this sartorial culture who looked after their own personal advantage, there were among the Jews of Warsaw followers of the Berlin Enlightenment who considered it their duty to make a stand for the rights of their people. On March 17, 1809, five representatives of the Jewish community of Warsaw submitted a memorandum to the Ducal Senate in which not only note of entreaty but also the undertone of indignation could be discerned. Thousands of members of the Polish nation of the Mosaic persuasion, who, by virtue of having dwelt in this country for many centuries, have acquired the same right to consider it their fatherland as the other inhabitants have hitherto, without any fault of theirs, to the damage of society and as an insult to mankind, for reasons that no one knows, been doomed to humiliation, and are groaning under the load of daily oppressions. Contrary to the enlightened spirit of the age and the wisdom of the law of Napoleon the Great, the petitioners go on complaining. The Jews are denied civil rights, have no one to defend them in the Diet or the Senate, and sorrowfully anticipate that even their children and descendants will not live to see happier times. We carry a heavier burden of taxation than the other citizens. We are robbed of the gladsome opportunity of acquiring a piece of land, of building a little house, of founding a household, of erecting a factory, of engaging in commerce unhampered. In a word, doing that which God and nature hold out to man. In Warsaw, we are even ordered out of the main streets. And what shall we say of those blessed liberties which citizens value most highly, the right of electing their superiors and of being elected by their compatriots, so as not to be as a dead body in the civic life of the nation? Is the land in which our fathers, paying heavily for this privilege, saw the light of the world, always to remain strange to us? Gentlemen of the Senate, we lay before you the tears of the fathers and of the children and of the coming generations. We beg you to hasten the happy day when we may enter upon the enjoyment of the rights and liberties with which Napoleon the Great has endowed the inhabitants of this country, and which our beloved country recognizes as the possession of her children. To this petition of the Jews, who classed themselves as members of the Polish nation and were ready to renounce their own national characteristics, the Senate replied by presenting the Duke with a heartless report in which it was pointed out that the Jews had brought upon themselves the curtailment of their rights by their dishonest pursuits and by their mode of life subversive of the welfare of society. It was necessary first to reform the life of the Jews and to appoint a committee to elaborate plans of reform. It may be remarked parenthetically that a committee of this kind had been in existence since the end of 1808 and had worked out a plan of reform akin in spirit to the project of the Quadrennial Diet and the Parisian Synhedrion. But all these committees were in reality nothing but a decent way of bearing the Jewish question. At the very time when the government of the Varsovian Dutch rejected the Jewish appeal for equality under the pretext that the Jews lacked patriotism, there lived and worked in Warsaw a shining example of Polish patriotism, Berek Yoselovich, the hero of the Revolution of 1794. After roaming about for 12 years in Western Europe, where, having enlisted in the ranks of the Polish legions of Dąbrowski, he took part in many Napoleonic wars, Berek returned home as soon as the Duchy was established and received an appointment as commander of a detachment in the regular Polish army. The dream of the old fighter had failed to come true. In vain had his Jewish regiment filled the trenches of Praga with their dead bodies. 12 years later, the brethren of those who had sacrificed their lives for their fatherland had to beg for the rights of citizenship. But Berek seemed to have forgotten his former ambition on behalf of his fellow Jews, having in the meantime become a professional soldier. It was solely Polish patriotism and personal bravery that prompted the last military exploits of his life. When, in the spring of 1809, war broke out between the Dutch and the Austrians, Berek Yoselovich, at the head of his regiment, rushed against the enemy's cavalry near the town of Kotsk. He fell on May 5th after a series of heroic deeds. The papers lamented the loss of the hero. A representative of the Polish aristocracy, the proud Stanislaw Potocki, devoted a special discourse to his memory at a meeting of the Society of the Friends of Science in Warsaw. "Thou hast saddened," thus spoke the orator, "the land of heroes, thou valiant Colonel Berek, when unmeasured boldness drove thee into the midst of the enemy. Well does the fatherland remember also thy old wounds and thy former exploits. Remember eternally that thou wast the first to give thy people an example of rejuvenated heroism, and that thou hast resuscitated the image of those men of valor over whom, in days gone by, wept the daughters of Zion." The Polish nation remembered, and that for a short time only, the one Berek, but the thousands of his oppressed brethren were forgotten. The only way in which the gratitude of the fatherland manifested itself was a special order of the Duke granting permission to Berek's widow, who found it difficult to live and bring up her children on a scanty pension, to reside in the streets of Warsaw from which the Jews were barred, and to engage there in the sale of liquor. Other civil privileges the Jews could not hope for, even by way of exception. This state of affairs could not very well inspire the Jewish population with great love for military service, although the Jews had been graciously permitted to discharge it in person. With a few exceptions, the Jews preferred to pay an additional tax rather than spill their blood for a country which offered them obligations without rights. The decree of January 29, 1812, legalized the substitution of personal military service by a monetary ransom, the grand total of which amounted to 700,000 gulden a year. On the brink of destruction during the war tempest of 1812, the Duchy of Warsaw still found leisure to strike an economic blow at the Jews. At the suggestion of Minister Lubensky, a ducal decree was issued on September 30, forbidding the Jews, after the lapse of 2 years, to sell liquor and keep taverns, which meant, in other words, that tens of thousands of Jewish families were to be deprived of their livelihood. Secretly, the government justified this measure by impending augmentation of the territory of the Dutch and the restoration of Old Poland, where strict economic measures were necessary to keep the returning Jewish population in bounds. But the confidence reposed in the power of Napoleon was not justified. The idol was overthrown. The Duchy of Warsaw, the pale spectre of an independent Poland, vanished into air, and the fate of the country again lay in the hands of the three powers that had divided it, particularly Russia. The millions of Jews in Russian Poland were well aware of what they had to expect at the hands of their new rulers. End of section 18. Section 19 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 1, From the Beginning Until the Death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon Dubnov, translated by Israel Friedlander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 9, The Beginnings of the Russian Régime, Part 1. 1. The Jewish Policy of Catherine II, 1772 to 1796. The quarantine which Russia, prior to Catherine II, had established for the enemies of Christ was broken through in 1772 by the first partition of Poland. At one stroke, the number of Russian subjects was swelled by the huge Jewish masses of White Russia. The Russian Empire was augmented by a new province adjoining its central possessions, and together with the new region and its variegated population, it acquired hundreds of thousands of subjects of the kind it had hitherto ruthlessly driven beyond its borders. What was to be done with the unwelcome heritage bequeathed by Poland? The primitive policy of an Elizabeth Petrovna might have dictated some barbarous measures, such as the wholesale expulsion of the Jews from the newly acquired territory, but the statesmanlike intellect of Catherine could not, during the formulation of the liberal instructions, admit such barbarism, which moreover would have been incompatible with the new pledges the Russian government had found it necessary to give to the heterogeneous population of White Russia at the time of annexation. In the placard issued on this occasion by Count Chernyshев, the first Governor-General of White Russia, all residents of whatever birth and calling were solemnly assured by the sacred name and word of the Empress that their religious liberty, as well as their personal rights and the privileges attaching to property and estate, would remain inviolate. This assurance included the Jews, though not without qualification, as is shown by this passage. From the aforesaid solemn assurance of the free exercise of religion and the inviolability of property for one and all, it follows of itself that also the Jewish communities residing in the cities and territories now incorporated into the Russian Empire will be left in the enjoyment of all those liberties which they possess at present, in accordance with the Russian law and their own property. For the humaneness of her Imperial Majesty will not allow her to exclude the Jews alone from the grace vouchsafed to all and from the future prosperity under beneficent rule, so long as they on their part shall live in due obedience as faithful subjects and shall limit themselves to the pursuit of genuine trade and commerce according to their callings. To be sure, the Jews, in contradistinction to the rest of the population, are promised the high imperial favor on condition of due obedience. Yet, the inviolability of their former rights was solemnly guaranteed, and Russian politics had henceforward to be guided by it. Immediately on the annexation of the new province, a general census was ordered. According to the testimony of a contemporary, the number of Jews in White Russia was found to amount to over 40,000 families, about 200,000 souls. A new case in 1772 imposed upon them a per capita tax of 1 ruble, 50 c. The annexed territory was divided into two governments, those of Mogilev and Polotsk, or as it called at present, Vitebsk. In the interest of the regular collection of taxes, the administration from the very beginning gave instructions to have all Jews affiliate with the Kahals and to institute such Kahals as the governors may suggest or as necessity for them may arise. The problems connected with the inner organization of the Jews were of a more complicated character. Far-reaching changes were taking place at that time in the provincial and the social organization of the Russian Empire. In 1775 was promulgated the regulation concerning the governments. In 1785 was issued the Act concerning municipal administration, and the authorities were confronted by an alternative, either to place the Jews under the general laws according to the estate to which they belonged. In the cities, the mercantile class, the burghers, and the trade unions, or, in view of their peculiar conditions of life and the Kahal autonomy inherited from Poland, allowed them to retain their own institutions as part of their communal and spiritual self-government. It was a difficult problem, and Russian legislation at first wavered between these two ways of solving it, with the result that matters became muddled. The interference of the local administration and the old rivalry among the various estates made confusion worse confounded. The ukase issued by the Senate in 1776 sanctioned the existence of the Kahal, regarding it primarily as a fiscal and legislative institution which the Russian administration found convenient for its purposes. At the instance of Governor-General Chernyshев, the Jews of White Russia were set apart as a separate tax unit and as an estate of their own. They were to be entered on special registers in the towns, townlets and villages and hamlets, wherever a census was taken. The instructions read that, in order that their taxes may be more regularly remitted to the exchequer, Kahals shall be established in which they, the Jews, shall all be enrolled, so that every one of the Zid, whenever he shall desire to travel somewhere on business, or to live and settle in one place or another, or to take anything on lease, shall receive a passport from the Kahal. The same Kahal shall pay the head tax and turn it over to the provincial exchequer. Thus, as regards the payment of taxes and the rights not only of transit but also of business, every Jew was placed in the same position of dependence on his Kahal as under the old Polish regime. At the same time, the Kahal was endowed with certain judicial functions. District and government Kahals, the latter conceived as courts of appeal, were established for cases between Jews, each of these Kahals being assigned a definite number of elective judges. Only lawsuits between Jews and non-Jews were to be brought before the general magistracy courts. But a few years later, the government was shaken in its resolve to uphold the former Kahal organization to its full extent. In 1782, an inquiry was addressed by the Senate to Pasek, the new Governor-General of White Russia, as to the legality of establishing special Jewish law courts. A year later, the government took a decided step in the opposite direction. It recognized the rights of Jews registered in the merchant class to participation in the general city government, to elect and to be elected on equal terms with the Christian members of the magistracies, town councils, and municipal courts. The realization of this reform was greatly hampered by the opposition of the Christian merchants and burghers, who hated Jews and could not reconcile themselves to the municipal equality of their competitors. Having accustomed themselves to look down upon the Jews as citizens of an inferior grade, the Christian city officials assumed a hostile attitude toward their Jewish colleagues who had been elected to public posts, and by electioneering method managed to reduce their numbers in the city corporations to a minimum. The interests of the Jews were bound to suffer, particularly as far as the administration of justice was concerned. On the other hand, the administration itself began to oppress them. The liberal Chernyshев was superseded by the anti-Jewish Pasek, who did his utmost to restrict the Jews in their economic activities to the obvious advantage of their competitors in the ranks of the Shlachta and the Christian merchant. The Jews, a contemporary who had himself been affected by these measures, informs us, were driven from their breweries and distilleries, their toll houses, hostelries, etc., which formed their principal means of livelihood. Thousands of families were reduced to beggary. In addition, new restrictions were introduced affecting business, handicrafts, and so forth. The acuteness of the economic and social crisis among the Jews of White Russia during that period of transition is evidenced by the petition which their delegates submitted in 1784 to Catherine II. The petition, consisting of 6 points, is permeated with a profound feeling of despair. The Jews complain that the administration has deprived them completely of their main sources of income, distilling, brewing, and liquor selling in the cities. They furthermore point out that Governor General Pasek has forbidden the landed proprietors to lease the inns on their estate to Jews, and that, in consequence, a large number of families who depended for their livelihood on some form of liquor selling and innkeeping had been brought to the verge of ruin. They also contend that the Jews had not reaped the expected benefits from the equal municipal rights conferred upon them, for where the Jews are in a minority, not a single Jewish candidate is admitted to a municipal or judicial office, so that whenever a Jew goes to law against a Christian, he is liable to become the victim of a partial verdict, because there is no co-religionist to intercede on his behalf in the courts, and he is not familiar with the Russian language. There are further grievances related to the arbitrariness of the landed proprietors, who, from the sheer caprice, contrary to agreement, impose an excessive land rent on the Jews who have erected houses on their property, so that they are forced to abandon their houses. Sometimes houses are requisitioned for government purposes or torn down to be rebuilt according to new official street plans without the slightest compensation to their owners. The magistracies, on the other hand, often compel the Jews who are domiciled in the townlets and villages but are enrolled among the merchants or burghers of some city to build houses in their city, whereby the Jews are liable to be reduced to extreme poverty, inasmuch as by spending their capital on building, they have no capital wherewith to run their business. The petition was received by the emperors, who, in forwarding it in 1785 to the Senate for consideration, deemed it necessary to indicate her general attitude in the following resolution. Her Majesty desires to have it pointed out that, inasmuch as the aforesaid persons of the Jewish religion have been placed by the ordinances of Her Majesty in the same position as the others, it is necessary in every case to observe the rule that everyone is entitled to the advantage and rights appertaining to his calling or estate, without distinction of religion or nationality. The Senate had to comply with the comprehensive and liberal-minded injunction of the empress in endeavoring to solve the burning problems affecting Jewish life. The solution finally arrived at was a feeble compromise between the economic, national, and class interests which were contradictory to one another. In its ukase of May 7, 1786, the Senate partly fulfilled and partly declined the demands of the White Russian Jews. The rights of pursuing freely the liquor trade in the cities was refused, in view of the fact that, according to the new law, liquor dealing constituted a monopoly of the city administration. On the other hand, the Jews were accorded the right of participating on equal terms with non-Jews in the public bids for the lease of the pot houses. Pasek's rescript forbidding the landowners to let out distilleries and inns to the Jews was declared an illegal infringement of the rights of the landowners and therefore ordered to be countermanded. The complicated question as to the compatibility of municipal self-government with Jewish Kahal autonomy was equally solved by a compromise. With respect to the magistracies, town councils, boards of aldermen, and law courts, the Jews were accorded proportionate representation in agreement with the general provisions of the new city government. The common municipal courts, in which Jews were to be represented by elective jurymen of their own, were to handle both civil and criminal cases, not only between persons of different denominations, but also between Jew and Jew. The district and government kahals were to deal with spiritual affairs only. They were also to be charged with the distribution of the state and communal taxes in the various Jewish communities. As for the complaints of the Jews against the oppression of the administration, as well as of the magistracies and their landowners, all the Senate did was to point to the principle by which all the members of a given estate are equally vouchsafed the right appertaining to it. The Senate even went so far as to bar all references to the former Polish laws with their discrimination against the Jews, for inasmuch as they, the Jews, are enrolled among the merchants and burghers on the same terms, and pay equal taxes to the exchequer, they ought in all circumstances to be given the same protection and satisfaction as the other subjects. Yet, in the very same ukase, the Senate refuses to grant the petition of several White Russian Jews who asked to be enrolled in the Merchant Corporation of Riga, basing its refusal on the absence of a special imperial permit, allowing the Jews to register as merchants outside the White Russian territory. Here we have the first application of the ignominious principle of subsequent Russian legislation that everything is forbidden to Jews unless permitted by special law. The ukase of 1786, with all its liberal phrases about the equality of the members of all classes irrespective of religion, imperceptibly instituted a pale of settlement by attaching the Jews to definite localities which had been wrested from Poland and refusing them the right of residence in other parts of Russia. The implied criticism of the Senate, directed against the former Polish laws with their discrimination against the Jews, could with far greater justice to be leveled in much sharper form against the Russian legislation, which subsequently curtailed the Jewish rights of transit and commerce to an extent undreamed of even by the fiercest anti-Jewish restrictionists of Poland. While in the first 2 decades after the occupation of White Russia, the Russian government observed a comparatively liberal, at least a well-intentioned attitude towards the Jewish question. In later years, it openly embarked upon a policy of exceptional laws and restrictions. The general reactionary tendency, which was partly the result of the ominous successes of the Great French Revolution, and gained the upper hand in Russia towards the end of Catherine's reign, was mirrored also in the position of the Jews. At that juncture, the second and third partitions of Poland, 1793, 1795, were effected, and hundreds of thousands of Jews from Lithuania, Volhynia, and Podolia were added to the numbers of Russian subjects. The country, which barely a generation before had not tolerated a single Jew within its borders, now included a territory more densely populated by Jews than any other. Some means of reconciliation had to be found between these historic opposites, the traditional anti-Jewish policy of Russia on the one hand, and the presence of millions of Jews within its dominions on the other, and such means were found in the system of Jewish rightlessness, which since that time has become one of the principal characteristics of the political genius of Russian autocracy. The ancient Muscovite policy peeped out with ever greater boldness from beneath the European mask of St. Petersburg. On the very eve of the second partition of Poland, when the Russian government merely anticipated an influx of Jews, it had the fatal gift in store for them, the law of the Pale of Settlement, which was to create within the monarchy of peasant serfs a special class of territorially restricted city serfs. It should be added that the impulse towards the creation of this disability did not come from above, but from below, from the influential Christian middle class, which, fearing free competition, began to shout for protection. The first step in robbing the Jews of Russia of their freedom of movement was made a few years after the occupation of White Russia. The Jewish merchants of the White Russian governments, Mogilev and Polotsk, or as the latter is called at present, Vitebsk, which border on the great Russian governments of Smolensk and Moscow, began to visit the two cities of the same name and carry on trade, wholesale and retail, in imported dry goods. They did a good business, for the Jewish merchants sold goods of a higher quality at a lower figure than the Christian competitors. This set the merchants of Moscow agog, and in February 1790 they lodged a complaint with the commander-in-chief of Moscow against the Jews who sell foreign goods by lowering the current prices and thereby inflict very considerable damage upon the local trade. The complainants point to the ancient tradition of the Muscovite Empire excluding the Jews from its borders and assure the authorities that Jewish rivalry will throw the trade of Moscow into complete disorder and bring the Russian merchants to the verge of ruin. The petition, which at bottom was directed not alone against the Jews, but also against the interests of the Russian consumer, who was exploited by the real Russian trade monopolists, found a sympathetic echo in government circles. Accordingly, in the autumn of the same year, the Council of State, after considering the counter-petition of Jews asking to be enrolled in the merchant corporations of Smolensk and Moscow, rendered the decision that it did not deem it expedient to grant the Jews the right of free commerce in the inner Russian provinces, because their admission to it is not found to be of any benefit. A year later, this verdict was reaffirmed by an imperial ukase issued on December 23, 1791, to the effect that the Jews have no right to enroll in the merchant corporations in the inner Russian cities or ports of entry, and are permitted to enjoy only the rights of townsmen and burghers of White Russia. To mitigate the severity of this measure, the ukase deemed it right to extend the said privilege beyond the White Russian government to the viceroyalty of Yekaterinoslav and the region of Tavrida, i.e., the recently annexed territory of New Russia, where the government was anxious to populate the lowly steppes. In this way, the first territorial ghetto, that of White Russia, was established by law for the purpose of harboring the Jewish population taken over from Poland. When again, 2 years later, the second partition of Poland took place, the northwestern ghetto was increased by the neighboring government of Minsk and the southwestern region, Volhynia with the greater part of the Kiev province and Podolia. The ukase of June 23, 1794, conferred upon this enlarged Pale of Settlement the sanction of the law. The Jews were granted the right to engage in the occupations of merchants and burghers in the government of Minsk, Izyaslav, subsequently Volhynia, Bratslav, Podolia, Polotsk, now Vitebsk, Mogilev, Kiev, Chernigov, Novgorod-Seversk, Yekaterinoslav, as well as in the region of Tavrida. The UK thus enlarges the former Pale of Jewish settlement by including Little Russia, or the portion of the Ukraine which had been wrested from Poland as far back as 1654. In short, the territory from which the Jews had been assiduously driven beyond the border in the reign of the three empresses preceding Catherine. The organic connection of Little Russia with the portion of the Ukraine on the right bank of the Dnieper, which had just been annexed from Poland, left the Russian government no other choice than to allow the Jews who had lived in those parts from time immemorial to remain there. Even the holy city of Kiev opened its gates to the Jews. The Dnieper became thereby the central river of Jewish Pale of settlement. The third partition of Poland in 1795 added to the Dnieper system that of the Niemen, the territory of Lithuania, consisting of the governments of Grodno and Vilna. This completed the process of formation of the Pale of settlement at the end of the 18th century. As for Eastern Russia, she was just as vigilantly on her guard against the penetration of the Jewish element as she had been in the time of the ancient Muscovite Empire. The same ukase of 1794, which circumscribed the area of the Jewish right of residence, laid down another fundamental discrimination, that of taxation. The Jews, desirous of enrolling themselves in the mercantile or burgher class in the cities, were to pay the instituted taxes doubly in comparison with those imposed on the burghers and merchants of the Christian religion. Those Jews who refused to remain in the cities on these conditions were to leave the Russian Empire after paying a fine in the form of a double tax for 3 years. In this way, the government exacted from the Jews, for the privilege of remaining in their former places without the right of free transit in the empire, taxes twice as large as those of the Christian townspeople enjoying the liberty of transit. This punitive tax did not relieve the Jews from the special military assessment which, by the ukase of 1794 and 1796, they had to pay, like the Russian mercantile class in general, in exchange for the personal discharge of military service. It is interesting to observe that at the solicitation of Count Zubov, the Governor General of New Russia, the Karaites of the government of Tavrida were released from the double tax. They were also granted permission to own estates and were in general given equal rights with the Christian population, on the understanding, however, that the community of Karaites should not be entered by the Jews known by the name of Rabbinites, concerning whom the laws enacted by us are to be rigidly enforced. Ukase of June 8, 1795. Here the national religious motive of the anti-Jewish legislation crops out unmistakably. The handful of Karaites, who had for centuries lived apart from the Jewish nation and its spiritual possessions, were declared to be more desirable citizens of the monarchy than the genuine Jews, who were on the contrary to be cowed by repressive measures. A decided bent in favor of such measures is manifested in the ukase of 1795, which prescribes that the Jews living in villages be registered in the towns, and that endeavors to be made to transfer them to the district towns, so that these people may not wander about, but may rather engage in commerce and promote manufactures and handicrafts, thereby furthering their own interests as well as the interests of society. The effect of this ukase was to sanction by law the long-established arbitrary practice of the local authorities, who frequently expelled the Jews from the villages and sent them to the towns on the pretext that the Jews could be enrolled only among the townsfolk. The expelled families, deprived of all means of livelihood, were of course completely ruined, as the mere bidding of the authorities did not suffice to enable them to engage in commerce and promote manufactures and handicrafts in the towns in which even the resident merchants and artisans failed to make a living. The system of official tutelage had the effect of fettering instead of developing the economic activity of the Jews. Experiments were now made to extend this tutelage to the communal self-government of the Jews. In 1795, the edict was repeated whereby government and district Kahals, in view of the right conferred upon the Jews of participating in the general city administration, in the magistracies and town councils, were to be deprived of their social and judicial functions, and not to be allowed to concern themselves with any affairs except the ceremonies of religion and divine service. As a matter of fact, the active participation of the Jews in the municipalities, owing to the hostile attitude of the Christian burghers, was extremely feeble. Yet, in the interest of the exchequer, the Kahals were preserved for fiscal purposes, and on account of their financial usefulness, they continued to function as the organs of Jewish communal autonomy, however curtailed and disorganized the latter had now become. In this wise, the restrictive legislation against the Jews appears firmly established towards the end of the reign of Catherine II. A Muscovite wall had been raised between the west and east of Russia, and even within the circumscribed area of Jewish settlement, the tendency was discernible to mark off a still smaller area, and by forcing the Jews out of the villages, to compress the Jewish masses in the towns and cities. It fell to the lot of the successors of Catherine to consolidate this tendency into law. In conclusion, the historian cannot pass over in silence the solitary reform of this period. In the legislative enactments of the last decade of Catherine's reign, the formerly current contemptuous appellation Zid gave way to the name Hebrew, Jewry. The Russian government found it impossible to go beyond this verbal reform. End of section 19. Section 20 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 1, From the Beginning Until the Death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 9, The Beginning of the Russian Régime. Part 2. 2. Jewish legislative schemes during the reign of Paul I. The brief reign of Paul I, 1796 to 1801, added nothing of moment to the Russian legislation concerning the Jews. The law imposing a double tax was confirmed, and also the other restrictions were left in force. The area of Jewish settlement was increased by the newly acquired government of Courland on the outskirts of the empire. In this Duchy, which was annexed in 1795, there were several thousand Jewish inhabitants who had been tolerated as foreigners after the German pattern and had only partly succeeded in forming a communal organization. The question now arose as to the best way of collecting the taxes from the itinerant chapmen who formed the bulk of the Jewish population and were enrolled neither among the rural nor the urban estates, and were not even affiliated with Jewish communities. The Russian government solved this question in 1799 by placing the Jews of Courland in the same position as their co-religionists in the other Western governments, and by granting them the rights of enrolling themselves among the mercantile or burgher estates, as well as establishing their own Kahals. In this case, fiscal considerations were responsible for the organization of the Jewish masses in the dominion of the German barons. Having confined the Jewish population within the Western Pale, the government could not very well hamper its freedom of transit within that Pale, at least as far as moving from city to city was concerned. This elementary right of free transit was resorted to by many Jews of impoverished White Russia who began to emigrate into the Little Russian provinces, particularly into the government of Novgorod-Seversk, later the government of Poltava, which were more prosperous and less crowded with Jews. The government became aware of this internal transmigration and could not abstain from taking it under its fatherly protection. Merchants were allowed to move unhampered from White Russia into Little Russia. Burghers, however, were permitted to emigrate only under conditions applying to all persons of taxable estates. They had to obtain certificates of dismissal. December 1796. Poor as was the reign of Paul in the field of concrete legislation concerning the Jews, it was rich in preliminary endeavors leading up to it. For his reign abounds in all kinds of projects looking to the regulation of the status of the Jews on the basis of official investigations. In the outgoing years of the 18th century, 1797 to 1800, the government offices were feverishly busy in this direction. The government was endeavoring to familiarize itself with the state of the former Polish provinces and particularly with the condition of the Jewish population. The first step in this pursuit after knowledge consisted in sending out a circular inquiry to the nobles and the higher officials of the region under consideration. The stimulus to this inquiry came 1797 from a report submitted on account of the famine which had been raging in the government of Minsk. Governor Kornieyev of Minsk received orders from St. Petersburg to gather the opinions of the local marshals or leaders of the nobility, and on that basis supply an elucidation of the causes of the impoverished conditions of the peasants, with plans looking to their amelioration. The shrewd device of questioning the landed aristocrats as to the causes of impoverishment of the peasant serfs bore worthy fruit. Needless to say, the Polish magnates who assembled in Minsk at the invitation of the government did not even for a moment think of reproaching themselves and their own estate of slaveholders for the misery of the people enrolled by them. Instead, they preferred to put the blame partly on external circumstances, the changes and mutinies in the province, bad crops, poor means of communication, etc., and partly on the Jews, whom the owners of the villages retain as arendars and tavern keepers, contrary to the orders of the authorities restricting their domicile to the cities. The Jewish tavern keepers in the country, so the nobles allege, lure the peasants into drunkenness by selling them spirits on trust and thereby render them unfit to manage their affairs. In order to save the peasants, the government should insist that the right of distilling be open exclusively to the landowners and be withheld from the Jews as well as other arendars and tavern keepers, and that in the rural public houses permission to sell hot wine, whiskey, be given only to the squires. To put in other words, the peasants will thrive and be fit to manage their affairs if, instead of Jewish alcohol, they will imbibe the aristocratic alcohol of the landed proprietors. One need not to be a statesman to discover the underlying motive of this opinion of the nobles, who were concerned only about retaining the ancient alcohol monopoly which they had enjoyed under the Polish regime, the right of propination. This, however, did not prevent the governor of Minsk from presenting the report of the nobility to the Tsar, who, on July 28, 1797, put down the following resolution: Measures are to be taken, in accordance with the proposals of the marshals of the nobility, to restrict the rights of the Jews who ruin the peasants. At the same time, the Senate called the governor's attention to Catherine's ukase, ordering the transfer of the Jews to the district towns, so that these people may not wander to and fro to the detriment of society. This was tantamount to giving the authorities carte blanche in expelling the Jews from the villages. In 1798 came the turn of the nobility of Southwest, of Volhynia and Podolia, to state their wishes for the benefit of the fatherland. The marshals of Podolia, who met at Kamenets, elaborated a much more comprehensive scheme of reform than their compeers in Minsk. After expressing their gratitude to the Tsar for his imperial benevolence in leaving us the franchise of liquor dealing, the nobles plead that neither the right of distilling nor that of selling liquor will let to Jews or even to Christians, and that the nobles themselves be granted the liberty of employing people in their public houses at their own discretion. After securing the monopoly of intoxicating the people through their own bartenders, the nobles propose to transform the bulk of the Jews into export agents to find foreign markets for the agrarian, i.e., manorial products, whence commercial profits will accrue both to the tillers of the soil and to the nobles. As for the other Jews, part of them were to be retained by the landowners in their public houses, and the rest were to be forced to engage in agriculture and handicrafts. This brilliant prospect of becoming the tools of the nobles for the disposal of rural products and the sale of manorial alcohol had evidently little fascination for the Jews themselves. Alarmed by these aristocratic designs, they held a consultation and even called a conference of delegates. The conference met in Ostrog, Volhynia, in the summer of 1798, and decided to collect a fund and send a deputation to St. Petersburg to lay before the Tsar the needs and wishes of the Jews of the Southwest, whom the government had entirely forgotten to ask how they themselves would like to have their affairs arranged. Unfortunately, the Governor-General of the Southwest, Count Gudovich, got wind of these preparations. Far-sighted statesman that he was, he immediately suspected that this collection of money for the deputation might merely serve as a cover for some weak Jewish design. He accordingly confiscated the funds already secured, forbade all further collections, and hastened to report his achievement to St. Petersburg. To his astonishment, the overzealous Governor-General received the chilling reply that the Tsar found nothing criminal in the desire of the Jews to send the deputation to him. At the same time, he was instructed to return the confiscated money and not to interfere with the sending of the deputation, September 1798. Whether the deputation actually proceeded to the capital and what it achieved is unknown, but the occurrence in itself bears witness to the fact that even in that unenlightened epoch and in the secluded Hasidic environment of Volhynia and Podolia, the Jews were not altogether insensible of the political and social upheavals which were taking place in Russia. The last to respond to the governmental inquiry was the nobility of Lithuania. The marshals of the 19th Lithuanian district, who met in 1800, submitted their opinion, which had been adopted with only 3 dissenting votes, to Friedel, the governor of Vilna. The 3 opposing marshals suggested leaving the Jews in the condition which had prevailed under the Polish regime. All the others drafted a plan of Jewish reform, which was even more radical than that of the nobles of Minsk and Podolia. The Jews were to be barred not only from distilling and keeping taverns of their own, but also from the sale of spirits in the manorial public houses. The Jewish rural population, which would thus be deprived of all means of subsistence, was to be transferred partly to the cities, partly to be scattered over the crown and manorial settlements, where they might be allowed to grow corn and to mortgage and farm estates. The economic reform was to be supplemented by one affecting the inner life of the Jews. It was necessary to abolish the Jewish costume and introduce among the Jews the form of dress customary among the other inhabitants. Altogether, the separateness of the Jews was to be broken down, for they constitute a people by themselves and as such have their own administration, in the form of synagogues and Kahals, which not only arrogate to themselves spiritual authority, but also meddle in all civil affairs and in matters pertaining to the police. These measures would bring about the amalgamation of the Jews with the surrounding population. The reformatory ardor of the Lithuanian nobles, who thought it necessary to bracket the problem of Kahal autonomy with the sale of alcohol, was the effect of outside interference. Friedel, the governor of Vilna, who was a cultivated German, and as such was acquainted with the state of the Jewish problem in Germany, found it necessary to address himself to the Lithuanian marshals twice, their first statement having been found unsatisfactory. Only a second revision of the views of the nobles, which included the plan of inner reforms, satisfied Friedel. In April 1800, Friedel forwarded these recommendations to the Senate, accompanying them by his own comprehensive memorandum, which to a large extent was obviously based on Chesky's and Butrimovich's projects, submitted some 10 years previously to the Jewish Commission of the Quadrennial Diet. Friedel urges the necessity of a general reform and professes to take Western Europe as a model, but all he adopted thence was the most objectionable tactics of enlightened absolutism. In his opinion, the education of the Jewish people must begin with their religion. It is necessary to wipe out all Jewish sects with their superstitions and to forbid strictly the introduction of any innovations whereby impostors might seduce the masses and plunge them into ever greater ignorance. A veiled allusion to the Hasidim, and in particular to their tzaddiks, whose strife with the anti-Hasidic rabbis was engaging the attention of the Russian government at the time. He further recommends that the Jews be forced to send their children to the government schools, to conduct all their business in Polish, to wear the customary non-Jewish form of dress, and not to marry before the age of 20. Finally, the Jews are to be classified in 3 categories: merchants, artisans, and tillers of the soil. These 3 estates to form part of the general class stratification of the empire. In this way, the fiscal services of the Kahals could be dispensed with, and the Kahals themselves would pass out of existence automatically. The suggestions of the leaders of the nobility, as well as the proposals of the governors, were turned over in the spring of 1800 to the Senate, whose function was to examine and utilize them for a new legal enactment or statute. Here they happened to fall into the hands of one of the senators, Gabriel Dyerzhvin, the celebrated Russian poet, who, by the whim of fate, was soon to blossom forth into a specialist in rebus judicis. 3. Dyerzhvin's opinion on the Jewish problem. Dyerzhvin was born in one of the remote eastern provinces of Russia and spent the greater part of his life in the government offices of St. Petersburg. He had never come in contact with the Jewish population until, in 1799, he was dispatched to the little town of Shklov in White Russia to look into the case of the owner of the town, a retired general by the name of Jewry. The latter had been one of the favorites of Catherine, and lived the fast and extravagant life of a Russian country squire in the town, which was his private property. His typically Russian devil-may-care conduct was not calculated to spare the large Jewish population of the town. Jewry evidently fancied that the Jews living on his land were just as much his serfs as were the peasants, and he handled them in the way serfs were dealt with in those days. He expelled several of them from the town and seized their houses. Others he beat with his own hands, and still others he forced to supply him with drink free of charge. The Jews appealed to the government against this attempt to turn them into serfs, and it was in response to their appeal that Emperor Paul dispatched Senator Dyerzhvin with instructions to curb the violence of the boisterous squire. Dyerzhvin, who was imbued with the spirit of serfdom, could not but take a mild view of the high-handed method of Jewry, and came to the conclusion that the Jews were partly to blame for the disorders that had taken place. The death of Jewry in 1800 put a stop to the case, but theoretically the Senate decided that, according to Russian law, the Jews, by virtue of their being members of the merchant and burgher class, could not be regarded as serfs, even in the towns and settlements owned by squires. A year later, Dyerzhvin was again dispatched to White Russia, this time invested with very large powers. The province was in the throes of a terrible famine, brought about not only by bad crops, but also by the outrageous conduct of the landed proprietors. These gentlemen, instead of supplying their peasants with foodstuffs, preferred to send large quantities of grain either abroad for sale or into their distilleries for the production of whiskey, which, instead of feeding the peasants, poisoned them. In dispatching Dyerzhvin to White Russia, Emperor Paul gave him full power to put a stop to these abuses and to inflict severe penalties on the squires who, moved by unexampled greed, leave their peasants without assistance. They were to be dispossessed and their estates placed under state control, June 16, 1800. In a supplementary instruction added by the Procurator General of the Senate, Oblanin, the following clauses were added. And whereas, according to information received, the exhaustion of the White Russian peasants is to a rather considerable extent caused by the Zhyd, it is His Majesty's wish that Your Excellency may give particular attention to their part in it and submit an opinion how to avert the general damage inflicted by them. This unmistakably anti-Semitic postscript, which Dyerzhvin was in all likelihood a party, to which, at all events, he gave his approval, was designed to mitigate the blow aimed at the squires and turn it against the Jews. The conspiracy of these two bureaucrats, who believed in serfdom and sided with the squires, put an altogether different complexion on Dyerzhvin's mission. The pacification of White Russia was speedily accomplished. Dyerzhvin placed the estate of one Polish magnate under state control and personally closed up a Jewish distillery in the town of Lozno, the residence of the famous Hasidic tzaddik, Rabbi Zalman Schneersohn. He proceeded with such energy that one Jewish woman complained of having received blows at his hands. After having installed order, Dyerzhvin set out to do what he considered to be his main task: prepare an elaborate memorandum concerning the Jews under the characteristic title Opinion of Senator Dyerzhvin concerning the averting of the want of foodstuffs in White Russia by curbing the avaricious pursuits of the Jews, also concerning their re-education and other matters. The very title betrays the underlying motive of the writer to make the Jews the scapegoat for the economic ruin of the province, in which the squires had always been the master of the situation. But Dyerzhvin did not confine himself to the evaluation of the economic activity of the Jews. He was no less anxious to depict their inner life, their beliefs, their training and education, their communal institutions, their moral situation. For all these purposes, he drew up a multitude of sources. While writing his memorandum in Vitebsk in the fall of 1800, he gathered information about the Jews from the local anti-Jewish merchants and burghers, and from the scientific instructors at the Jesuit college in the same city, in the courthouses, and from the very Cossacks themselves. It must be added that Dyerzhvin also had in his possession two projects from the pen of enlightened Jews. The author of one of them, Nota Shklova by name, a wealthy merchant who had served as purveyor to Potemkin's army and living at that time in St. Petersburg, knew the drifts of opinion in government circles, proposed to attract the Jews to manufacturing, which should be introduced in connection with agriculture and cattle breeding into colonies set apart for this purpose in the neighborhood of the Black Sea ports. The originator of the second project, a physician from Kreslavka in the government of Vitebsk by the name of Frank, evidently a German Jew of the Mendelssohnian type, suggested that the government through Dyerzhvin focus its attention on the reform of the Jewish religion, which in its original purity rested on unadulterated deism and the postulates of pure morality, but in the course of time was distorted by the absurdities of the Talmud. Frank accordingly proposes to follow the example set by Mendelssohn in Germany, to throw open the Russian public schools to the Jews, and to teach their children Russian, German, and Hebrew, implying, of course, that the Jew thus educated will not fail to prove himself of unquestionable benefit to the country. Aside from these projects, Dyerzhvin had before him specimens of several Prussian Judenreglements, as well as the recommendations of the marshals and governors of Western Russia referred to above, and similar documents. This material sufficed for the Russian official who had caught no more than a fleeting glimpse of the Jews while passing through White Russia to elaborate a most comprehensive opinion demanding a complete transformation of Jewish life. The somber picture which Dyerzhvin draws of the life of the Jews suffices to show how superficial was his acquaintance with the conditions he describes. The naivety with which he judges and completely distorts many aspects of Jewish life is astounding. The economic pursuits of the Jews, such as trading, leasing of land, innkeeping, brokerage, are nothing but subtle devices to squeeze out the wealth of their neighbors under the guise of offering them benefits and favors. The Jewish school is hotbed of superstitions. Moral sentiments are entirely absent among the Jews. They have no conception of loving kindness, disinterestedness, and other virtues. All they do is to collect riches in order to erect a new temple of Solomon or to satisfy their fleshly desires. This curious bit of characterization forms the preamble to a vast scheme consisting of no less than 88 clauses looking to the transformation of the Jews. The Jews are to be placed under supreme, i.e., imperial protection and tutelage, and to be supervised by a special Christian official, a protector who, with the assistance of committees, to be appointed by the gubernatorial administration, shall carry out this work of transformation, shall take a census of all Jews, and provide them with family names. Thereupon the Jews shall be divided into four categories: merchants, urban burghers, rural burghers, and agricultural settlers, and every Jew shall be forced to register in one of these categories. All this mass of Jews is to be evenly distributed over the various parts of White Russia, and the surplus transferred to the other governments. This reform having been accomplished, the Kahals shall be dispensed with. To provide for the management of the spiritual affairs of the Jews, synagogues with rabbis and schoolmen are to be organized in the various governments. A supreme ecclesiastic tribunal is to be established at St. Petersburg under the name Sandarin, which shall be presided over by a chief rabbi or patriarch after the pattern of Mohammedan Mufti of the Tatars. Suggestions of various repressive and compulsory measures supplement these positive proposals. The Jews are to be forbidden to keep Christian domestics. They are to be deprived of their right of participating in the city magistracies. They are to be compelled to give up their distinct form of dress and to execute all deeds and business documents in Russian, Polish, or German. The children shall be allowed to go to the Jewish religious schools only up to the age of 12 and shall afterwards be transferred to the secular schools of the state. Finally, the author proposes that the government establish a printing office of its own to publish Jewish religious books with philosophic annotations. In this way, Dyerzhvin contends, will the stubborn and cunning tribe of Hebrews be properly set to rights, and Emperor Paul, by carrying out this reform, will earn great fame for having fulfilled the commandment of the Gospels: love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you. Such is Dyerzhvin's project, a curious mixture of the savage fancies of an old-fashioned Muscovite about unfamiliar historic culture on the one hand, and notions of reform, conceived in the contemporary Prussian Berek spirit, and various philosophic tendencies on the other hand, a medley of hereditary Jew hatred, vague appreciation of the historic tragedy of Judaism, and the desire to render the Jews useful to the state. And over it all hovers the spirit of official patronage and red tape regulations, the curious notion that a people with an ancient culture can, at the mere bidding of an outside agency, change its position like figures on a chessboard, that strange faith in the saving power of mechanical reforms which prevailed, though in less naive manifestations, also in Western Europe. Dyerzhvin's opinion was laid before the Senate in December 1800, and together with the previously submitted recommendations of the West Russian marshals and governors, was to supply the material for an organic legal enactment concerning the Jews. But the execution of this plan was not destined to take place during the reign of Paul. In March 1801, the Tsar met his tragic fate, and the cause of Jewish reform entered into a new phase, a phase characterized by the struggle between the liberal tendencies prevalent at the beginning of Alexander I's reign and the retrograde views held by the champions of Old Poland and Old Russia. End of section 20. Section 21 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 1. From the beginning until the death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon Dubnow. Translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 10. The Enlightened Absolutism of Alexander I, Part 1. 1. The Committee for the Amelioration of the Jews. The liberal breeze which began to stir in the first years of Alexander I's reign sent a refreshing current of air through the stuffy atmosphere of the St. Petersburg chancelleries, in which Russian bureaucrats, undisturbed by their utter ignorance of Judaism, were devising ways and means of turning Jewish life upside down. It took some time, however, before the Jewish question was taken up again. In 1801 and 1802, the government was busy rearranging the whole machinery of the administration. With the formation of the ministries and of the Council of State, the Senate lost its former executive power, and as a result, the material relating to the Jewish question, which had been in its possession, had to be transferred to a new official agency. Such an agency was called into being in November 1802. By the order of the Tsar, a special committee for the amelioration of the Jews was organized, and the following were appointed its members: Kochubay, Minister of the Interior; Dyerzhvin, the specialist on Judaism, at that time Minister of Justice; Count Zubov, and two high officials of Polish birth, Adam Czartoryski, Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, an intimate friend of Alexander I, and Severin Potocki, a member of the Senate. The committee was charged with the investigation of all the problems touched upon in Dyerzhvin's opinion concerning the curbing of the avaricious pursuits of the Jews in White Russia, with a view to extending the amelioration of the Jews also to the other governments acquired from Poland. Rumors to the effect that a special committee on Jewish affairs had been instituted at St. Petersburg, and that its work was to follow the lines laid down in the project of the Dyerzhvin, caused considerable alarm among the Jews of the Northwest, who knew but too well the anti-Semitic leanings of the former senator and inspector. The Kahal of Minsk held a special meeting in December 1802, which passed the following resolution: Whereas disquieting rumors have reached us from the capital to the effect that matters involving the Jew as a whole have now been entrusted to the hands of 5 dignitaries with power to dispose of them as they see fit, be it resolved that it is necessary to proceed to St. Petersburg and petition our sovereign not to allow them, the dignitaries, to introduce any innovations among us. A public appeal was made for funds to provide the expenses of the delegates. Moreover, a fast of 3 days was imposed on all the members of the community, during which prayers were to be offered up in the synagogues for averting the calamity which the government threatened to bring upon the Jews. When the Minister of the Interior, Kochubay, learned of the excitement prevailing among the Jews, he sent in January 1803 a circular to the governors instructing them to allay the fears of the Jews. The Kahals were to be informed that in appointing the committee for the investigation of Jewish matters, there was no intention whatsoever to impair their status or to curtail any substantial advantage enjoyed by them. But on the contrary, it was proposed to offer them better conditions and greater security. This verbal assurance was not nearly so effective in quieting the minds of the Jews as action taken by the government at the same time. In the beginning of 1803, the Jewish Committee resolved to invite deputies from all the gubernatorial Kahals to St. Petersburg for the purpose of ascertaining their views as to the needs of the Jewish people, which the government had planned to transform without its own knowledge. This was the first departure from the red tape routine of St. Petersburg. Towards the end of January 1803, active preparations were set afoot by the Kahals for sending such deputies. During the winter and spring, the Russian capital witnessed the arrival of Jewish deputies from the governments of Minsk, Podolia, Mogilev, and Kiev, no information being available about the other governments. The deputies soon had occasion to rejoice in Dyerzhvin's retirement from membership in the Jewish Committee, following upon his resignation from the post of Minister of Justice. Being a conservative of the real Russian type, Dyerzhvin was out of place in a liberal government such as ruled the destinies of Russia in the early years of Alexander's reign. With his retirement, his opinion ceased to serve as an obligatory rule of conduct for the members of the committee. On arriving in St. Petersburg, the deputies from the provinces found there a small group of Jews, mostly natives of White Russia, who lived temporarily in the capital in connection with their business affairs. Though denied the right of permanent domicile in the capital of the empire, this handful of barely tolerant Jews had managed to secure the right of dying there and of burying their dead in their own cemetery. The opening of the cemetery in 1802 marks symbolically the inception of the Jewish community in St. Petersburg. In the same sign of death, the provincial deputies met their metropolitan brethren at a rather strange celebration in the summer of 1803. At the suggestion of the deputies and in their presence, the remains of 3 Jews who had been buried in a Christian cemetery was transferred to the newly acquired Jewish cemetery. Among the Jews of St. Petersburg, there were several men at that time who, owing to their connections with high officials and because of their familiarity with bureaucratic ways, were able to be of substantial service to the deputies from the provinces. One of these Jews, Nota Shklova, who about that time received the family name Notkin, the same public-spirited merchant who in 1800 had submitted his reform project to Dyerzhvin, acted, it would seem, as the official advisor of the deputies, having been invited some time previously to participate in the labors of the Jewish committee. While on the committee, he continually insisted on his scheme of promoting agriculture and manufacture among the Jews, but he did not live to see the triumph of his ideas. He died shortly before the enactment of the law of 1804, in which his pet theory found due recognition. Another St. Petersburg Jew, the wealthy contractor and commercial councillor Abraham Peretz, took no immediate part in Jewish affairs. Yet he too was some service to the deputies, owing to his business relations with the official world. In the meantime, the Committee for the Amelioration of the Jews, after scrutinizing the different projects submitted to it, had worked out a general plan of reform and communicated it to the Jewish deputies. After prolonged indecision, the Jewish deputies announced that they were not in a position to submit their conclusions without previous consultation with the Kahals by which they had been elected. They accordingly asked for a half-year respite for the purpose of consultation. The official Jewish committee, on the other hand, could not agree to so protracted a delay in its labors, and resolved to submit, through the medium of the government, the principal clauses of the project to the Kahals, with the understanding that the latter, without making any changes in the aforesaid clauses, should confine themselves to suggestions as to the best ways and means of carrying the proposed reforms into effect. The epistolary inquiry failed to produce the desired effect. Restricted beforehand in their free expression of opinion, and having no right to speak their mind as to the substance of the project, the Kahals, in replying, limited themselves to the request that the correctional measures be postponed for 20 years, particularly as far as the proposed prohibition of the sale of liquor and land tenure was concerned, which prohibition would undermine the whole economic structure of Jewish life. The committee paid no heed to the plea of the Kahals, which was tantamount to a condemnation of the basic principles of the project, and proceeded to work in the direction originally decided upon. Nor was there perfect unanimity within the community itself. Two tendencies, it seems, were struggling for mastery: utilitarianism, represented by the champions of correctional measures and of compulsory transformation of Jewish life, and humanitarianism, advocated by the spokesmen of unconditional emancipation. To the latter class belonged Speransky, the brilliant and enlightened statesman who might have succeeded in liberating the empire of the Tsars 100 years ago, had he not fallen a victim to the fatal conditions of Russian life. At the time we are speaking of, he served in the Ministry of the Interior under Kuchbai and was engaged in elaborating plans of reform for the various departments of the civil service. Speransky took an active interest in the Committee for the Amelioration of the Jews and frequently acted as Kuchbai's substitute. There was a time when his influence in the committee was predominant. It was evidently under his influence that the remarkable sentences embodied in the minutes of the committee meeting of September 20, 1803 were penned. Reforms brought about by the power of the state are as a rule unstable and are particularly untenable in those cases in which that power has to grapple with the habits of centuries. Hence, it seems both better and safer to guide the Jews to perfection by throwing open to them the avenues leading to their own happiness, by observing their movements from a distance, and by removing everything that might turn them away from this path, without using any manner of force, without establishing special agencies for them, without endeavoring to act in their stead, but by merely opening the way for their own activities. As few restrictions as possible, as many liberties as possible, these are the simple elements of every social order. Since the government had begun to dabble in the Jewish question, this was the first rational utterance coming from the ranks of the Russian bureaucracy. It implied an emphatic condemnation of the system of state patronage and correctional measures by means of which Russian officialdom then and thereafter sought to transform a whole nation. Here, for the first time, was voiced the lofty precept of humanitarianism: grant the Jews untrammeled possibilities of development, give full scope to their energies, and the Jews themselves will in the end choose the way which leads to perfection and progress. But even the liberalizing statesmen of that period could not maintain themselves on that high eminence of political thought. Speransky's conception was too tender a blossom for the rough climate of Russia, even in its springtide. The blossom was bound to wither. As far as the Committee for the Amelioration of the Jews was concerned, the hackneyed political wisdom of the age, the system of patronage and compulsory reforms, came to the fore again. The report submitted by the Jewish Committee to Alexander I in October 1804 reveals no trace of that radical liberalism which a year before had come to light in the minutes of the committee. The report begins by determining the approximate size of the Jewish population, computing the number of registered taxable males at 174,385, a figure which represents less than a fifth of the whole Jewish population. In other words, the total number of Jews in the estimates of the committee approached 1 million. The report proceeds to point out that this entire mass is huddled together in the annexed Polish and Lithuanian provinces and in Little Russia and Courland, and is barred from the governments of the interior, a statement followed by an historical excursus tending to show that the Jews have never been allowed to settle in Russia. The Tsar is further informed that the Jews are obliged to pay double taxes, that notwithstanding the fact that they are liable to the general courts and municipalities, and that their Kahals are subordinate to the gubernatorial police, the Jews still keep aloof from the institutions of the land and manage their affairs through the Kahals. Finally, it is pointed out that the sale of liquor, the most widespread occupation among Jews, is a source of abuses, calling forth complaints from the surrounding population. Basing its deduction on these premises, the committee drafted a law which, in its principal features, was embodied in the statute concerning the organization of the Jews, issued with the sanctions of the Tsar soon afterwards on December 9, 1804. 2. The Jewish Constitution of 1804. The new charter, a mixture of liberties and disabilities, was prompted, as is stated in the preamble, by solicitude for the true welfare of the Jews, as well as for the advantage of the native population of those governments in which these people are allowed to live. The concluding part of the sentence anticipates the way in which the question of Jewish area of settlement is solved. It remained limited as theretofore to 13 governments, 2 in Lithuania, 2 in White Russia, 2 in Little Russia, those of Minsk, Volhynia, Kiev, and Podolia, and finally 3 in New Russia. A slightly larger area is conceded by the new statute to the future class of Jewish agriculturalists projected in the same statute. They are permitted to settle in addition in 2 interior governments, those of Astrakhan and Caucasia. Economically, the new statute establishes 2 opposite poles. A negative pole, as far as the rural occupation of innkeeping and land tenure are concerned, which are to be exterminated ruthlessly, and a positive pole, as far as agriculture is involved, which, on the contrary, is stimulated and promoted among Jews in every possible manner. Clause 34, the severest provision of the whole Act, is directed not only against innkeeping but also rural occupations in general. It reads as follows: beginning with January 1, 1807, in the governments of Astrakhan and Caucasia, also in those of Little Russia and New Russia, and beginning with January 1, 1808, in the other governments, no one among the Jews in any village or hamlet shall be permitted to hold any leases on land, to keep taverns, saloons, or inns, whether under his own name or under a strange name, or to sell wine in them, or even to live in them under any pretext whatever, except when passing through. With one stroke, this clause eliminated from the economic life of the Jews an occupation which, though far from being distinguished, had yet afforded a livelihood to almost one half of the whole Jewish population of Russia. Moreover, the none too extensive territory of the Jewish Pale of Settlement was still more limited by excluding from it the enormous area of villages and hamlets. The economic and legal blow aimed at the Jews in the Statute of 1804 was to be made good by the privileges held forth to those willing to engage in agriculture. Such Jews were accorded the right of buying unoccupied lands in all the western and in 2 of the eastern governments, or of establishing themselves on crown lands. In the latter case, the settlers were to be assigned definite parcels of land and for the first few years be exempt from state taxes. However, it soon became evident that the proposed remedy was out of proportion to the seriousness of the wounds that had been inflicted. While hundreds of thousands of Jews were driven from the rural occupations with which their economic life had been bound up for centuries, the new branch of labor opened to the Jews, the pursuit of agriculture could, for some time to come, attract, at the utmost, only a few insignificant groups of the Jewish population. Among the favored occupations, ranging in importance beneath agriculture, the new law includes industry and handicrafts. Manufacturers and artisans were declared exempt from the double tax imposed on Jews, and the founders of the most needed factories are promised, in addition, a government loan. The Jewish merchants and burghers are placed in the last rank, being merely tolerated. Manufacturers, artisans, and merchants are given permission to sojourn temporarily for the business purposes in the interior governments, not excluding the capitals, but not otherwise than with gubernatorial passports, such as are given for going abroad. In the chapter entitled On the Civil Organization of the Jews, the new charter establishes, on the one hand, the liability of the Jews to the authority of the municipalities, the common police, and the common law courts, and grants the Jews, on the other hand, the right of electing rabbis and Kahalmen, who shall be replaced every 3 years and shall be ratified by the gubernatorial administration. Special clauses provide that the rabbis are obliged to look after all the ceremonies of the Jewish faith and decide all disputes bearing on religion, but they are strictly forbidden to resort to anathemas and excommunications, the so-called herem. The Kahals, in turn, are held responsible for the regular payment of the state taxes. The communal autonomy of the Jews was thus calculated to serve two masters, religion and the exchequer, God and Mammon, and was expected to adjust its manifold problems to both. The Jewish Constitution of 1804 is provided as it were with the European label. Its first chapter bears the heading on Enlightenment. Jewish children are granted free access to all public schools, gymnasiums, and universities in the Russian Empire. The Jews are also granted the right of opening their own schools for secular culture, one of 3 languages, Russian, Polish, or German, to be obligatory. One of these languages is also, within a period of 2 to 6 years from the promulgation of the law, to become obligatory for all public documents, promissory notes, commercial ledgers, etc. The Jews, elected members of municipalities, or chosen as rabbis and Kahal members, are obliged within a definite term, 1808 to 1812, to know one of these 3 languages to the extent of being able to write and speak. Moreover, the Jewish members of the municipalities are expected to wear clothes of the Polish, Russian, or German pattern. This enlightened program represents the tribute which the Russian government felt obliged to render to the spirit of the age, the spirit of enlightened Prussian absolutism rather than that of French emancipation. It was the typical sample of a Prusso-Austrian reglement embodying the very system of reforms brought about by the powers of the state against which Speransky had vainly cautioned. In concrete reality, this system resulted in nothing else than the violent breakup of a structure built by centuries, relentless coercion on the one hand, and suffering of the patronized masses on the other. End of section 21. Section 22 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 1, From the Beginning Until the Death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 10, The Enlightened Absolutism of Alexander I, Part 2. 3. The projected expulsion from the villages. The legal enactment of 1804 was appraised by the Russian Jews at its true value, problematic benefits in the future, and undeniable hardships for the present. The prospect of future benefits, the attainment of which was conditioned by the weakening of the time-honored foundations of stalwart Jewish cultural life, expressing itself in language, school, and communal self-government had no fascination for Russian Jews who had not yet been touched by the influences of Western Europe. But what the Russian Jews did feel, and feel with sickening pain, was the imminence of a terrible economic catastrophe, the expulsion of hundreds of thousands of Jews from the villages. It soon became evident that the expulsion would affect 60,000 Jewish families, or about 500,000 Jews. Needless to say, within the 2 or 3 years of respite which remained before the catastrophe, this huge mass could not possibly gain access to new fields of labor and establish itself in new domiciles, and it was therefore in danger of being starved to death. In consequence, St. Petersburg was flooded with petitions imploring the authorities to postpone the expulsion for a time. These petitions came not only from the Kahals, but also from country squires for whom the removal of the Jewish tenants and innkeepers from their estates entailed considerable financial losses. With the approach of the year 1808, the time limit set for the expulsion, the shouts of despair from the provinces became louder and louder. It is difficult to say whether the Russian government would have responded to the terrible outcry had it not been for an event which set all the political circles of St. Petersburg agog. It was in the autumn of 1806. The Jewish parliament in Paris, which had been assembled by Napoleon, was concluding its sessions and was sending out appeals to all the countries of Europe, announcing the impending convocation of the Great Synhedrion. This new fate of Napoleon disturbed all the European governments which were on terms of enmity with the French emperor, and had reason to fear the discontent of their Jewish subjects. The Austrian government went so far as to forbid the Jews to enter into any relations with dangerous Paris. St. Petersburg too became alarmed. Napoleon, who had just shattered Prussia and had already entered her Polish provinces, was gradually approaching the borders of hostile Russia. The awe inspired by the statesman-like genius of the French emperor made the Russian government suspect that the convocation of a universal Jewish Synhedrion in Paris was merely a Napoleonic device to dispose the Jewish masses of Prussia, Austria, and Russia in his favor. In these circumstances, it seemed likely that the resentment aroused in the Russian Jews by their imminent expulsion from the villages would provide the favorable soil for the wily agitation of Napoleon, and would create a hotbed of anti-Russian sentiment in the very regions soon to become the theater of war. To avoid such risks, it seemed imperative to extinguish the flame of discontent and stop the expulsion. Thus, it came about that in the beginning of February 1807, at the very moment when the sessions of the Synhedrion were opened in Paris, the Minister of the Interior, Kochubay, submitted a report to Alexander I, in which he pointed out the necessity of postponing the transplantation of the Jews from the villages into the towns and townlets, so as to guard this nation in general against the intentions of the French government. The Tsar concurred in this opinion, with the result that a special committee was immediately formed to consider the practical application of the Statute of 1804. Apart from Kochubay and other high officials, the committee included the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Budberg, diplomatic considerations being involved in the question. On February 15th, Senator Alexeyev was directed to inspect the western provinces and find out to what extent the military circumstances and the present condition of the border provinces, as well as the economic ruins of the Jews, which is inevitable if their expulsion be enforced, render this expulsion difficult or even impossible of execution. At the same time, the Minister of the Interior instructed the administrators of the Western governments to prevent the slightest contact between the Jews of Russia and the Synhedrion in Paris, which the French government was using as a tool to curry political favor with the Jews. The same circular letter to the governors recommends another rather curious device. It suggests that the Jews be impressed with the idea that the Synhedrion in Paris was endeavoring to modify the Jewish religion, and for this reason did not deserve the sympathy of the Russian Jews. At the same time, Holy Synod was sending out circulars instructing the Greek Orthodox clergy to inform the Russian people that Napoleon was an enemy of the Church and a friend of the Jews, that he might the more effectively put the Church of Christ to shame. So the Holy Synod proclaimed. Napoleon assembled the Judean synagogues in France and established the great Synhedrion of the Jews, that same ungodly assembly which had once dared pass the sentence of crucifixion upon our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and he now plans to unite the Jews whom the wrath of the Almighty had scattered over the face of the whole earth, so as to incite them to overthrow the Christian Church and proclaim the pseudo-Messiah in the person of Napoleon. By these devices, the government, finding itself at its wits' end in the face of a great war, shrewdly attempted to frighten at once the Jewish people by the specter of an anti-Jewish Napoleon, and the Orthodox Russians by Napoleon's leaning toward Judaism. The former were made to believe that the Synhedrion was directed against the Jewish religion, and the latter were told that it was established by the Jewish pseudo-Messiah for the overthrow of Christianity. In this precarious situation, the government once more decided to ascertain, by means of circular inquiry, the views of representatives of the Jewish communities on the best ways of carrying the reform into effect. The ukase of February 19, issued by the Tsar on this occasion, is couched in surprisingly mild terms. Prompted by the desire to give our subjects of the Jewish nationality another proof of our solicitude about their welfare, we have deemed it right to allow all the Jewish communes in the governments of Vilna, Grodno, Kiev, Minsk, Podolia, Volhynia, Vitebsk, and Mogilev to elect deputies and to suggest through them to the gubernatorial administrators the means which they themselves consider best fitted for the most successful execution of the measures laid down in the Statute of 1804. The deputies were summoned this time not to St. Petersburg, but to the provincial capitals in order to present their opinions to the governors. The expression of opinion on the part of the Jewish deputies, or as they were officially styled, the attorneys of the Jewish communes, did not limit itself to the fatal 34th clause, which all the deputies wished to see repealed, or at least postponed for an indefinite period. Serious objections were raised also to the other provisions of the Jewish constitution. The deputies advocated the abolition of double taxation for all classes of Jewish population. They asked for a larger range of authority for the rabbinical tribunals and for a mitigation of the provisions forbidding the use of Hebrew in legal documents, promissory notes, and commercial ledgers. Some of them pleaded for a postponement of law concerning Hebrew as being inconvenient to business, while others suggested permitting the use of Hebrew for promissory notes up to the sum of 100 rubles. The deputies also called attention to the difficulty on the part of the rabbis and Jewish members of magistracies of acquiring the Russian language within so short a period. They were ready to assent to the change of dress for the magistrates and those living temporarily outside the Pale, but they pointed out at the same time that the prescribed German dress was not becoming to Jews, who, on account of religious scruples, refused to shave their beards, and that in the case of magistrates and visitors to the Russian interior, they would prefer to adopt the Russian form of dress. As for the laws relating to education, the deputies observed that it would be useless for Jewish children to go to the common Russian schools as long as they did not understand the Russian language, and that it would, for this reason, seem more practicable first to have them acquire the Russian language in the Jewish schools where they were taught the Hebrew language and the dogmas of the faith. By the time the opinions of the deputies were conveyed by the governors to St. Petersburg, the political sentiment there had undergone a change. In July 1807, the Peace of Tilsit had been concluded. An entente cordiale had been established between Napoleon and Alexander I, and Russia no more stood in awe of Bonaparte's intrigues. There was no more reason to fear a secret understanding between the Russian Jews and the Parisian Synhedrion, which had shortly before been prorogued, and the bureaucratic compassion for the unfortunate Jews vanished into air. The last term set for the expulsion from the villages, January 1, 1808, was drawing near, and 2 months before this date, on October 19, 1807, the Tsar addressed a new case marked by extraordinary severity to the Governor General of the Western region. The circumstances connected with the war, the UK's states in part, were of a nature to complicate and suspend the transplantation of the Jews. These complications can now, after the cessation of the war, be averted in the future by means of a gradual and most convenient arrangement of the work of transplantation. For these reasons, we deem it right to lay down an arrangement by means of which the transplantation of the Jews, beginning with the date referred to above, may be carried into effect without the slightest delay and mitigation. The arrangement alluded to consisted in spreading the expulsion from the villages over 3 years. 1/3 of the Jews were to be expelled in 1808, another third in 1809, and the last third in 1810. Committees were appointed to assist the governors in carrying out the expulsion decree. These committees were instructed to make it incumbent upon the Kahals to render financial assistance to the expelled, to those who were being pitilessly ruined by the government. The horrors of the expulsion began. Those who did not go willingly were made to leave by force. Many were ejected ruthlessly under the escort of peasants and soldiers. They were driven like cattle into the townlets and cities, and left there on the public squares in the open air. The way in which the expulsion from the villages was carried out in the government of Vitebsk was particularly ferocious. Scores of exiled Jews petitioned the authorities to have them transferred to New Russia, to the agricultural colonies in which several hundred Jewish families had found some kind of shelter. But the supply of arable land and the funds set aside for the transfer were found to be exhausted. The appeals therefore remained unheeded. The distress of the Jewish masses reached such colossal proportions that the governors themselves, in their reports to the central government, declared that it was impossible to carry out the expulsion decree without subjecting the Jews to complete ruin. Accordingly, a new ukase was issued in the last days of December 1808 to the effect that the Jews be left in their former domiciles pending special imperial orders. In the beginning of January 1809, a new committee, chronologically the third, was appointed in St. Petersburg for the purpose of examining all the phases of the problem of diverting the Jews from the rural liquor traffic to other branches of labor. This time, the committee consisted of Senator Alexeyev, who had made a tour of inspection through the western provinces, Privy Councilor Popov, Assistant Minister of the Interior Kozdavlev, and others. In his instructions to Popov, who was chairman of the committee, the Tsar admits that the impossibility of removing the Jews from the villages results from the fact that the Jews themselves, on account of their destitute condition, have no means which would enable them, after leaving their present abodes, to settle and found a home in their new surroundings, while the government is equally unable to undertake to place them all in new domiciles. It has therefore been found necessary to seek ways and means whereby the Jews, having been removed from their exclusive pursuit of selling wine in the villages, hamlets, inns, and public houses, may be enabled to earn a livelihood by labor. At the same time, the committee was directed to take into consideration the opinions submitted previously by the Jewish deputies. After indulging in cruel vivisectionist experiments on human beings, the government finally realized that mere paper orders were powerless to remodel an economic order which centuries of development had created, and that violent expulsions and restrictions might result in ruining people, but not in effecting their amelioration. The committee was at work for 3 years. The results of its labors were embodied in a remarkable report submitted in March 1812 to Alexander I. Since Speransky's declaration of 1803, reproduced above, this official document was the first to utter a word of truth on the Jewish problem. It is proposed, the report declares, to remove the Jews from the rural liquor traffic because the latter is considered harmful to the population. But it is obvious that the root of the drinking evil is not to be found with the saloon keepers, but in the right of distilling or propination, which constitutes the prerogatives of the squires and their main source of income. Let us suppose the 60,000 Jewish saloon keepers to be turned out from the villages. The result will be that 60,000 Russian peasants will take their places, tens of thousands of efficient farm hands will be lost to the soil, while the Jews cannot be expected to be transformed into capable agriculturalists at a moment's notice, the less so as the government has no resources to effect this sudden transformation of saloon keepers into corn growers. It is not true that the village Jew enriches himself at the expense of the peasant. On the contrary, he is generally poor, and ekes out a scant existence from the sale of liquor and by supplying the peasants with the goods they need. Moreover, by buying the corn on the spot, the Jew saves the peasants from wasting his time in traveling to the city. Altogether, in rural economic life, the Jew plays the role of a go-between, who can be spared neither by the squire nor by the peasant. To transfer all village Jews to the cities and convert them into manufacturers, merchants, and artisans is a matter of impossibility, for even the Jewish population already settled in the cities is scarcely able to make a living, and to create factories and mills artificially would be throwing money into the water, especially as the exchequer has no free millions at its disposal to enable it to grant subsidies to manufacturers. the recent experiments of the government have had no effect. On the contrary, the Jewish people has not only remained in the same state of poverty, but has even been reduced to great destitution as a result of having been forced out of a pursuit which had provided it with a livelihood for several centuries. Hence, the committee, realizing this situation of a whole people and being afraid that the continuation of compulsory measures in the present political circumstances may only exasperate these people, already restricted to the utmost, deems it necessary to put a resolute stop to the now prevailing method of interference by allowing the Jews to remain in their former abodes and by setting free the pursuits suspended by Clause 34. The government submitted. In yielding, it was moved not so much by the clear and incontrovertible arguments of the committee, which amounted to a deadly criticism of the current system of state patronage, as by the political circumstances alluded to in the concluding sentences of the report. Napoleon's army was marching towards the Russian frontier. The war, which was to embroil the whole of Russia and subsequently the whole of Europe, had broken out. At such a moment, when the French army was flooding the whole of western Russia, it seemed far more dangerous to create groups of persecuted and embittered outcasts than it had been in 1807, when the French invasion was merely a matter of apprehension. In these circumstances, the question whether the Jews should be left in the villages and hamlets found a favorable solution of itself without any special ukase. Stirred to the core, Russia, in the moment of national danger, had to rely for her salvation upon the strenuous exertions of all her inhabitants, Jews included. End of section 22. Section 23 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 1, from the beginning until the death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon Dubnov, translated by Israel Friedlander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 10, The Enlightened Absolutism of Alexander I, Part 3. 4. The patriotic attitude of Russian Jewry during the War of 1812. The part played by the Jews in the War of 1812 was not so insignificant as historians are generally disposed to assume, being misled by the fact that the Jews of Russia were not yet drafted into the army. It must be borne in mind that the Great War was enacted in Western Russia, more particularly in northwestern Russia, on territory inhabited by a compact Jewish population scattered all over the cities, townlets, and villages. The sympathy of this population with one or the other of the belligerents frequently decided the success or failure of the detachment situated in that locality. It is a well-known fact that the Poles of the western region were mostly on the side of Napoleon, from whom they expected the restoration of the Polish kingdom. As for the Russian Jews, their attitude towards the belligerent parties was of a more complicated character. The recent persecutions of the rural Jews were apt, on the one hand, to set their hearts against the Russian government, and had these persecutions continued, the French would have been hailed by the oppressed Jews as their saviors. But the expulsions from the village had been stopped 3 years before the war, and the Jews anticipated the complete repeal of the cruel law which had been so severely condemned in the official report of the committee laid before the Tsar in the beginning of 1812. Moreover, the deputies of the Kahals, who had been summoned twice to share in the works of the government in 1803 and 1807, had an opportunity to convince themselves that Alexander I's government was on the whole favorably disposed towards the Jews, and its mistakes were merely the outcome of the wrong system of state patronage, of the desire of the government to make the Jews happy according to its own lights by employing compulsory and correctional measures. On the other hand, Napoleon's halo had been considerably dimmed even in the eyes of the Jews of Western Europe now that the results of his Jewish parliaments had come to light. The Jews of Russia, who were all Orthodox, regarded Napoleon's reform schemes as fraught with danger and looked upon the substitution of Kahal autonomy by a consistorial organization as subversive of Judaism. The Hasidic party, again, which was the most conservative, felt indebted to Alexander I, who, in a clause of the Statute of 1804, bearing on Jewish sects, had bestowed upon the Hasidim the right of segregating themselves in separate synagogues within the communities. The leader of the White Russian Hasidim, Rabbi Shneor Zalman, who at first had suffered from the suspiciousness of the Russian government, but was afterwards declared to be politically dependable, voiced the sentiments of the influential Jewish circles towards the two belligerent sovereigns in the following prediction: should Bonaparte win, the wealth of the Jews will be increased, and their civic position will be raised. At the same time, their hearts will be estranged from our Heavenly Father. Should, however, our Tsar Alexander win, the Jewish hearts will draw nearer to our Heavenly Father, though the poverty of Israel may become greater and his position lower. This was tantamount to saying that civic rightlessness was preferable to civic equality, inasmuch as the former bade fair to guarantee the inviolability of the religious life, while the latter threatened to bring about its disintegration. All these circumstances, coupled with the unconscious resentment of the masses against the invading enemy, brought about the result that the Jews of the Northwest everywhere gave tokens of their devotion to the interests of Russia, and frequently rendered substantial services to the Russian army in its commissary and reconnoitering branches. The well-known Russian partisan Davidov relates that the frame of mind of the Polish inhabitants of Grodno was very unfavorable to us. The Jews living in Poland were, on the other hand, also devoted to us, that they refused to serve the enemy as scouts, and often gave us most valuable information concerning him. As Polish officials could not be relied upon, it became necessary to entrust the whole police department of Grodno to the Jewish Kahal. The governor of Vilna testified that the Jewish people had shown particular devotion to the Russian government during the presence of the enemy. The Poles were irritated by this pro-Russian attitude of the Jews. There were rumors afloat that the Poles had made ready to massacre all Jews and Russians in the government of Vilna and Minsk and in the province of Bialystok. There were numerous instances of self-sacrifice. It happened more than once that Jews who had sheltered Russian couriers with dispatches in their houses, or had escorted them to the Russian headquarters, or who had furnished information to the Russian commanders as to the position of the enemy's army, were caught by the French and shot or hanged. Alexander I was aware of these deeds, while on the visit to Kalish he granted an audience to the members of the Kahal and engaged in a lengthy conversation with them. Among the Jews of the district, Appeals written in the Jewish vernacular were circulated, in which the Jews were called upon to offer up prayers for the success of Alexander I, who would release the Jewish people from bondage. Altogether, the wave of patriotism which swept over Russia engulfed Jewish masses to a considerable extent. The headquarters of the Russian army, which was now marching toward the west, harbored, during the years 1812 to 1813, two Jewish deputies, Zundel Sonnenberg of Grodno and Eliezer Dillon of Neswitz. On the one hand, they maintained connections with the leading government officials and conveyed to them the wishes of the Jewish communities. On the other hand, they kept up relations with the Kahals, which they informed regularly of the intentions of the government. Presumably, these two public-spirited men played the twofold role at headquarters, that of large purveyors who received orders directly from the Russian commissariat and forwarded them to their local agents, and that of representatives of the Kahals, whose needs they communicated to the Tsar and the highest dignitaries of the crown. In those uneasy times, the government found it to its advantage to keep at its headquarters representatives of the Jewish population who might sway the minds of their co-religionists in accordance with the character of the political instructions issued by it. In June 1814, during his stay abroad in Bruchsal, Germany, Alexander requested these deputies to assure the Jewish Kahals of his most gracious favor, and promised to issue shortly an ordinance concerning their wishes and requests for the immediate amelioration of their present condition. It seems that Alexander I, who was still under the spell of the accounts of Jewish patriotism, was inclined at that moment to improve their lot. But the general reaction which, after the Vienna Congress of 1815, fell like a blight upon Europe and Russia, proved fatal also to the Russian Jews. 5. Economic and agricultural experiments. The political upheavals of the transition period, 1789 to 1815, were bound to react violently on the economic status of Russo-Polish Jewry. The vast Jewish population of Western Russia was at that time divided into two parts. The larger part resided in the towns and townlets, the smaller lived in the villages. The efforts made by the Russian government during that period to squeeze the whole Jewish population into the urban estates and to single out from its midst a new class of agriculturists failed to produce the desired effect. Instead, it succeeded in disturbing the former equilibrium between the urban and the rural occupations of the Jews. The urban Jew was either a businessman or artisan or a saloon keeper. In many cities, the Jewish mercantile element was numerically superior to the Christian. The increased Jewish activity in the export trade is particularly noticeable. Jewish merchants traveled annually in large numbers to the fairs abroad, particularly to that of Leipzig, to buy merchandise, principally dry goods, at the same time exporting the products of Poland and Russia, such as furs, skins, etc. The gradual absorption of Polish territory by Russia opened up a new immense market, that of the central Russian provinces, for the goods imported from abroad. It was natural that the Jews began to flock to those provinces, but their way was at once blocked by the local Russian merchants, who began to clamor against Jewish competition and forced the government to recognize the monopoly of native interest to the detriment of the consumer. True, the monopolist did not succeed altogether in shutting the Russian interior to foreign cheap goods and finery, which the Jewish merchants still continued to import, under the clause in the Statute of 1804, which granted Jews the right of visiting the interior governments on special gubernatorial passports. Yet, an untrammeled development of Jewish commerce was rendered impossible by this artificial barrier between Western and Eastern Russia. The second urban profession, handicrafts, was considered of lower rank than commerce. It was pursued by the poorest class of the population. Artisan labor commanded very low prices. Purely Jewish trade unions were rare, and when a Jewish artisan summoned enough courage to leave his native townlet and seek employment in a large city, he was sure to encounter the animosity of the organized Christian guilds. We have seen that before the second partition of Poland, such an encounter assumed the shape of a pogrom in the Polish capital. By the side of the store and the workshop stood the public house or saloon, which was generally connected with an inn or hostelry. The sale of liquor in the cities depended primarily on the peasants arriving from the villages on festival and market days. On the whole, the liquor traffic occupied a subordinate place in the cities. Its mainstay was in the villages. All serious observers of the economic status of the Jews at that time bear witness to the fact that in the majority of the cities, Jewish labor formed the cornerstone of a civilized economic life, that without the Jews it was impossible to buy or to sell or to have any kind of article made. The Jew, who was satisfied with small wages and profits, was thereby able to lower both the cost of production and the price of merchandise. He was content with the pittance, his physical needs being extraordinarily limited. Thanks to the mediation of the ubiquitous Jewish businessman, the peasant was able to dispose of his products on the spot, even those which, because of their small value, would not be worth carrying to the city. In spite of all his indefatigable, feverish labors, the Jew was on the average as poor as the peasant, except that he was free from the vice of drunkenness, one of the sources of the peasant's economic misery. The poverty of the Jews was the artificial result of the fact that the cities and townlets were overcrowded with petty tradesmen and artisans, and this congestion was further aggravated by the systematic removal of the Jews from their age-long rural occupations and the consequent influx of village Jews into the towns. It is necessary to point out that when the official records half on the liquor traffic in the villages as the sole occupation of the Jews, they fail to appreciate the many-sidedness of the rural pursuit of the Jews, which were connected with the liquor traffic, to be sure, but were by no means identical with it. While leasing from the squire or the crown the right of distilling, the Jew farmed at the same time other items of rural economy, such as the dairies, the mills, and the fishing ponds. He was furthermore engaged in buying grain from the peasants and selling them at the same time, such indispensable articles as salt, utensils, agricultural tools, etc., imported by him from the town. He often combined in his person the occupations of liquor dealer, shopkeeper, and produce merchant. The road leading from the village to the city was dotted with Jewish inns or public houses, which, before the age of railroads, served as halting places for travelers. This whole economic structure, which had been built up gradually in the course of centuries, the Russian government made its business to demolish. As early as the reign of Catherine II, the governors frequently drove the Jewish villages into the cities, acting under the organic law, which makes it incumbent upon Jews to register among the merchants or burghers. The ambiguous ukase of 1795, to the effect that endeavors be made to transplant the Jews into the district towns so that these people may not wander about to the detriment of society, gave the zealous bureaucrats a free hand. When the law of 1804 ordered the expulsion of all Jews from the villages at the end of 3 years, many squires, without waiting for the time limits to expire, refused their Jewish tenants the right of residence and trade in their villages. The Jews began to rush into the cities, where even the long settled residents could not manage to make a living. True, the government was luring the persecuted Jews into two new vocations, the establishment of factories and of agricultural colonies. But the impecunious village Jew had neither the capital nor the capacity for opening factories. Moreover, it was of no conceivable use to call industries artificially into being without having first secured a market for the manufactured products. Several woolen mills had been founded by Jews in Lithuania and Volhynia, but all they could do was to provide work for a few thousand people. It was thus natural that all eyes turned towards agricultural colonization. The Statute of 1804 promised to provide impecunious Jews desirous of engaging in agriculture with free land in several governments to grant them loans for their equipment and exempt them from taxation for a number of years. The exiled village Jews clutched at this promise as an anchor of salvation. In 1806, several Jewish groups in the government of Mogilev appealed to the governor to transfer them to New Russia, there to engage in corn growing. The delegates of one of these groups, Nahum Finkelstein, even traveled to St. Petersburg to lay the matter before the minister Kotzebue, and was dispatched by the latter to the government of Kherson for the purpose of inspecting and selecting the land. The minister, acting in agreement with the governor of Kherson, Duke Richelieu, decided to set aside separate parcels of land in the steppes of that region and to settle Jews on them under the auspice of the new Russian Immigration Bureau. Scarcely had the two Mogilev groups completed the arrangements for their emigration when scores of similar applications began to come in from Jewish groups in other governments of the Pale. By the end of 1806, the number of applicants mounted up to 1,500 families, numbering some 7,000 souls. The Russian authorities found themselves in an awkward position. They were caught unprepared for the transfer of so many persons at the expense of the state. In 1807, 4 colonies of Jewish agriculturalists were established in the government of Kherson, the first among the Jewish colonies of South Russia. The number of settlers amounted to some 300 families, consisting of 2,000 souls. The number of applicants desirous of settling on the land continued to increase. In the course of 1808, when the expulsion from the villages was in full swing, the White Russian governor bombarded the Minister of the Interior with petitions to allow as many Jewish families as possible to proceed to New Russia. The governor of Vitebsk reported that the rural Jews have been unseasonably expelled, ruined, and reduced to beggary. A large part of them is without daily bread and without shelter, and they emigrate in considerable numbers to New Russia. Many Jews, in the expectation of being transplanted to New Russia, have sold all their belongings and beg leave persistently to go there, though it be only for a domicile. At the same time, reports from the new Russian Immigration Bureau and from Duke Richelieu were constantly reaching St. Petersburg. They emphasized the necessity of stemming the tide of the immigrants in view of the fact that even the first parties of colonists had found it difficult to establish themselves, while the new ones could not expect to find either huts or any other accommodations. By the beginning of 1808, The Immigration Bureau was in charge of about 1,000 colonist families, and in addition, several thousand immigrants who had arrived voluntarily were waiting for their turn to be settled. As a result of the unaccustomed climatic conditions and the lack of housing accommodations and provisions, disease began to spread among the newcomers. All these circumstances decided the government to put a temporary stop to the settling of the Jews in the new Russian colonies. Ukase of April 6, 1810. The attempt to convert a part of Jewish population into agriculturalists would undoubtedly have met with huge success had the government been sufficiently prepared for such a momentous economic transformation. 10,000 emigrants had already gone to New Russia, and the compact starving masses were rushing after them. But the government was overwhelmed by the difficulties of the task and brought the whole movement to a standstill. Simultaneously, a stop was put to the expulsion from the villages in the Western governments, which threatened to lead to an unparalleled economic catastrophe. Thus, after many vacillations and upheavals, the economic structure of Jewish life was re-established on its old foundations: commerce, handicrafts, and rural occupations. End of section 23. Section 24 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland. Volume 1, From the Beginning Until the Death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon DUBNOW, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 11. The Inner Life of Russian Jewry during the period of Enlightened Absolutism. Part 1. 1. Kahal autonomy and city government. The system of state patronage spread its wings also over the self-government of the Jewish communities. Towards the end of Catherine II's reign, the government clearly betrayed its tendency to curtail the extensive communal autonomy which the Jews had been guaranteed earlier in 1776, when the promise of the emperors to allow the Jews of annexed White Russia to retain their former liberties was still fresh in the official mind. But the Russian government, not in the habit of tolerating such licentiousness among its subjects, looked askance at the large economic, spiritual, and judicial functions granted to the Kahals, in addition to their fiscal duties as the collecting agencies of the state taxes. As a result of this attitude, the ukase of 1786 and 1795 had limited the range of activity of the Kahals to spiritual and fiscal affairs. The Jewish Constitution of 1804 went one step further by dividing these two functions between the rabbinates and the Kahals, which had previously formed one whole. The rabbis were given permission to look after all the ceremonies of the Jewish faith and decide all disputes bearing on religion, while the Kahals were ordered to see to the regular payments of the state taxes. This was all that was left of the ancient autonomy of the Jewish communities in Poland, with its vast network of institutions and central assemblies or wards. It is apparent that in real life, the power of the communities was larger than on paper. The Jews went on submitting most of the cases, even those involving monetary disputes, to their own rabbinical tribunals. The prohibition of imposing the herem, excommunication upon obstreperous members of the community, was occasionally disregarded, since the spiritual tribunals had no other means of coercion at their disposal. On the other hand, the government itself, being in need not only of the fiscal services of the Kahals, but also of a responsible organization to be consulted upon Jewish matters, could not help tolerating the extension of Kahal activities far beyond the range of fiscal interest. When the government was desirous of ascertaining the views of the Jewish communities on some of the measures planned by it, it addressed itself, as was the case in 1802, 1803, and 1807, to the Kahals and authorized them to send delegates to St. Petersburg or the provincial capitals. This extension of Jewish autonomy was a concession wrested from the government by the force of circumstances, by the power of a compact population living a life of its own and refusing to efface itself to the point of merging with the surrounding population and fusing all its public interest with the affairs of the general city administration. Yet it was just this municipalization of the Jewish communities that the Russian government had been aiming at for a long time. From the time of Catherine II, it cherished the thought of destroying Jewish separateness by forcing the Jews into the framework of the Russian class organization, particularly into the estates of the merchants and burghers. When, shortly after 1780, the Jews were accorded the hitherto unheard of privilege of participating in the city government with the right of active and passive suffrage for the magistracies and municipal courts, the lawgivers of St. Petersburg were confident that Russian Jewry, in a transport of delight, would throw overboard its old Kahal autonomy and eagerly coalesce with the Christian urban estates to form a common municipal organization. But neither the Jews nor the Christians justified these confident expectations. The former, while clinging as heretofore to their time-honored communal organization, were glad to participate in the elections to the magistracies in which, up till then, their traditional enemies, the Christian merchants and burghers, had been the masters, and in which they frankly proposed to protect their interests, representing as they did a considerable portion of the urban population. But here they encountered furious opposition on the part of their Christian fellow residents. In the two white Russian governments of Vitebsk and Mogilev, several Jews had been elected to the magistracies as aldermen and members of the law courts. But in the majority of cases, the Christians managed to obtain an artificial majority and keep the Jews out of the municipal administration. Complaints lodged with the central authorities in St. Petersburg were of no avail, for the Russian, and even more so the Polish burghers, regarded the bestowal of municipal rights upon the Jews as a violation of their own chartered privileges. Yielding to this mood of the Christian population, the administrator of the southwestern government established on their own responsibility a restrictive percentage for the participation of the Jews in the magistracies by limiting, even in places with a predominantly Jewish population, the number of Jewish members to be elected to the magistracies to one-third. The representatives of the Jewish majority of the population in the city administration were thus invariably reduced to a minority and were not in a position to protect the interests of their co-religionists, either in the assessment of the municipal taxes or in the cases brought before the municipal law courts. Here, too, the protest addressed to St. Petersburg by a delegate acting on behalf of the Podolian Jews did not remedy the situation. In the two Lithuanian governments, which had fallen into the hands of Russia after the Third Partition of Poland in 1795, the Christian opposition scored even a greater success. For here it became necessary to suspend altogether the operation of the law granting the Jews representation in the magistracies. When the senatorial ukase of 1802, making the Jews eligible for public office, became known in Vilna, the local Christian population raised the cries of indignation. The Philistine arrogance of the old city fathers, combined with the low motives of religious and class hatred, manifested itself in a petition addressed in February 1803 by the Christian burghers of Vilna to Alexander I. In this petition, the residents of Vilna protest against the violation of their ancient privilege, in pursuance of which Jews and members of other faiths are forbidden to hold office in Lithuania. The admission of Jews to the magistracies is a misfortune and a disgrace for the capital of Lithuania, for they, the Jews, have not the slightest conception of morality, while their form of education does not fit them for the calling of a judge, and altogether this people can only maintain itself by all kinds of trickery. The Christians will lose all interest in accepting public office once the Jews are given the right to dominate them. The petitioners point out threateningly that the domination of the Jews, i.e., their participation in the magistracies, though it be limited to one-third of the number of the aldermen, will undermine the people's confidence in the municipal administration and judiciary. For the obedience of the mob will be turned into defamation when the Christian who enters the sacred place of justice beholds a Jew as his superior and judge, submission to whom is unnatural by reason of class and religion. The Christian population of Kovno resulted in presenting a similar petition to another incontrovertible arguments against the admission of Jews to municipal offices. Referring to the cross with the sacred figure of the crucifixion, which is placed on the court table for the administration of the oath, the petitioners assert that Jewish members of the courts will refuse to look upon it, but by reason of their faith will think disrespectfully of it, so that instead of judicial impartiality, there will be mockery of the Christian law. The government found these arguments convincing, and in 1805 repealed the ukase of the Senate concerning the election of Jews to the magistracies of Lithuania. In this way, the stolid rancor of the privileged burghers in some places handicapped the activity of the Jews in the city administration, and in others entirely suppressed it. The Jewish communities, backward though they were, displayed sufficient civic courage to send their representatives to the camp of the enemy to work in common with him for the benefit of the whole urban population. But the narrow-minded burghers, who were thoroughly saturated with medieval prejudices, would not recognize the Jews as their fellow townsmen. The Jews had to reckon with this coarse conservatism of the surrounding population. They were still able to fall back upon their own communal self-government, and had their social energies been directed towards that end, the old Kahal autonomy, in spite of all government restrictions, might to a certain extent have come into its own again. But another factor thwarted this revival, the deep rift in the Russian Jewish community, which began with the rise of Hasidism in the second half of the 18th century and was an accomplished fact at the beginning of the 19th century. 2. The Hasidic schism and the intervention of the government. The period of Poland's partitions was also a period of divisions within Polish Jewry. The external division was accompanied by an internal split, the political partition by a spiritual schism. The body of Polish Jewry was divided among Russia, Austria, and Prussia, and its soul between Rabbinism and Hasidism. There was even a significant coincidence in dates. The first declaration against Hasidism by the rabbinates of Vilna, which started the religious schism, was issued in 1772, in the year of the first Polish partition, and the second emphatic declaration of the same rabbinate, which completed the schism, followed close upon the third partition of Poland in 1796. The interval between these two dates represents one continuous stretch of Hasidic triumphs. The Russian southwest, Volhynia, the province of Kiev, and Podolia had by the end of the period been almost completely conquered by the Hasidim. With the exception of a few cities, they now formed the predominating elements in the communities. Their ritual was adopted in synagogue worship, and their spiritual rulers, the tzaddiks, exercised control over the official rabbinates. As far as the Northwest is concerned, Hasidism had managed during that interval to obtain a foothold in White Russia, the only Polish province which for over 20 years had been under Russian domination and thus politically severed from the rest of curtailed Poland. Under the leadership of the Tzaddik Shneor Zalman of Lozno, a strong Hasidic center had been built up in that part of the Northwest, but there were yet no compact Hasidic communities in that region. In the majority of towns, the communities were composed of both elements, Hasidim and their opponents, the Rabbinists, who were nicknamed Mitnagdim, Protestants, the preponderance being now on this side, now on the other, a state of affairs which gave rise to endless dissensions in the Kahals and synagogues. In Lithuania alone, the stronghold of Rabbinism, Hasidism failed to take root. Here, a small Hasidic groups were ensconced in a number of cities. They held their services in modest rooms in private residences, minyanim, which they were often forced to hide from the gaze of the hostile Kahal authorities. In Vilna, the residence of the great zealot of Rabbinism, Elijah Gaon, the Hasidim constituted an illegal secret organization. Only in the suburb of Pinsk, in Kalin, the Hasidim succeeded in establishing themselves firmly and could boast of having their own synagogues and tzaddiks. Kalin became the seat of Hasidic propaganda, extending all over Lithuania, where the Hasidim were accordingly nicknamed Kaliners. The second and third partition of Poland, which united Lithuania and White Russia under the sovereignty of Russia, tended to buoy up the oppressed Lithuanian Hasidim, who could now join forces against the common enemy with their brethren all over the northwestern region. The Hasidic propaganda took on new courage. To enhance the success of their missionary activity, the Hasidim spread the rumor that the former anti-Hasidic thunderer, the veteran Rabbi Elijah Gaon, was sorry for all the hostile acts he had committed against the sectarians, and that, in consequence, the excommunication formerly hurled by him against them was no longer valid. When this clever ruse became known in Vilna, the indignant champions of Rabbinism prompted the aged Gaon to publish an epistle in which he reaffirmed his former attitude towards the heretics and declared that all the harems previously issued against them remained in force. May 1796. The epistle was entrusted to two envoys who were dispatched from Vilna to a number of cities for the purpose of stirring up an anti-Hasidic agitation. When the envoys arrived in Minsk and set about executing their instructions, the Hasidim started a rumor to the effect that the Gaon's signature under the epistle was not genuine. The Kahal of Minsk sent an inquiry to Vilna, and in reply received in September 1796 a new energetic appeal of the Gaon addressed to all the gubernatorial Kahals of Lithuania, White Russia, Volhynia, and Podolia. Yea, mountains of Israel, cried the great zealot, yea, spiritual shepherd, and lay leaders of every government, also the heads of the Kahals of Mogilev, Polotsk, Zhytomyr, Vinnytsia, and Kamenets-Podolsk, you hold in your hand a hammer wherewith you may shatter the plotters of evil, the enemies of light, the foes of the Jewish people. Woe unto this generation! They, the Hasidim, violate the law, distort our teachings, and set up a new covenant. They lay snares in the house of the Lord, and give a perverted exposition of the tenets of our faith. It behooves us to avenge the law of the Lord. It behooves us to punish these madmen before the whole world for their own improvement. Let none have pity on them and grant them shelter. Guard yourself with zeal in the name of the Lord. In calling to arms against the Hasidim in these fulminant terms, the venerable knight of Rabbinism was moved by the profound conviction that the new sect, which by that time numbered its adherents by the hundreds of thousands, was leading the Jewish religion and nation to ruin, because it was rending asunder the Jewish camp internally, while the political upheavals were severing it externally. He was moreover alarmed by the luxuriant growth of the cult of the tzaddiks, or miracle workers, which constituted a menace to the purity of the Jewish doctrine. The Gaon's ire was particularly aroused by a work published in the same year as his epistle, 1796, by Rabbi Shneur Zalman, the head of the White Russian Hasidim. The work was familiarly called Tanyo, and contained the bold exposition of the pantheistic doctrine of Hasidism, which the champions of the established dogma were prone to regard as blasphemy and heresy. The Gaon's proclamation hinted at this work, and its author felt painfully hurt by the attack. Shneur Zalman responded in a counter-epistle, in which he tried to prove that the Patriarch of Rabbinism had been misinformed about the true essence of Hasidism, and he invited his opponent to a literary dispute for the purpose of elucidating the truth and restoring peace in Israel. But the Gaon refused to enter into polemics with the heretic. In the meantime, the Vilna epistle continued to circulate in many communities, and gave rise to severe conflicts between Mitnagdim and Hasidim, the former as a rule taking the offensive. Exasperated to the point of madness by these persecutions, the Hasidic Association of Vilna was stung into perpetuating an act of gross tactlessness. When, in the fall of 1797, about a year after the publication of his last circular, the aged Gaon closed his eyes, and the whole community of Vilna was plunged into mourning, the local Hasidic society met in a private house and indulged in a gay drinking bout to celebrate the deliverance of the sect from its principal enemy. This ugly demonstration arranged on the day of the funeral raised a storm of indignation throughout the community. Before leaving the cemetery, the leaders of the community standing at the Gaon's grave pledged themselves solemnly to wreak vengeance upon the Hasidim. On the following day, the Kahal elders were called to a special meeting at which a series of repressive measures against the Hasidim was adopted. Apart from the measures to be made public, such as new bull of excommunication against the sectarians, the meeting passed several resolutions which were to remain confidential. A special committee of 5 Kahal members were appointed and was vested with large powers for the purpose of grappling with the heresy. Subsequent events proved that among the contemplated means of warfare was included the plan of informing against the leaders of the sect to the Russian government. It did not take long for the disgraceful scheme to be put into action. Soon, the prosecutor general in St. Petersburg, Lopukhin, received a denunciation directing his attention to the political misdeeds perpetrated by the chief of the Kaliner Hasidic sect, Zalman Borkovich, son of Boruk, and his fellow workers in Lithuania. Under the influence of this denunciation, Lopukhin, acting in the name of the Tsar, ordered the local gubernatorial administration early in the fall of 1798 to arrest Zalman, the head of the sect, in the townlet of Lozno, together with 22 of his accomplices who were found in Lithuania. Zalman was apprehended and dispatched post-haste to St. Petersburg, accompanied by a strong convoy. His incriminated followers remained under arrest in Vilna. Zalman was arraigned before the so-called Secret Expedition, a department which dealt with crimes of a political nature. A long bill of indictment was read out to him. He was accused of being the founder of a harmful religious sect which had changed the order of divine service among Jews, of spreading pernicious ideas and collecting funds for mysterious purposes in Palestine. The cross-examination clearly implied the charge of political disloyalty. To all questions laid before him, the accused gave an elaborate written reply in Hebrew. Zalman's defense, which was translated from the Hebrew into Russian, produced a favorable impression in government circles. Acting upon the report submitted to him by the Prosecutor General, respecting all the circumstances revealed by the investigation, Tsar Paul I issued an order to liberate Zalman and the other sectarian chiefs who had been placed under arrest, but to keep a strict watch over them as to whether there exists, or is liable to come into existence, a secret relationship or correspondence between them and those who entertain perverted notions concerning the authorities and the form of government. Towards the end of 1798, Zalman was allowed to return home, and the other prisoners were likewise set at liberty. Now it was the turn of the Hasidim to retaliate on their persecutors. In view of the fact that the persecution against them had been instigated by the Kahal elders of Vilna, who had composed the Committee of Five, the Hasidim made up their mind to depose these elders and put their own partisans in their places. With the help of Bakshishi, the Vilna Hasidim managed to secure the goodwill of the gubernatorial administration. In the beginning of 1799, they lodged a complaint with the local authorities against the Kahal elders, charging them with having perpetrated all kinds of abuses, including the embezzlement of public funds. This action resulted in the removal and imprisonment of several elders. Under official pressure, their places were filled by new elders who either were themselves Hasidim or had been recommended by them. The community of Vilna was rent in twain. One section remained true to the dismissed elders, the other stood up for the newly elected. The warring factions were busy sending complaints and denunciations directed against each other to the government in St. Petersburg. The canker of informing, which, perhaps not accidentally, had developed in the first years of Russian rule in Lithuania, brought to the front one hideous personality, a rabbi informer by the name of Avigdor Haimovich, son of Haim of Pinsk. Avigdor, formerly rabbi of Pinsk and the surrounding district, had been dismissed from office owing to the intrigues of the Hasidic members of the community who were his opponents. What Avigdor lamented most was the loss of revenue. For a long time, the dethroned shepherd had been dragging his flock through the magistracies and law courts. Having failed in his efforts, he decided to wreak vengeance upon the leaders of the sect responsible for his ruin. In the beginning of 1800, Avigdor addressed in an elaborate petition to Tsar Paul I, in which he described the Hasidic sect as a pernicious and dangerous organization which was continuing the work of the former Messianic Sabbatians. By a vast array of distorted quotations from Hasidic literature, the informer endeavored to prove that the teachers of the sect enjoined upon their followers to fear only God, not men, in other words, to disregard the authorities, including the Tsar. The denunciation was allowed to take its course. Early in November of the same year, the Tzaddik Zalman Borkovich was rearrested in Lozno and dispatched to St. Petersburg under the convoy of two senatorial couriers. On his arrival in the capital, the Tzaddik was incarcerated in the fortress and, after a cross-examination, confronted with his accuser Avigdor. Zalman again replied in writing to the indictments against him, which now mounted up to 19 counts. He repudiated emphatically the charge of not recognizing the authority of the government, of immorality, of collecting money, and arranging meetings for secret purposes. Towards the end of November, Zalman was set at liberty but was ordered to remain in St. Petersburg, pending the examination of his case by the Senate, to which it had now been transferred from the secret expedition. While the Senate was preparing to take up the case, the Palace Revolution of March 1801 cut short Paul's reign and placed Alexander I upon the throne. The political wind veered round, and on March 29, 1801, the new Tsar gave Zalman permission to depart from St. Petersburg. Having satisfied itself that the religious schism in Judaism was perfectly harmless from the political point of view, the government was ready to give it its sanction. One of the clauses of the Statute of 1804 permits the sectarians to establish their own synagogues in every community and to elect their own rabbis, with the sole stipulation that the Kahal administration in each city shall remain one and the same for all sections of the community. As a matter of fact, the law merely recognized what had already become the living practice. The religious split had long been an accomplished fact, and the internecine strife of 1796 to 1801 was merely its final act. As for the communal organization of the Jews, which had already been undermined by the political changes, the schism proved nothing short of disastrous. The Kahals, weakened by inner struggles and demoralized by denunciations and bureaucratic interference, failed to present a united front in the first years of Alexander's reign, when the government was carrying out its plan of reform and invited the Kahal leaders to share in its labors. The communities of the southwest, which were completely under the ban of Hasidic mysticism, reacted feebly to the social and economic crisis facing them. The Jewish delegates, who presented their views in reply to the official inquiries of 1803 and 1807, were recruited principally from the White Russian and Lithuanian governments, where the political sense of the Jews had not yet been completely dulled. End of section 24. Section 25 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 1, From the Beginning Until the Death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon Dubnov, translated by Israel Friedlander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 11, The Inner Life of Russian Jewry During the Period of Enlightened Absolutism, Part 2. 3. Rabbinism, Hasidism, and Enlightened Berlinerdom. While in Western Europe the old forms of Jewish life were breaking up, the cultural development of the Jewish masses of Eastern Europe remained stationary. The two dominating forces in their spiritual life, Rabbinism and Hasidism, watched with equal zeal over the maintenance of the old order of things. The traditional form of education remained unchanged. The old school, the Heder and Yeshiva, with its exclusive Talmudic training, supplied its pupils with a vast amount of mental energy, but failed to prepare them for practical life, and the girls and women remained entirely outside the influence of the school. Just as firmly established was the old-fashioned scheme of family life, with its early marriages between the years of 13 and 16, with the prolonged maintenance of such married children in the paternal home, with its excessive fertility in the midst of habitual poverty, with its reduction of physical wants to the points of exhaustion and degeneration. This patriarchal mass of Jews fought shy of all cultural novelties and deprecated the slightest attempt to extend its mental and social horizon. Religious culture had not yet had a chance to cross swords with secular culture. The war between Hasidism and Rabbinism was fought on purely religious soil. Its sole issue was the type of the believer. The old discipline, with its emphasis upon the scholastic and ceremonial aspect of Judaism, was fighting against the onrush of ecstatic mysticism and the blind cult of saints. It cannot be said that benumbed Rabbinism revived under the effect of this vehement contest. At the time we are speaking of, no distinct traces of such a revival are to be seen, and all one can discern are the signs of a purely scholastic renaissance. The method of textual analysis introduced by Elijah Gaon into Talmudic research, which took the place of the hair-splitting casuistry formerly in vogue, gained ever wider currency and an ever firmer foothold in the yeshivas of Lithuania. In the new center of Talmudic learning, the yeshiva of the Lithuanian townlet of Volozhin, established in 1803, this novel method received particular attention at the hands of its founder, Rabbi Chaim Volozhiner, a pupil of the Gaon. The yeshiva of Volozhin raised a whole generation of scholars and rabbis in the spirit of the Gaon. In these circles, one could even detect a certain amount of toleration towards the anathematized secular sciences, though this toleration was limited to the realm of mathematics and partly that of natural history. The Gaon, who had himself engaged in mathematical exercises in his spare moments, permitted his pupil Baruch Shklover to publish a Hebrew translation of Euclid's Geometry, 1780. Yet the dread of philosophy was as great as theretofore, and the incompatibility of free research with Judaism was looked upon as an inviolable dogma. The Jewish mind continued to move within the narrow range of the four L's of Halakha and was doomed to sterility. In the course of that whole stormy period, extending over a quarter of a century, Rabbinism, aside from the Gaon, had not put forward a single literary figure of any magnitude, not a single writer of large vision. It seemed as if the spirit of originality had fled from it. Greater productivity was to be found among the Hasidim of the period, although, in point of originality, it yielded considerably to the preceding era of the Beshit and his first apostles. Alongside of triumphant practical Tzaddikism, trading in miracles and thriving on the credulity of the masses, we observe, to a certain degree, the continued development of the Hasidic doctrine on the lines laid down by Beshit. In the north, a new Hasidic theory was spreading, which strove to adapt the emotional pietism of Beshit to the intellectualism of the Lithuanian schoolmen. The originator of this doctrine, Rabbi Shneor Zalman, the hero of the religious struggle depicted in the foregoing chapters, endeavored to rationalize Hasidism, which had manifested a decided leaning towards the principle credo quia absurdum sit. In the hands of the order of Tanya, the ecstasy of feeling is transformed into ecstasy of thinking. Occasionally, he speaks of the knowledge of God in terms of worthy of Maimonides. Needless to say, Rabbi Zalman rejects the tzaddik cult in the vulgar form of miracle mongering which it had assumed in the South. In the south, to speak more exactly, in the Ukraine, Hasidism persisted in the beaten track. Its two pillars, Levi Itzhok, Isaac of Berdichev, died 1809, and Nahum of Chernobyl, died 1799, continued to uphold Beshit's tradition. The former, the order of Kedusat Levi, 1798, manifests in his work the genuine fervor of Hasidic faith without its morbid ecstasy. In his private life, this leader of Volhynian Hasidism was the embodiment of loving kindness, extending alike to Jew and non-Jew. Many popular legends tell of his surpassing affection for the humble and suffering. The Tzaddik Nohum of Chernobyl, who was an itinerant preacher in the government of Kiev, laid in his sermons special emphasis on the elements of the Kabbalah. Towards the end of his life, he was primarily a tzaddik of the practitioner and miracle worker type and founded the Chernobyl tzaddik dynasty, which is still widely ramified in the Ukraine. Quite apart from the rest stands the figure of the Podolian tzaddik and dreamer Naaman of Bratslav, 1772 to 1810, a great-grandson of Beshit. Gifted with a profoundly poetical disposition, he spurned the beaten tracks of the professional righteous and struck out into a path of his own. The goal he aimed at was the return to the childlike simplicity of Beshit's teachings. In 1798 to 1799, Naaman made the pilgrimage to Palestine, just about the time when Bonaparte's army was marching through the Holy Land and the gust from tempestuous Europe drifted through the slumbering East. But the Podolian youth had an ear only for the whisper from the tombs of the great Kabbalist teachers, Rabbi Shimeon ben Yohai and Ari, and for the discourses of the living tzaddiks who had settled in Tiberias. On his return to Europe, Naaman made his home in Bratslav and became the head of a group of Podolian Hasidim. In his intimate circle, he was wont to preach, or rather to muse aloud, on the reign of the Spirit, on the communion of the tzaddik with his flock in religious ecstasy. He spoke in epigrams, sometimes clothing his thoughts in the form of folk tales. He wrote a number of books in which he constantly emphasized the needs of blind, unsophisticated faith. Philosophy he regarded as destructive to the soul. Maimonides and the rationalists were hateful to him. The unfamiliar Berlin Enlightenment filled his heart with mysterious awe. Naaman's life was cut short prematurely. Surrounded by his admirers, he died of consumption in Uman at the age of 38. Down to this day, his grave serves as a place of pilgrimage for the Bratslav Hasidim. However, the average tzaddik of the type which had assumed definite shape in that period was equally removed from the complexity of Rabbi Zalman and the simplicity of Rabbi Naaman. On the whole, the tzaddiks drifted further and further away from the mission of religious teachers and became more and more practitioners. Surrounded by a host of enthusiastic worshippers, these middlemen between God and mankind understood the art of turning the blind faith of the masses to good account. They waxed rich on the gifts and offerings of their admirers, lived in palaces, much after the manner of the Polish magnates and church dignitaries. The court of Beshit's grandson in Medzhibozh, Boruk Turchinsky, 1780 to 1810, was marked by particular splendor. Boruk even had his courtful, Hereshel Ostropolo, the well-known hero of popular anecdotes. In the original Polish provinces, afterwards incorporated into the Duchy of Warsaw, the commanders-in-chief of the Hasidic army were two tzaddiks, Rabbi Israel of Kozenitz and Rabbi Jacob Itzhok Isaac of Lublin. These two pupils of the apostle Mayor of Mezary, became the pioneer of Hasidism on the banks of the Vistula towards the end of the 18th century. At the close of their careers, both died in 1815. The banner of Hasidism floated over the whole of Poland. The breezes of Western culture had hardly a chance to penetrate to this realm, protected as it was by the double wall of Rabbinism and Hasidism. And yet, here and there, one may discern on the surface of social life the form of the wave from the far-off West. From Germany, the free-minded Berliner, the nickname applied to this new man, was moving towards the borders of Russia. He arrayed himself in a short German coat, cut off his earlocks, shaved his beard, neglected the religious observances, spoke German or the language of the land, and swore by the name of Moses Mendelssohn. The culture of which he was the banner bearer was rather shallow enlightenment, which affected exterior and form rather than mind and heart. It was Berlinerdom, the harbinger of more complicated Haskalah of the following period, which was imported into Warsaw during the decade of Persian domination, 1796 to 1806. The contact between the capitals of Poland and Prussia yielded its fruits. The Jewish dandy of Berlin appeared on the streets of Warsaw, and not infrequently the long robe of Polish Hasid made way timidly for German court, the symbol of enlightenment. Alongside of this external assimilation, attempts were also made to copy the literary models of Prussian Jewry. In 1796, a Jewish Mendelssohnian named Jacques Kalmanson published a French pamphlet in Warsaw under the title Essai sur l'état actuel des Juifs de Pologne et leur perfectibilité, dedicating it to the Prussian minister Hoym, who had carried out Jewish reforms in the Polish provinces of Prussia. The pamphlet contains an account of the status of Polish Jewry of his time and the plan for its amelioration. The account is rather superficial, concocted after the approved Western recipe. In the judgment of the author, the misfortune of the Jews lies in their separation from the surrounding nations and their happiness in merging with them. The scheme of reform proposed by the Jew Kalmanson differs but slightly from the Polish project of Butrymovich and Chetsky. It advocates equally the weakening of rabbinical and Kahal authority, the extermination of Hasidism and Tzaddikism, the introduction of German dress, and the shaving of beards, the establishment of German schools, and in general, the cultivation of civism. The mold of Berlin fashion was overlaid with the Parisian veneer when soon afterwards, 1807 to 1812, at the bidding of Napoleon, the Duchy of Warsaw sprang into being. Now a new note was sounded. A group of Parisian dandies claimed equal rights as a compensation for having changed their dress and their moral conduct. Even respectable representatives of the Warsaw Jewish community designate themselves in their petition to the Senate as members of the Polish nation of the Mosaic persuasion, copying the latest Parisian fashion in vogue at the time of the Napoleonic Synhedrion. This was the first, though as yet naive and unsophisticated attempt to secure the transfer from the Jewish nation to the Polish, the germ of the future Poles of the Old Testament persuasion. The torchbearers of Berlin culture from among the followers of David Friedlaender encouraged this frame of mind in every possible manner, and in their organ constantly appealed in this spirit to their Polish brethren. How long will you continue, one of these appeals read, to speak a corrupt German dialect, Yiddish, instead of the language of your country, the Polish? How many misfortunes might have been averted by your forefathers had they been able to express themselves adequately in the Polish tongue before the magnates and kings? Take a group of 100 Jews in Germany, and you will find that either all or most of them can speak to the magnates and rulers, but in Poland, scarcely 5 or 10 out of 100 are capable of doing so. Some stray seeds of Western Enlightenment were carried as far as the distant Russian north. During Dyerzhvin's tour of inspection through the White Russia, there flitted across his vision the figure of the physician Frank in Kreslavka, an avowed follower of Mendelssohn, calling for religious and educational reforms. In St. Petersburg, in the house of the Maecenas Abraham Peretz, lived his teacher Judah Leif Nievakovich, a native of Podolia. In 1803, the same year in which the Jewish deputies sojourned in St. Petersburg, Nievakovich published a pamphlet in Russian under the title The Wailing of the Daughter of Judah, with a dedication to Kotzebue, the Minister of the Interior and Chairman of the Jewish Committee. The dedication strikes the keynotes of the Wailing: genuflection before the greatness of Russia, and mortification at the fate of his co-religionists, who are deprived of their share in the blessings of the country. How greatly, exclaims the author, doth my soul exult over these matters, the victories and might of the Russian Empire! How deeply doth it grieve over my co-religionists, who are removed from the hearts of their compatriots! And throughout the whole of pamphlet, the daughter of Judah bewails the fact that neither the 18th century, the age of humanity, toleration, and meekness, nor the smiling spring of the present century, the beginning of which had been crowned by the accession of Alexander the Merciful, has removed the deep-seated Jewish hatred in Russia. Many minds doom the tribe of Judah to contempt. The name Judean has become an object of ridicule, contempt, and scorn for children and the feeble-minded. With particular reference to Mendelssohn and Lessing, the author exclaims, "You search for the Jew in man. Search for man in the Jew, and you will no doubt find him." Nievakovich's pamphlet concludes with a grievous mourn. While the hearts of all the European nations have drawn nearer to one another, the Jewish people still finds itself despised. I feel the full weight of this torment. I appeal to all who had sympathy and compassion. Why do you sentence my entire people to contempt? Thus wailed sadly the daughter of Judah, wiping her tears, sighing and yet uncomforted. The author himself, by the way, subsequently managed to obtain comfort. A few years after the publication of The Wailing, still finding himself removed from the hearts of his compatriots, he discovered the magic key to these obstreperous hearts. He embraced Christianity and, transformed into Lev Alexandrovich Nievakovich, began to write moralizing Russian plays which pleased the unsophisticated taste of the Russian public of the day. Nievakovich thus carried his Berlinerdom to that dramatic denouement which was in fashion in Berlin itself, where an epidemic of baptism was raging. His example was followed by his patron Abraham Peretz, who had been ruined in the War of 1812 by military contract. The descendants of both converts occupied important posts in the Russian civil service. One of the Peretz family was a member of the Council of State during the reign of Alexander II. A faint reflection of the Western literature of Enlightenment is visible during this period on the somber horizon of Russia. Mendel Lewin of Satanov, 1741 to 1819, who had been privileged to behold in the flesh the father of enlightenment in Berlin, scattered new seeds in his native country. He translated into Hebrew the popular manual of medicine by Tissot, the moral philosophy of Franklin, the books of travel by Camp. He also made an attempt to render the book of Proverbs and Ecclesiastes into the vernacular Yiddish. The last undertaking drew upon Lewin the wrath of another enlightened writer, Tobias Fedor of Piotrkov and Berdichev, died 1817, who attacked him savagely for profaning Holy Writ by turning it into the language of the street. Fedor himself published studies in Hebrew grammar and biblical exegesis, moralizing treatises, harmless satires, and poetical odes. This publication cannot be said to mark an epoch in the realm of literature, but they undoubtedly symbolize a new departure in cultural life. The secular book, of which the mere appearance was apt to arouse a murmur of discontent among the alarmed Orthodox, takes its place side by side with the religious literature of Rabbinism and Hasidism. These literary attempts were the harbingers of the subsequent secularization of Hebrew literature. End of section 25. Section 26 of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Volume 1, from the beginning until the death of Alexander I, 1825, by Shimon Dubnov, translated by Israel Friedlaender. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 12, The Last Years of Alexander I, Part 1. 1. The Deputation of the Jewish People. The Great Reaction of 1815 to 1848, which kept the whole of Europe in its throes, assumed peculiar forms in Russia. Tsar Alexander I, one of the triumvirs of the Holy Alliance, which had given birth to its reaction, was eager to atone for the liberal sins of his youth and was cultivating in Russia the principles of paternal administration and Christian government. The last decade of his reign paved the way for the iron-handed absolutism of Nicholas I, which fettered the political and social life of Russia for 30 years and stood like an ominous specter of medievalism before the eyes of Western Europe. The destinies of the great monarch of the East determined those of the greatest Jewish center of the diaspora. The Vienna Congress of 1815 enlarged the borders of European Russia by including in it almost the entire territory of the former Duchy of Warsaw, which was renamed Kingdom of Poland. About 2 million Jews were huddled together on the western strip of the Russian monarchy during the period of 1815 to 1848, and this immense, sharply marked population served as the subject of all possible experiments, which assumed the coloring of the general Russian politics of the time. The last years of Alexander I inaugurate the period of patronage and oppression, which reached its culmination in the following reign. The attitude of the Russian government towards the Jews during that period reflects three successive tendencies. First, in the last years of Alexander I's reign, 1815 to 1825, a mixed tendency of benevolent paternalism and severe restrictions. Second, during the first half of Nicholas I's reign, 1826 to 1840, a military tendency, that of correcting the Jews by subjecting their youth from the age of childhood to the austere discipline of conscription and Berek training, accompanied by compulsory religious assimilation and by an unprecedented recrudescence of rightlessness and oppression. And third, during the latter part of Nicholas' reign, 1840 to 1855, the enlightened tendency of improving the Jews by establishing crown schools and demolishing the autonomous structure of Jewish life while keeping in force the former cruel disabilities, 1840 to 1855. This endless correctional and educational experimenting on a whole people, aggravated by the resuscitation of ritual murder trials and wholesale expulsions in approved medieval style, makes the history of Russian Jews during that period an uninterrupted tragedy. The beginning of the period did not seem to portend evil. Emperor Alexander returned from the Vienna Congress without harboring aggressive plans against the Jews. On the contrary, he remembered the patriotic services rendered by the Jews in 1812 and the promise given by him at Bruchsal to ameliorate their condition. As a matter of fact, several steps were taken which seemed to point in the direction of improvement. The first manifestations of this tendency were certain administrative changes in the management of Jewish affairs. The ukase of January 18, 1817, ordered the Senate to submit all matters affecting the Jewish communes, with the exception of legal cases, to the general manager of the spiritual affairs of foreign denominations, a post occupied by Golitsyn, the Tsar's associate in Christian pietism and mystical infatuation. Later in the same year, the combined Ministry of Ecclesiastic Affairs and Public Instruction was organized under the guidance of Golitsyn, symbolizing, as it were, the establishment of public instruction upon the foundations of Christian piety. The charter of the new organization distinctly provides that all Jewish matters in charge of the Senate and the ministers are to be transmitted to the head of the new ministry. In this manner, the Jewish question was officially connected with the Department of Ecclesiastic Affairs, which at that time occupied a central place in the administration. The departmental change was followed by a more substantial reform. The government recognized the necessity of establishing at the Ministry of Ecclesiastic Affairs a permanent advisory council composed of elected Jewish representatives or deputies of Jewish communes. The project was suggested by the ephemeral and accidental endeavors in the way of popular Jewish representation on the part of the two purveyors, Sonnenberg and Dillon, who were attached to the headquarters of the Russian army during the campaign of 1812. At the audience at which Alexander I gave these deputies the assurance that the condition of their co-religionists would be improved, they were also told to appear in the capital after the conclusion of the war for the purpose of acquainting the Kahals with the plans of the government. The deputies accordingly appeared in St. Petersburg and entered upon their duties as Jewish spokesmen, which they exercised during 1816 and 1817. They realized, however, that they had no right to regard themselves as the accredited representatives of the Jewish communities of Russia, and therefore appealed to the government. Sonnenberg was particularly active in this direction to instruct all the Kahals to elect a complete group of deputies in due form. The government having agreed to the proposal, a clause was included in the instructions to the newly established Ministry of Ecclesiastic Affairs, to the effect that the names of the deputies of the Jewish communes shall, after their election, be submitted by the minister to His Majesty for ratification. In the autumn of 1815, all the large Kahals received orders from the government to choose an electoral college, 2 electors for each government. In August 1818, the 22 electors chosen from the 11 governments assembled in Vilna to elect from their own midst 3 deputies and an equal number of substitutes. The choice fell, apart from the former deputies Sonnenberg and Dillon, on Michael Eisenstadt, Benish Lavkovsky, and Marcus Vitelson, all from the government of Vitebsk, and Samuel Epstein from the government of Vilna. To provide for the expenses of the deputies who were to live in St. Petersburg, the Vilna Conference issued an appeal to all Jewish communities calling upon them to make an embroidery collection, i.e., to cut off and convert into cash the embroidered kala which well-to-do Jews attached to their kittels, shroud one beneath the prayer shawls on the Day of Atonement, though the alternative of donating their value in money was allowed. The Jews, who had been ruined during the war, were evidently not in a position to tax themselves directly. Soon afterwards followed the establishment of a special department which was placed at the service of the Deputation of the Jewish people, the name by which this College of Deputies, presided over by the energetic Sonnenberg, was frequently designated. The college, either as a whole or through its individual members, labored for 7 years, 1818 to 1825, but its activity was too limited to justify the expectations of Russian Jewry. The hope of the deputies that they would be consulted about the general problems bearing on the proposed amelioration of Jewish conditions failed to materialize. On the contrary, the government had in the meantime abandoned all thought of legislative reforms, and a little later even began to contrive ways and means of carrying into effect the restrictive clauses of the Statute of 1804, which had been suspended in its operation by the War of 1812. The deputies, who resided in St. Petersburg and did a great deal of lobbying, frequently managed in their intercourse with the officials to ferret out these designs of the authorities and to communicate their findings secretly to the Kahal leaders in the provinces. At the same time, they endeavored of their own accord to avert the danger by personal negotiations with the leading officials. While reporting on the one hand to the Kahals, the deputies on the other hand transmitted to Golitsyn, the Minister of Ecclesiastic Affairs, the petitions of the Kahals and their complaints against the local administration. The deputies were thus reduced by the force of circumstance to mere go-betweens in Jewish matters. In exercising this function, some of them, Sonnenberg in particular, were indefatigable. They tried the patience of the high officials with their petitions and representations, and on one occasion Sonnenberg was even deprived of his post of deputy for impertinent conduct towards the authorities. The bureaucracy of St. Petersburg began to resent these endless solicitations and this constant meddling with their plans. Gradually, the deputies themselves lost heart, having realized their impotence in grappling with the rising wave of reaction. Some of them left St. Petersburg altogether. The downfall of Golitsyn's Ministry of Ecclesiastic Affairs, which had been undermined by the ultra-reactionary Arakchev party, involved, as a natural consequence, the downfall of the curious Jewish representation affiliated with it. Golitsyn's successor as Minister of Public Instruction, the obscurantist Shishkov, made representations to the Tsar concerning the necessity of abolishing the institution of Jewish deputies, numerous instances having demonstrated that their stay here is not only unnecessary and useless, but even very harmful, inasmuch as, under the pretext of working for the public interest, they collect money from the Jews for no purpose and prematurely advertise the decisions and even the intentions of the government. In 1825, the Deputation of the Jewish people was abolished. Thus ended an organization beautifully conceived but mutilated in execution, one that might well have served as a substitute for Jewish communal representation and might have softened the regime of caprice and blighting patronage which ate deeper and deeper into the vitals of Russian politics. 2. Christianizing endeavors. It was quite in harmony with the spirit of the new era that the solicitude of the Russian government for the Jews should have manifested itself in an attempt at saving their souls. Christian pietism was the fashion of the day, and Alexander I and Golitsyn, the Minister of Ecclesiastic Affairs, both of whom were mystically inclined, conceived the idea of becoming the instruments of divine providence in converting the Jews to Christianity. Golitsyn, who was the president of the Russian Bible Society and was anxious to make it a faithful copy of its English model, the Missionary Bible Society of London, approached the missionaries' problem in his own way. On March 25, 1817, the Tsar published an ukase calling for the formation of a Society of Israelitish Christians for the purpose of assisting Jews already converted or preparing for conversion. We have learned, the UK's reads, of the difficult situation of those Jews who, having by divine grace perceived the light of Christian truth, have embraced the same or making ready to join the flock of the Good Shepherd and the Savior of souls. These Jews, whom the Christian religion has severed from their brethren in the flesh, lose every means of contact with them, and not only have forfeited every claim to their assistance, but are also exposed to all kinds of persecutions and oppressions on their part. Nor do they readily find shelter among Christians, their new brethren in the faith, to whom they are as yet unknown. For this reason, we, taking to heart the fate of the Jews converted to Christianity, and prompted by reverent obedience to the voice of bliss which called unto the scattered sheep of Israel to join the faith of Christ, have deemed it right to adopt measures of their welfare. The welfare held out to the converts was of a rather substantial nature. Each of their groups was to be allotted free crown lands in the southern and northern provinces, with the right of founding all kinds of settlements, townlets, and cities. They were to be granted full civil equality, extensive communal self-government, and special alleviations in the payment of taxes. These groups, or colonies of Jews, after being converted to the Greek Orthodox, Catholic, or Lutheran faith, were to form part of the Society of Israelitish Christians, which was to be managed by a special committee to be appointed in St. Petersburg under the patronage of the Emperor. The solemn phraseology of the imperial ukase shows unequivocally that the government was not satisfied with the modest task of rendering assistance to occasional neophytes. It was ready to embark upon a vast undertaking, that of encouraging baptism among the Jewish population and organizing the converted masses into separate privileged communes to serve as a bait for the Jews still languishing in their old beliefs. The imagination of the Russian legislators pictured to them the fascinating spectacle of huge masses of Jews marching to join the faith of Christ, drawn to it not only by heavenly but also by earthly bliss. The missionary mood of the heads of the Russian government was speedily utilized by Louis Way, a representative of the London Bible Society. Way was thoroughly imbued with the apocalyptic belief in the approaching redemption of Israel under the aegis of Christianity. This, however, did not prevent him from looking upon present-day unconverted Israel with sentiments of profound respect, as the banner-bearer of a great divine mission in the history of mankind, and he was deeply aroused over the civil disabilities to which they were subjected in various countries of Europe. When the monarchs who had concluded the Holy Alliance assembled in the autumn of 1818 with their ministers and diplomats at the Congress in Aix-la-Chapelle, Wei grasped the occasion to submit to Alexander I a memorandum concerning the condition of the Jews, in which he appealed to the Russian Tsar to emancipate the Jews of his dominions and persuade the Prussian and Austrian rulers to do likewise. In the course of my protracted travels through the lands of Poland for the purpose of gathering information about the Jews, I came, says Wei, to the conclusion that Providence has not in vain placed so many thousands of Jews under the protection of three Christian sovereigns. Rather has this taken place in fulfillment of the promises given to the patriarchs. If the Jews are to join the flock of Christ, they ought to be treated like children and regarded as equal members of human society. Captive Israel must be set free materially before it can be liberated spiritually. Wei therefore implores the Russian Tsar to set the example which will produce its effect upon the whole world. The Tsar received Wei's memorandum and turned it over to Nesselrode, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, with instructions to submit it to the Congress for consideration. At a meeting of ministers plenipotentiary representing Russia, Austria, Prussia, England, and France, held on November 21, 1818, Wei's memorandum, together with his elaborate printed project for a pan-European reform of civil and political legislation affecting the Jews, came up for discussion. The diplomats, who were least of all concerned about the Jewish question and had no desire to make this domestic affair of each government an object of international negotiations, agreed upon the following resolution. Without entering into the merits of this view entertained by the author of the project, the conference recognizes the justice of its general tendency and takes cognizance of the fact that the plenipotentiaries of Austria and Prussia, Metternich and Hardenberg, have declared themselves ready to furnish all possible information concerning the Jewish situation in those two monarchies in order to clarify a problem which must claim the attention equally of the statesman and the humanitarian. By means of this hollow, liberal-sounding phrase, which did not involve the slightest obligation, the diplomats managed to get rid themselves of this vexatious problem, even the perfunctory attention given to it at the Congress having been prompted by no other motive than consideration for the Russian Emperor. For the rest, every one of the three allied governments which had distributed Poland among themselves went on to handle its Jews according to the requirements of its domestic policy, which was frankly reactionary and was not even disguised by the fictitious label of humanitarianism. The same domestic policy continued in Russia. The Tsar, who abroad had listened benevolently to Wei's appeal for civil emancipation of the Jews, irrespective of the future salvation of their souls, decided, when at home again, to leave everything untouched, looking for a partial solution of the Jewish problem to the fantastic endeavors of the Society of Israeli Christians. Undeterred by the fact that the solemn appeal issued by the Tsar in 1817 had, during the 3 years since its promulgation, failed to attract a single group of converts, for the simple reason that such groups were not in existence, there being only rare isolated instances of baptism, prompted in most cases by questionable motives, the government set aside in 1820 a large tract of land in the government of Yekaterinoslav for a future settlement of Israelitish Christians. It even appointed a special official with the title curator to take charge of it. But year after year passed by, and the empty land was waiting in vain for settlers, while the idle curator was just as vainly on the lookout for someone to take care of it. At last, in 1823, an obscure group of Israelitish Christians appeared on the scene. It consisted of 37 families from Odessa who expressed their willingness to accept the free lands with all the manifold rights and privileges attached to them. Subsequent inquiries from the office of the Governor General of New Russia revealed the fact, however, that the claimants to the public pie, though confessing the Greek Orthodox faith, did not possess certificates of baptism and could not even produce passports, with the result that the application of the adventurers was denied. At last, realizing the impracticability of the whole missionary scheme, Count Golitsyn advised Alexander I in 1824 to dissolve the mystical Society of Israelitish Christians with its board of trustees, which by that time carried a whole staff of government officials on its budget. The Tsar refused to liquidate by official action an undertaking which had been heralded so solemnly, and the society, without a membership, administered by trustees without a trust, continued to figure on the lists of government institutions until 1833, when Nicholas I issued a curt ukase putting a sudden end to this bureaucratic phantom. The new ruler had in the meantime discovered entirely different and by no means fantastic contrivances for driving the Jews into the fold of the Orthodox Church. These contrivances were the military barracks and the institution of cantonists. End of section 26.